It's like you've won the World Cup, but you've got a long way to go yet.
White hits another six into the Sobers Pavilion, just the left of it, in fact, into some empty seats there.
It was the first time that Michael Yardy had really been taken down, which meant I had to go to plan B, and we hadn't really done that throughout the tournament. So my plan B was Luke Wright.
So Wright's done a pretty good job. The first time he's bowling in the tournament. Turns now and is on the way to White. It's high swirling catch, not dissimilar to the one which was dropped a while ago, and that's magnificently held.
Right, he came on for 1 over and did the job. We got the wickets. Brody managed to hold on to it, and we were back to plan A again after that. But David Hussey and Mike Hussey, there are a couple of decent players in the back end of the innings, and they managed to get their scoring rate up, and they managed to give themselves a little bit of a hope.
147 wasn't enough on that wicket in Barbados. When you work out the numbers, 147, a runner ball 120, you've got 27 runs. 27 runs takes you 5 balls. You only need to hit 5 boundaries, and you only need a runner ball. And in T20 cricket, a runner ball is nothing. 147 was never ever going to be a problem.
We had to start well. We lost Lum early on, but I think the way that Keyswetter and Peterson played really did calm the nerves in the dugout. They'd actually gone out there and walked the walk.
Then comes Johnson, bowls to Peterson, who clears his left leg, drives him through extra cover, out towards the boundary it goes, screams break out on the beach, wide of the off stump, not a good ball, and Keyswetter just thrashed it through the gully and down to the boundary. And Peterson hits it square in the offside for 4. Keyswetter's been bowled by Johnson coming round the wicket.
My thoughts when Keyswetter got out was we should have this game in the bag, but you still, as a player and as a captain, you still want to go out there and see the game to the end. So I was nervous. I was very nervous because you're really close to getting that prize. And the closer you get to the prize, the less you think about the process. And I just wanted to go out there and think about how I was going to get the team over the line. And I actually had Shane Watson coming up to bowl. It was, medium quick, but a guy that I thought, I really do fancy. Just back yourself. We've talked about all the way through the tournament that if you back yourself, you've got far more of a chance of succeeding. And I'm going to try to hit him into the stand because I had the prevailing wind with us. And I had some almighty hacks. They were dreadful shots. But it wasn't, to me, it's not about how pretty you're being. It's about getting the job done. And thankfully, I backed myself to try to take on that bowler at that time. And just when you're getting closer and closer, I think I got him away for 1-6 and then an inside edge for 4. And when you're getting closer and closer to the target, you're going, we've won this. And, there's no better feeling than hitting the winning runs.
1 to win. Collingwood on strike. In comes Watson. He bowls to him. Hits him into the leg side. There it is. And England win. And the England team come dashing onto the field, led by Kevin Peterson. They're dashing after Paul Collingwood, the captain. And I'm about to say words that have never been uttered before. And that is that England are the world champions of cricket. It's never happened.
Words can't express the feeling of winning a World Cup and running around carrying on like a lunatic. It was just crazy scenes.
England, the champions, the ICC World 2022.
And that's where the celebrations will continue, I'm sure. I expect they'll go on long into the night as Paul Collingwood holds the trophy aloft. It's the first time England have ever won anything like this, but now they're celebrating there, a group of very happy young men indeed, holding high the trophy as England there are world champions at 2020 cricket, and indeed in any form of
to win that tournament in the Caribbean, in Barbados, beating Australia with that team, and having never ever done that before was so special. I mean, Aga says, and this has never been said before, England are world champions at cricket. So to be a part of that, it just brings back the most fondest of memories.
When you're in it, you sometimes don't realise what you're in. And when you finish your career and you look back on some of the achievements you've had, that to me, in terms of that feeling I had inside myself, if you could bottle that up, you would be a very rich man, I tell you, because that was just pure elation. It was just freedom. It was happiness. I don't think it can get any better than that. I really don't. It's just pure heaven. That's why you play the game. It's literally the reason you play the game of cricket and why you put all the hard yards in over the years. And to get that one feeling in your career was like, wow, I do not want this to end at all. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that was an amazing victory, an amazing tournament, hosted fantastically by the Caribbean, and I felt very fortunate as well to be there in Barbados to witness that. That was England men's victory in the 2010 T20 World Cup, as told by two of the main protagonists, the captain Paul Collingwood and Kevin Pietersen, who played such an important role. Carlos Brathwaite alongside me as we're up here waiting for play to resume after the lunch break here at Old Trafford on this fourth day, where a further 86 runs were added in that morning session. West Indies 118 for 2. They'll resume with Brathwaite and Hope out in the middle. But Carlos, 2010, where were you at that time? What were you up to then?
What was I up to? I hadn't made my T20 debut yet for Barbados. I think I made that later in the year, and then I made my first class debut in 2011. Yeah, 2010 I was just probably on the cusp.
Yeah.
Preparing. I went
playing that day. Do you remember the final?
Nah, I went and watched one of the games, I think, but I didn't watch the final. Or did I? Don't think I did.
I know there was an almighty party afterwards down at Harbour Lights.
I could bet.
It was well attended by England players and supporters, and maybe a couple of members of media as well.
Harbour Lights is a proper party spot when the English frequent Barbados, and Henry's giving me a look as though he's been there quite a few times.
A knowing look. I mean, one of the Kraigg Keyswetter was the wicket keeper for that T20 World Cup, won a global trophy with England, and then sadly had to retire from the game after a really horrific eye injury. Never really regained his sight fully. So that's one of the sadder aspects of off the back of that tournament. But only another 9 years until England men lifted a world trophy again.
Keyswetter was, I mean, when you think about Josh Buttler now, Kraigg Keyswetter probably had the same impact in white ball cricket for England that Josh Buttler currently has. Same way he went about destroying the old way of doing things, getting funky and stuff. Yeah, he was great to watch. Yeah,
no, he really was. He was 27, Keyswetter, when he had to retire with that eye injury.
What does he do now?
Sure, is he involved in... Oh yeah, he plays golf, doesn't he?
Professionally?
Yeah, he looked to go professional on the golfing circuit. We'll have to look that up and see how his golf is progressing. It's gone a little bit more overcast here. I think the sun's just nipped behind cloud rather than the sky really filling in. There's still plenty of blue up there. Now, earlier on today, Carlos, we had a few suggestions that England's bowlers looked a little bit boy bandish with their bandanas and their headbands, with all their lockdown long hair. And actually on the text commentary, quite a few people have chipped in with possible names for this group. So we've already had some suggestions like No Barber in the Bubble and the Alice Band. We've got Miss Gumbrel on Twitter saying, forget Take That, because I suggested that Sam Curran looks a little bit like Mark Owen. So surely it should be How's That for the band.
Not bad.
Test Life being another suggestion for this band. That comes from Jam. Simon Woodford, Slipknot, odd one. Matthew Knowles, Rage Against the Bowling Machine. That'd be if you had a batting cohort, surely, in a band.
No Barber in the Bubble is nice.
Yeah, No Barber in the Bubble.
I don't think Rage Against the Machine were generally considered a boy band.
No.
More like a rock.
yeah. That's sort of stretching it a little bit, isn't it? What's the point? Is who's the lead singer? Like, who's the drummer? Who's the quiet sort of... well, it's a boy band. They've all got to be good dancers, haven't they? They've got to be able to move in sync together. But keep those suggestions coming in, because Broad is walking out now with the headband on, tied in a neat knot at the back of his head, and Sam Curran was sporting that as well.
So if there were boy band rules, what would the rules be?
The rules?
The rules.
Ah, right. Yeah, well, we see... You've always got the lead singer, the main dancer. He's talking about whether they be playing instruments as well. So you've got more of a band.
Who's the lead singer?
Well, I think Broad would like to think he'd be the lead singer, wouldn't he? I'm not sure he's a true front man, though.
Would that be Broad or Stokes?
Well, Stokes, I think I'd give him the front man slot, actually.
And then
He'd be good on a microphone, too.
Yeah, leading. Yeah, he'd probably be the leader out of the four of them.
Curran would definitely be he'd be the main poster boy, I think.
The face of the band.
Yeah.
He walks across on mornings in his red shoes and his red bike standing out.
He'd be having to deal with the majority of the autograph hunters, I think, looking for the selfies.
Okay. So where does Woakes come in?
Oh, we see. Woakes is sporting the Alice band, isn't he, at the moment? He's taking a very definite role.
He's just a background drummer, hidden away. Very important. Cool. Yeah, very important, and does all the hard work with no reward. Poor old Chris Woakes.
Yep. Well, he hasn't taken a wicket today. The only wickets that have fallen was Curran last night and then Bess this morning. So it's Curran to pick up duties. Brathwaite is on 41 as he's in now, bowling full, right in on the toes of Brathwaite. Brings his bat down. There are 3 slips. Standing in the cordon, backward point. Rory Burns is down the ground, doing a bit of stretching, keeping himself warm at extra cover. Broad at mid-off. Woakes there at mid-on, square leg and fine leg as well. But these two, it's been a good partnership. It's 2 away from the 50. West Indies are 351 behind. They need 270, remember, to avoid the follow-on. They're 118 for 2. Sunshine again here in Manchester, and Curran, left arm over, full, clipped into the onside. Quick single taken, the pick-up and the throw of the stumps from Woakes. Misses, and they're home comfortably anyway, but it's good after lunch. You've had the break, get the feet moving, get that early run on the board. Here's another suggestion of a boy band name from Sally on Twitter this time, at BBC TMS. Double meaning to this. Living in a box. Well, there's the attire, of course, but also, more to the point, living in the bubble at the moment. When I say living in the box,
feels like a box. Definitely does.
Well, it's an interesting point there about, to what degree the bubble environment by the end of the summer will it impact on the players in a mental sense, or given touring, are they quite used to it? As Curran's in, back for length, and it has Hope back defending into the onside and no run. As an actual fact, when these players do travel to the subcontinent, and you'd have been there as well, there's often very little opportunity to go outside of the hotel because you get mobbed by crowds. So to an extent, the cricketers, you are used to, in effect, living in hotels.
It wouldn't be restaurant-ish on a consistent basis as in Australia or England or South Africa, but you'll still be able to dip to Taj, dip somewhere to do some sightseeing.
Curran in again now to Hope. Throws out a little wider, a bit of shape away from him as well. He went very full with that. Left alone by Hope.
Yeah, and funny enough, this is me to a T. I love the option of. So I'm happy to be in my room. I always get my takeaways, go back to the room and eat. But I like the ability to go out. The option of going out. You no longer have that option. So even though you might not want to, is the fact that you could if you did. Correct.
It's all very psychological, isn't it?
You don't have that now.
In goes Curran, once more to Hope, full. Clips off his legs to mid-wicket, one-handed pick-up. And the run saved. So 119 for 2, the score remains. Well, it's something, isn't it? Which goes back to even being a child, is wanting to do the things that you're not allowed to do.
Correct. It would be nice though for the touring teams if on their, there's one day that if you're in Manchester, I don't know where you can go, but just be able to dip out as a group and do something together rather than just sit in the hotel.
Not allowed. Curran in full again, and Hope defending back up the pitch. Curran picks up in his follow through, end of the over with a single off it, 119 for 2. West Indies 350 behind now. Brathwaite 42, Hope on 25. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of places, aren't there, when you'd be on tour that you could get in a coach. I remember the World Cup in 2011, and a couple of players wanting to go out and do some shopping, even just locally in Chittagong, and a shopping mall was effectively sort of closed down so that the players could go unhassled by the throng of fans that otherwise would have followed them around. I mean, obviously nothing to do with COVID and health-wise, but...
That's the good thing about the subcontinent. You can't get that done in the UK that easily. Oh, just shut down the Manchester.
It wouldn't. Yeah, sorry, Trafford Centre. Nobody else allowed in because Chris Woakes needs to get a new Alice band.
Good analogy. Yes, I mean, you treat it like royalty, I guess, just different dynamics. But I'm sure that the ECB or whoever the powers that may be could arrange something, man, just so you get out of the brick and mortar feel. Southampton was good with a lot of greenery.
They've got the golf course on hand, haven't they? Well, they will be moving around the country a little bit. They'll get a gap, won't they, between the Test series before England play Pakistan, for the Test players, that is. Here is Broad then charging and change of ends from him, and it's full. Brathwaite on the drive, only as far as extra cover. So Broad has gone to the James Anderson end of the ground. We saw him start off from the Brian Statham end earlier, so we'll see if it brings him a little bit more fortune. Woakes was operating from that end, but Broad as a senior bowler will have the say, won't he? His choice.
Yeah, I get the feeling as though England are preparing for a collapse. They've all been quite short spells, 4 and 5 overs, and almost trying to save the energy for following on.
Broad charging in towards us now, bowling full, and that could be 4 down the ground. On drive, just lent into it. Brathwaite, there's nobody down there, and the outfield in the sunshine feels like it's getting quicker, so a boundary to Brathwaite. It takes the partnership beyond 50. Been good batting between these two. The second 50 stand of the innings then, after Brathwaite put on 54 with Alzarri Joseph, the night watchman.
And it seems as though the West Indies really needed that day off yesterday. The intent today looked so much more like the intent in the first test at Southampton, and we gave them all the accolades. They weren't at the races in the first 2 days, but they're back at it today, and the results are going the way.
He's on 46 now. Brathwaite, Broad is in, clipped off the pads, but finds backward square, and there's no run. It's funny, isn't it? Because on one hand you think, well, a rain delay, everyone would be just getting a bit sluggish because there's no cricket. You can spend a day going, oh, are we going to be on, or are we off? And actually yesterday was a day when you could tell from quite early on that rain was set in and there wasn't going to be play. And in actual fact, yeah, if it's had the effect of giving the West Indies a chance to mentally properly switch off and recharge up for a really strong batting effort, then in their favour.
And I think that switch off is really important. Not just put your feet up, but actually mentally switch off.
Brathwaite waits, bat raised on 46 and Broad outside the off stump. It's a challenging line. Could have had him in 2 minds whether to play, but it was a confident leave in the end as it goes through to Buttler.
And you talk about only reading a pitch after both teams have batted on it. And, you know, congrats to Stokes, congrats to Sibley. But I can bet that if the West Indies get out of today, past the follow-on and probably surpassing 300, that they'll be kicking themselves for taking so much time out of the game and batting so slowly in the first innings.
It's hindsight for you, that is, isn't it? Not quite at that point yet, but Broad's bowling in. That's a low full toss, I think, to Brathwaite. Turned up towards mid-on and no run. Well, it feels like a completely different game almost when you look at compare the 2 first innings and well, it was a difficult pitch to score off. I mean, batsmen could have. We saw Stokes move through the gears. It looked like it was difficult, put it like that. But now, sun shining, hard ball fizzing off the bats. Or is it just intent, the way you see it? Here's Broad. In now to Brathwaite, and he's shaped to play defensively and that's run off the outer edge into the ground out towards the gully. It's the end of the over. West Indies 123 for 2 and 346 behind.
Yeah, intent has a lot to do with it. There were so many balls that Sibley got that were rank half volleys, and he just dropped the bat on it. That's another dot. Yeah. Whereas if you just push that off here, you don't time it well, you get 2, you're back on strike still, you're 2 more runs, and the bowler's under that little bit more pressure. The West Indies were rearward with the ball. They weren't beaten out of the attack. So although they didn't have the best day in the first day, they left the first day not being too far away from the game, came back on the second day, same thing. If they had shown a little bit more intent, West Indies could have potentially been batting just post tea on the second day, and the game could have been very different.
Sun dips behind cloud, and Curran's got a deep backward square in place as he's bowling now to Hope. Goes back, defends into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, Sibley is one of those batsmen that you think there will be probably a time in a test match, and it's happened with other batsmen as well. For whatever reason, they're bogged down in the scoring. Actually, their wicket falls, and yes, a wicket's gone down, but you find yourself thinking, okay, that's probably actually going to help the batting side, because a new man will come in and actually might move things on, which the game or that moment or that match situation needs. Curran sets off. Over the wicket he goes, straight at that time. Hope defending to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But then Sibley did know England have been crying out for some solid test match batting to lay a platform. They will now just be a matter of, I suppose if you hadn't lost a day to rain, there was much more time. So it's all a bit of hindsight, isn't it? And what may have been what you might have wanted.
It's bad to be too critical of him because this is what everyone has been saying they needed. But obviously, serious situation of the game. In hindsight, it just doesn't look good.
Hope on 25, lots a wide one. Pushed across him by Curran, and he doesn't chase it. Curran bowling over the wicket and left arm to the right-hander. Studying the crease as he walks back to his mark. I don't know whether he got close to the line there, and the umpire may be telling him, just be careful. England have had a warning for using saliva on the ball. It was not official a warning.
Was it?
Not an official warning. We saw the umpires cleaning the ball with alcohol wipe.
Ball tampering?
No, it doesn't go. If it does happen, it doesn't go down as ball tampering under these COVID regulations. As Curran is in, has taken the edge and caught by Buttler. Full by Curran, and he's off to celebrate. High fives with his teammates, and Hope is wandering away, looking a little disconsolate. And he's gone for 25. West Indies 123 for 3.
Nice little cutter. Bounced a bit more than he expected. Sam Curran is a very wily bowler. Not quick by any stretch of imagination, but we've seen the one that hits the seam and moves away from the right-hander. We've seen the ball swing back, and now he's tried a little change of pace off cutter. Got a bit of bounce and taking the edge. Shai once again gets a start, but unable to carry on. Disappointing for him. He looked really, really good in this innings. Good intent.
Yeah, well, Shai Hope 16 and 9 in Southampton. So yeah, you're right, 25 here and not able to kick on. Brathwaite's still there though. West Indies will really be looking for him to be the linchpin, but he's got to have partners to bat with. That's 2 50-run stands, but West Indies really looking for a century partnership to sort of solidify and get past this follow-on target. So England will have their tails up. That gives them a little bit more of a ray of light. 3 down, 7 more.
Funny enough, if West Indies collapses now, then you'll be begging for a Dom Sibley type now after slating him for 2 days. It's just cricket, game of glorious uncertainties.
So perspective very much depends on the state of the moment, doesn't it? So
it's
often. True. 123 for 3 then. Shamarh Brooks, someone else who could also do with getting a score under his belt. 39, a 5-ball duck in the second innings. So be eager to come out here and on a strong stand with Brathwaite. But yeah, Sam Curran, he has the skills, doesn't he? He can bowl full, he can find shape with swing, but he can bowl his cutters.
Shai was definitely deceived there, and it wasn't massive pace off, but it still managed to make it through to Buttler. But that just rolling of the fingers over the ball, and he enjoyed it. You see him on the replay just twirling his fingers to let everyone know.
It's very subtle, isn't it? It's that slight change of pace can do for a batsman. 123 for 3. Brooks on strike, and in goes Curran, pushing one across the right-hander. Taken by Buttler with good carry through to the keeper. Sun shining, but stiff breeze blowing. You can see the trousers and the shirts rippling. And the England players in the field, and the flags atop of the pavilion. Clouds not really racing across the sky. Not much cloud movement, but no threat of rain today. Good day for the West Indies to bat to try and save the game. They need 270 to avoid the follow-on as Curran rushes in, left alone by Brooks. Another one's angled across him, and he's able to let it go. So wicket taking over from Curran. He's taken 2 for 24 now. 123 for 3. The West Indies 346 behind. Still getting some suggestions in for cricketing boy bands. Oh, and their best songs as well now. So this is getting some legs. Gianna in Exeter suggests the Chesterless Street Boys. I like that. And I Want It, How's That Way? Yep. The Five Foot Band. The song When the Light Meters Go Out. Blink 182 Not Out. All the Gladstone Small Things. Hello Gladstone, if you're listening to us. And then the DLS Band and their hit single Bat Again. That's what England are hoping for, as Broad is in and he's got Brathwaite coming forward. He's appealing with all his might for an LBW. How interested he is. He's followed through all the way down to the slips cordon to have a chat. Yes, Root's asking for it. Probably way forward, didn't he? And
TV
across.
umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. If I can see the front foot first, please.
Richard Kettleborough, the third umpire. England have only got 2 reviews left.
Thank you. Fair delivery. If we could move on to front on spin vision, please.
It's cut back quite a way.
Okay, I'm going to need to see Ultra Edge when available, please.
I don't think it took the bat.
Ultra Edge coming up now. Keep it running past the bat, please. Yeah, flat lines, it goes past the bat. Keep it running right through, please. Thank you. Clearly no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Yeah.
Pitching outside off, impact is umpire's call. Wickets hitting. I'm going to go back to Michael on field. Michael, you can save your original decision. You're on camera now.
So, yeah, just striking him on the line. England don't lose a review umpire's call, but again, a close one, because if the finger had gone up, then it would have stayed, well, it would have been in England's favour had the batsman reviewed it.
Yeah, that something didn't look right about it. It looked close, and I guess 2 reds out of 3, but I always thought it was outside the line of Roston.
Umpire agreed with you. 123 for 3. Broad in again to Brathwaite on 46. Now he'd had a little fiddle of that coming forward through to Buttler, past the outside edge.
This could be a dangerous period, Ali. Broad with his tail up, no getting into his work. Just lost the wicket. The last thing they'd want is to lose another wicket, and worse yet, for that wicket to be Kraigg if they do lose one.
Well, Broad having appeals turned down and then unsuccessfully reviewing, or rather it being umpire's call, he'll be running in with great gusto now to try and get his man. Broad is galloping in up to the stumps now, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's struck on the pad again coming forward. I felt Broad was a little late to join the appeal that time. And I think maybe height could be an issue as well. Stokes is indicating that from second slip. And no intent to review this time by England. Broad has turned on his heel and is walking back to his mark. But it's testing over this for Brathwaite.
Probably no better man you want, to be honest. When the chips get down, when the other team gathers a bit of momentum, Kraigg is the perfect batter to be at the end and just soak it up, absorb it, and eventually transfer it on to the opposition.
Yep, Hawkeye does have that one going over the top. Broad thundering in again, full, and it's been driven back past the bowler. Well, that won't please him. And it will be 4. Yes, it will, all the way down to the pavilion at the far end. So Brathwaite moves on to 50. Half century, following on from the 65 he got in the first innings at Southampton. And a slight raise of the bat, acknowledgement towards the West Indies balcony, a handshake by his opposite number, by his batting partner out there, Shamarh Brooks. Drive.
Really happy for him, man. Had some chats with him between brands before this tour, and was contemplating using my brand, and he really sung up for the tour and real passionate.
He's facing up now to Broad again. Ooh, could be the same result here. A little bit more checked in the shots, but the ball's still racing away off the face of the bat, down to the boundary for 4 more. Well, a couple of LBW shouts, a couple of on drives for 4. An eventful over, this one. Still got a ball to come.
Brathwaite's half century came from 121 balls with his 5th 4. That was his 6th that he followed it up with. It's his 27th score of 50 or more in Test match cricket. He has 800s amongst those, and it's his 5th 50 plus score against England.
Yep, it's a decent record, that.
And that those couple of shots are just the shots you're talking about, how to, maximise bad bowling.
Broader in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Brathwaite, who finishes the over 54 not out. 131 for 3 then, the West Indies 338 behind. One more boy band suggestion before I leave, and Aggers is coming in. Kieran Mullins suggests McFly slip. I like that. And Harry Judd, a massive cricket fan as well. Right, Aggers is coming in. Carlos Brathwaite, a few more thoughts of you. Here's Jonathan.
Yeah, really impressed with Kraigg in this innings in particular. Similar to the first innings in Southampton. Positive intent. And those full straight balls, instead of just blocking them back to the bowler, he's checking them, punching them down the ground, and being rewarded with a couple of twos and a couple of boundaries in the last over.
Hello, Carlos. In goes Curran, running away from us. Bowls his left arm over. Just brings Brooks just nibbling forward, going at lovely full length on the off stump. And Brooks is starting his innings now. So that's his third ball, plays into the offside. And he's dancing around on his toes, getting himself loosened up and busy. 131 for 3. So still 338 runs behind England. Can England produce something this afternoon? Cluster of wickets to put some pressure on and bring the game to life. 3 slips waiting there as Curran goes scuttling in and bowls on the leg stump. A lovely one to get away from Brooks' perspective. A leg stump half volley. And he's just clipped that away down to the boundary to our right hand side. And suddenly a flurry of runs. 135 for 3.
You'd normally say a shot as beautiful as that is worth the admission fee, Aggers, but there's no one here, no one admitted, no one to see it.
No, bit of a gift as well, though, wasn't it? It was right up there, half volley, leg stump.
There are a lot messier ways to get it to the boundary, though. That was
for sure. You ever seen me bat? 135 for 3. And Brooks off the mark then, and Curran will be cross about that because it was a bit of a gimme. He always try and make a batsman have to really work to score his first run. And that's Stuart Broad shouting at somebody about standing in the gap down here. Not quite sure what that means. Oh, he's talking to us, not Stuart, but Steward. So distracting somebody. 135 for 3. Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowls short of length, and that's well left this time by Brooks, has pushed across him. And I had to give Curran credit for that dismissal of Hope too. He just a little off cutter, wasn't he? He just ran his wrist over it. It was a really good ball.
He felt really good about it. He ran down celebrating, just twirling
very
his fingers.
Pleased with himself. Well, fair enough, because it's a new addition to his game, I think, that one. Just held its own, just gripped a little bit. 135 for 3. Curran, left arm over, bowls on the leg stump, flicked away by Brooks. Finds mid on.
That was the 17th boundary of the innings. We're in the 48th over. By this stage, England had only hit 6 boundaries, 5 fours and a 6 by Ben Stokes. It took until the 102nd over of the innings to hit 17 boundaries. So it just highlights the difference in maybe the outfield, but also the bowling and the way the teams are batted.
The Alzarri Joseph X Factor.
That also helped, didn't it? Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowls on the off stump, and very watchfully Brooks plays the ball into the offside. It's picked up by Crawley, wandering up from third slip. Lovely sunshine, but a chilly wind, quite a persistent chilly breeze, which explains why a number of the players have got their long sleeve sweaters on. And again, our friends here, the cameramen below us, one's wearing gloves, all got their warm gear on. Curran once more runs in, bowls a little bit of swing there into the batsman's left leg, but it's played carefully into the leg side. And Brooks is on 4, Brathwaite 54, and the West Indies got to make sure they don't mess up here, they don't slip up, they don't get careless or whatever. They haven't shown that way so far. They've looked, the attitude's been good, discipline's been good.
Proper intent, love it, man. It takes you back to the first test in Southampton, and it's just good to see. It seems as though this is the way that they're going to play now, and this is the way forward. Talking about the weather, I look from my room and saw bright sunshine and decided to leave my warm jacket home, and as soon as I got outside I started to shiver. So I'll be upstairs until the end of play.
Oh right, so you haven't brought it with you?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Carlos,
I won't make that mistake
big
again.
mistake. You're in Manchester. It may look nice outside through glass, but a little nip in the wind. In comes Broad from the far end, bowls on the leg stump. It's turned away by Brathwaite this time. Will they get two? No, just the one. Bess there runs back from square leg. 136 for 3 in the 49th over. What Fred Truman would make all these bandanas, I really don't know. I don't know what you're going off, he'd be saying. Fast bowlers wearing bandanas. You'd have enjoyed Fred Truman.
It's not the rugged fast bowler look, isn't it?
It's not really. Fred would be able to stand there. He would not approve at all. But Fred's hair actually is quite long, to sweep it back. Black hair, and then he'd roll his left sleeve up on his right arm and sweep back his hair and then go swinging in the bowl. You ever seen him bowl? You watch him on YouTube?
Heard the name.
We'll find some. Here's Broad bowling. Oh, beats Brooks there. Just for line, I think. It didn't seem to move particularly. Just short of a length and just a little bit of extra bounce. Great fast bowler and a great storyteller. Not
better than yourself.
Oh, Fred's in a different league. Not always the most generous of pundits to English fast bowlers in particular, but always somehow just always made you, even when he was very grumpy, which he often was, he still made you laugh. In comes Broad, bowls, that's flicked away. He's got that, I think, down to the boundary. Brooks in that same spot that he got off the mark, his second boundary, flicked it away just behind square. Broad this time, straying into a place where clearly Brooks is very strong.
Yeah, it's something that he's added to his game over the last couple of years. He was more of a expansive cover drive player, and he's now gone a little closer to off stump, cut out the cover drive a lot more, and he's improved his leg side play.
Broad, a deserted pavilion behind him, comes in the sunshine and bowls again. It's full straight, and Brooks this time clips it down to mid-on. My favourite Fred Truman story is that Fred had to be remembered as fast bowler. He's actually a really beautiful swing bowler, bowl full length. But he was fiery Fred, he was a fast bowler, and he was always having a go at the batsman. That was the image that you had at least of Fred. He was the fastest bowler around, fast. And England were playing, I think it was Pakistan at Headingley this particular year. In comes Broad, and the bowl's outside the off stump. And there's no stroke. And there's the old commentary box at Lord's and at the Headingley had to step down. And it was all a bit uncomfortable, a bit awkward. And the television monitor, like we have here, was actually behind Fred, so he couldn't see it. He was talking to me. Television screens behind him, and the players come off for bad light. And it was sort of Fred's way, really. I got used to it in a way that for about 5 minutes or so, Fred would talk about what a great fast bowler he was. Because you knew it. There's no need for it. There's no need, but that was how these things always tend to start off. Broad bowls. Back goes Brooks. Fast, all that stuff. So they've come off. The screen's behind Fred. And so we often use that as a bit of an indicator, because the TV people have got all the posh weather forecasts and stuff and the radars, and they tend to know. So if they go to highlights quite quickly in that situation, you know you're in for a bit of a break. So Fred's beside me here, reminding us what a great fast bowler he was. And up on the screen behind him, quite quickly, came some old highlights. Not yesterday's highlights, I normally have yesterday's data play, but these were in black and white. Yeah, this is interesting. So Fred's chuntering away, how's the fastest thing, fast this, fast that, bouncers, Yorkers, never bowl a bad ball in my life, all that sort of stuff that you always used to get. And behind, in this old black and white footage, I'm watching him, there's a young Fred Truman running into bowl. Unmistakable, beautiful action, smooth, and he ran in and he bowled this ball. Here goes Curran, bowls on the leg stump, turned away just behind square on the leg side. Will they get two? Not quite. Juggly save there, keep them down to 141 for 3. He runs in and bowls his ball to a West Indian batsman who goes boom and drives him for 4. So I'm thinking, this is interesting.
What game is this then? It's black and white. It's West Indies. It's England. And the screen panned back, and you immediately see it's Lords. So it's Lords, you can tell by the scoreboard. 4th no wicket. I think, okay, so what match is this they're showing? It's Curran bowling, has a lovely drive, straight to the fielder at cover. Lucky that would have gone for 4 as well. Brooks on 8, 141 for 3. So what game is this? Of course, okay, West Indies, Lords, Fred Truman, of course, 1963. Yeah?
I don't know.
1963, when Colin Cowdrey came out to face the last, well, he didn't have to face, but he came in last man in with his arm in plaster because Wes Hall had broken his arm. His Curran was turned away to mid-wicket. I mean, it brought the nation to a standstill. It was an amazing climax to the game. He didn't actually face a ball, but that picture and film of Colin Cowdrey walking out with his arm in plaster as the last man. One of those games that people always talk about. Less well known was the fact that the first 3 balls of that test match, bowled by Fred to Conrad Hunt, were all hit for 4. Okay, Fred didn't talk about it.
He wouldn't let me.
He didn't talk about this. So while I've worked that out, Fred's running and bowled a second ball. It's Curran bowls and brings Brooks forward, and he's quite cross now. He's bowled a bouncer, and Conrad's gone bang 4. So of course I'm now starting to laugh because I know what's going on, and Fred's here telling us what a great fast bowler he was. Never bowled a bad ball in his life. So on the radio you've got him selling that, but on the telly, and lots of people watch the telly with the sound turned down, listen to us, he's going round the park. So I mean it's ridiculous. I start to laugh, and Fred realises something's up, but he was a big lad in those days, and he just turned himself around in his chair to look at the screen. Curran bowls, back goes Brooks, plays down to gully, just in time to see the 3rd ball, and of course I know what's coming. And he bowled again to Conrad, and to be fair to Fred, I think Conrad was buzzing a bit by then, and he chased a ball, and it flew away through gully and down to 3rd man for 4 more. So the game's up. I mean, Fred knows what it is, I know what it is, and I think, well, I'm not going to say anything here. I'm going to leave it to Fred to see what he comes up with. There's a long pause. And he turned round to me and he looked at me. He said, isn't it funny, Jonathan, lad, how much slower you look in black and white? It's Curran chipping that away to mid-wicket. And there's not totally true story. Isn't it funny how much slower you look in black and white? Great stuff. But that was Fred. He was just so brilliant at making you smile at the same time. But he'd be shaking his head at the bandanas and the Alice bands. He really wouldn't be able to understand that. Fast bowlers wearing Alice bands.
Agus, can I just sort of add something to that story?
Yes.
We should say that he didn't get absolutely smoked about the park for the whole of that game. He ended up with 11 wickets, 6 for 100 and 5 for 52, and in the next test at Edgbaston, 5 for 75 and 7 for 44. So
and only surprise being that he didn't actually say that at the time. It was a brilliant bowler. His figures, his stats would line up alongside all the great fast bowlers, wasn't it? Malcolm Marshall and these guys. He was an incredible bowler.
67 tests for England, 307 wickets. The first bowler to reach 300 wickets in Test cricket. Average 21.5, 17 5-wicket hauls, 3 10-wicket matches.
That's that average, isn't it?
Yeah. So fond of Fred. Did you ever come across him?
Yeah. I was obviously a young Yorkshire player when he was been finished a long time, but listened to him on the radio all the time. He was around the club. I did a dinner once at Ilkley Golf Club and Fred was speaking.
Stokes is on his first bowl of the innings actually, and he gets not quite a wicket first ball. I thought second slip there might just have clung on to that. It's gone for 4. It was in the air, and Crawley, who's a tall man, threw himself to his right and couldn't quite pull off the catch. 145 for 3.
Where has Stokes been, Agus? I think we need to know officially from an England perspective, what is the position with Ben Stokes in his bowling, because the last day in Southampton he didn't bowl until the last half an hour, last 30-40 runs required. Today he's been the last bowler used. I mean, is it that England now can only bowl him so many, and they don't really want to bowl him if they don't have to because of his toe, his body?
Here he comes. Bowls turned away out to backward square leg.
Went to the 51st over.
Whenever you ask, you get the message back saying he's fit.
Yeah, like 51st over, and he's not been bowled yet. The first ball, it's not great, not a belter of a delivery, but he creates things, doesn't he? He makes things happen. I mean, it's Ben Stokes. He can pretty much do anything on the cricket field at the minute. It's all going his way. Why wouldn't you have used him a bit more if he's fit to do so?
145 for 3. West Indies still need 125 to avoid the follow-on. That's a key moment, I think. Here's Stokes bowling, played down to the mid-on, and there's no run. I can tell a little story about the lockdown. I think it's okay to say this in the bubble. Danny Rubin is there, as we know, the England media manager, who we know and love very well. He's brilliant at his job, and he's been in the bubble since June the 3rd, is it? About then. Recently married, or I say recently, last year, Hattie. Again, we know and love, who works for Sky. She's here, she's at Southampton, she's part of the broadcasting setup. Here's Stokes, and back there goes Brathwaite playing out to cover, but they can't see each other. Staying in the same hotel on different floors, they can't see each other.
Using the same lift.
Isn't it incredible?
Mad.
I really feel for them. They're a young couple who's recently got married, and this will be the case till the end of the summer, possibly.
Maybe they'll get a time just at the end of the series. I think the players are allowed home at the end of the series.
So is it a few days? Danny gets a chance if he gets a break during the one-day series, I suppose. Here's Stokes bowling, played down the ground to mid-on. I saw Hattie. I said, how are you getting on? So we've decided now it's better if we don't actually see each other at all, because there's a point where you can look down here and you can actually, they have their lunch on the level below us. But there's a lot of sacrifices have been made by people to get this to work, and that's one of the most poignant, I think.
Bizarre times.
145 for 3. Ball to go in the 51st over. Stokes on his way. Bowls. It's tucked her out to square leg. And there's no run. I did say to Hattie, if you haven't seen him for a while, then you haven't seen the beard. I think possibly needs a bit of a trim, doesn't it? Last time I saw Danny.
Well, he's taken the lead of quite a few. I don't think he's got it in him to be able to grow up top, the hair.
No.
So he's gone for the beard. Most of the players have gone most of the players have gone for the hair.
Yeah.
Danny Rubin's possibly not able to do so. Just talking about old Yorkshire players, I'll tell you, Brian Close, he was always around.
Oh yes.
When I was coming through, he played with him actually for the academy when he was captain. Came back and played and captained the academy team when they joined the Yorkshire League. Can't remember what year it was in the 90s.
When did Brian Close first play for Yorkshire then? 1950.
Well, he played for England in 1949.
Hang on. So here's Curran then driving Brooks back. He played at S4.
I think he was 18 years old and England's youngest Test cricketer. He last played for England in 1976. He's one of England's oldest Test cricketers. So he had a 27-year Test career and played 22 matches.
It's incredible. So 49 time. To when you played. I played with Brian Close as well. You played. I mean, what an incredible career he had.
Captained the academy team in the Yorkshire League on a Saturday.
That's amazing.
And there was a time I'd just got in the first. I kept on getting out LBW. I always remember he arrived at the indoor school.
Curran scurries up and bowls on the leg stump, turned away. There's a couple here, I think, to long leg. Fielder throws that back in again. 147 for 3.
He did the pensions, so he'd come to get us all signed up for his pension. Funny times, and he walked in his civvy and his suit, fag on.
Yes.
Walked in the indoor school, I'm in the net, and he goes, I'll show you what to do. And he took his cap off, borrowed my he's left-handed, borrowed my right-handed gloves and my bat, went down and faced her. He said, look, get your pads off. So he won't hit you on the pad. He batted for 10 minutes with his suit on against all the quicks in the indoor school.
He wasn't
with nothing but a bat and a pair of gloves. No box, nothing.
Current bowls, one again pushed across the right-hander. Brooks spotted that, played it well. 147.
Young Michael, that's what he used to call me, young Michael. Get your pads out of the way.
He didn't argue with Brian Close. He ruled that Yorkshire dressing room. And he had to, really. There's so many huge characters in there that Close managed to get them all together.
He made his highest Test score in that Lord's Test that you were talking about when Freddie Truman took 11 wickets, 70 in 1963. There's
Curran again. Oh, that goes straight past the inside edge as Brooks drove outside that, a little bit of indrift. One of those that might have taken an inside edge and ricocheted into the stumps.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the ball, and that ball that got Shai Hope was a beauty.
Yes,
kind of a cut. It was a similar delivery that Chaminda Vash used to bowl for Sri Lanka to the right hand. A similar kind of bowler, Sam Curran. Now, did you have any stacks on Yorkshire League cricket? Brian Close's record for the Yorkshire Academy. He didn't generally bat. He kind of saved himself for the bottom end, but he got in on a few occasions.
I'll have a look. He played his last first-class game in 1986. 37 years after his debut.
Curran again. It's pushed out to mid-off. Was that in the DB Close 11? His last first class. You have to look it up because I played for him in a couple, and I might have played in that game actually. He always used to play the tourists. It was the last tourists match of their tour up to Scarborough. Fantastic 3 days. Honestly.
The best thing about both Fred and Brian was you could smell them coming down the corridor in the old dressing room because of the smoke.
Smoke coming out. And goes Curran. Bowls edged, and that'll go for 4. Just past second slip, down to third man. 151 for 3, and Curran sweeps back his hair. Trevor Franklin's stag party, I remember, coming in the course of one of the DB Close 11 matches, and Lance Cairns hit me for a 6, and the ball's still going out of the ground towards the sea at Scarborough. Wonderful times. So 151 for 3, 52 overs have been bowled here. And Michael, some thoughts for you about Brian Close, whatever you like. And Isha Goer's coming in.
Yeah, skill again from Sam Curran. It's a 4 for Shamarh Brooks, but it's that cutter once again. It's a good delivery. It's good to see that he's bringing a different skill. Sam Curran, we know he can swing it back to the right-handers. We know he's got a short, sharp bouncer. Now he's got that cutter that's already got in the wicket of Shai Hope. So he's chuntering down into the fine leg region, is Sam. Not a happy chappy.
Here comes Ben Stokes running towards us. He bowls to Brathwaite, who defends and pods it back to mid-on. They run a back of a length delivery, bowling slightly fuller after the lunch break, the England bowlers.
You're getting on with your wires there, Ish.
Yeah, it's a little bit tangled. We've got an entanglement happening.
You seem to have a lot of wire. Why have you got more wires?
I'd say, well, that's my TV wire. That's just like dangling off. Got the accreditation. Got to have your accreditation. Wear that everywhere you go. Got a mask somewhere as Stokes turns at the top of his mark. He's now bowling to Brathwaite short. Tries to play it, misses it. Goes through to Buttler. Haven't seen that a lot, have we, in this innings? Not loads of short balls, but Stokes happy to try it. Generally gets an extra bit of bounce.
Yeah, well, already 2 overs into his spell, and he's created a little bit of something. And that edge that flew past the slips, now a bouncer that Brathwaite was in 2 minds. Does he duck? Does he play? He kind of ducked and tried to play the hook at the same time.
Still in his crease at the moment. Brathwaite taps his bat down, bat hovering above the stumps as Stokes is in. Works off his hips to square leg, no run. Brathwaite on 60, Brooks on 14, West Indies 151 for 3, trailing by 318. 120 away from avoiding the follow-on, the West Indies. But you're right, just creating something here, Ben Stokes, is we so often see from him. Can he produce another inspired bit of bowling for the rest of the team? As he now has the ball back in his hands. Here he comes on an angle then, bowling from the James Anderson end, past the umpire. Brathwaite defends back to Stokes. Some blue skies above, some wispy white clouds in the distance. A nice breeze blowing across the ground from left to right. See the journalists, top part of the pavilion, outside on the balcony.
Yeah, there's 2 in each corporate box, isn't there?
Yeah.
Spread out across the top of the old pavilion.
Brathwaite pokes at one outside the off stump as the bat turns in his hand.
It's quite nice over there. I think they get the food delivered into separate boxes. I don't know how they got kind of split into pairs. And it was, drawn out of the hat. I don't know if they could request. I'm not too sure.
Who would you request to be with?
What, in the journo pack?
Yeah.
Or out of us lot?
Or out of us lot. Out of us lot.
I'll go with Phil.
Okay.
Just for
obvious choice. As Brathwaite is backing across and defending to mid-on at the end of the over. It's 151 for 3. Don't forget, Today at the Test is on BBC Two tonight from 7 p.m. Now we're aware there is the Manchester United-Chelsea FA Cup semi-final on BBC One at the same time, but if you are planning to watch the football, don't worry, because you can catch up with the cricket highlights on the BBC iPlayer.
Well, I'm pretty sure the football match doesn't start till 7:04.
6 o'clock.
Starts at 6 o'clock. The football. That's an early start, isn't it? Well, it's starting too early. Last night's game was, I'm sure it was around 7:45.
Yeah.
Arsenal. Good for Man City. Well, I'll just watch us anyway. Better sport.
It was a nice evening, wasn't it? And you sorted us all out with that wonderful display of sushi.
Bit of Japanese, bit of ramen soup, noodles. Don Bess back into the attack. Got okay so far. He got that wicket of Alzarri Joseph, night watchman. Just not quite found his consistent probing length. It's either been a little bit too full or slightly too short. Fine balance, because it's bouncing, it's not too quick. It gives you all the time as a batsman, maybe slightly too short to go back and play it with control. Leg slip and a short leg, orthodox slip. I feel that these conditions, and with England having so many runs on the board, it's a perfect chance for the young off spinner to get a few wickets. Try and bowl England to victory.
Glasses on for the Somerset off spinner. Here he comes now, bowling to Brooks, who pats it back to the bowler.
Swanee bowled in glasses, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Ashley Giles always did. Director of English cricket, he used to like his shades.
So a slip in play, cover mid-off. No one at point as he comes through now, and that's exactly where Brooks places the ball. Just opens the face, it's gone backward of point, and will reach the boundary now. Such a gifted player of spin, Brooks, who goes to 18, 155 for 3. Remember in Southampton, he looked to really bat with intent against the off spinner, playing against the spin on a number of occasions. That's the one that you talk about. It's over pitched. He was able to get right over the ball there, Shamarh Brooks.
That's a gift, that is. The space at point, got an extra cover and mid-off, and that's it on the offside, apart from the slip, so there's big spaces there for him.
Brooks forward press and defence to the leg side in front of short leg. He's got slip, leg slip, short leg side field, backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on. The man out at deep mid-wicket is Bess. It's through his action. Brooks forward pressing and guiding it backward a point once more. Comes through for 1.
Yeah, the problem here, Isha, is that that's the perfect line just outside off stumps. It'll bring both edges into play, but because there's no cover point, you play it nicely, it'll just run off the face and you'll get off strike. You have to put the extra cover to cover point and try and say to the batsman, go and try and hit it through extra cover.
Brooks at the non-striker's end at the moment as Brathwaite advances, gets deep into his crease and pushes it to the offside. You were talking to me earlier, Michael, about gigs that you've seen here.
Yeah, concerts, yeah, I've seen a few.
Old Trafford.
Oasis back in the day. It was a bit of carnage.
His Bess bowls. Brathwaite back into his crease, cutting, backward of point. Joe Root on the chase after as they come back for 2. Sends the throw in now as Brathwaite goes to 62, 158 for 3 at the end of the over, trailing by 311 the West Indies. So Oasis, when was that?
Oh, it was a long time ago. It would have been early whenever they started to have the concerts here. And the concert stage was in the corner here, so this stand called to our left. It was around there, and obviously the hotel wasn't around in those days. The old pavilion was in, actually when the square was the other way round, so the building to our right, I think it's the old press box, which is still there. It's the oldest of all the buildings here. It seems to have been there forever. That's where I was sat on that balcony, and all the Oasis fans were walking underneath. Just thought I'd just throw a few things up at us.
As Ben Stokes bowls to Brooks on the back foot, struck quite high up on his pad.
September 2002.
2002.
Yes, it would have been that far back. Yeah.
So that would have been third album, I reckon.
So then you went to Australia and had a great tour of Australia. So
whatever they threw and it landed on, it worked.
Was it fluid?
Yes.
Key 1%.
Was it yellow?
Well, yes. Come on, it was nice wine.
Brooks back and across, pushing to mid-on, no run.
I think the Killers were meant to have played this summer here. They had a few nights booked in here at Old Trafford. That's a great venue.
Yeah, I remember frequenting a few Oasis gigs when I was a bit younger, and always wanted to get right to the front because that was the only place I could actually see. So I would always make sure I got to a venue at 4 o'clock, even if the gig wasn't starting till 9, so I could literally be the very first person at the railings as Brooks is driving back to Stokes, a full delivery on the off stump.
They'd have had some good support acts, would they? They had a few bands before them.
Yeah.
Get there at 4, you'd have seen them.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
The problem came when you needed the
Did you not do any surfing? Did you not climb, get on top of everyone?
No, I never did that, no.
I remember Noel Gallagher in 2006-07, he played a gig in Perth at the Town Hall for about 600 or 700 England fans.
Here comes Stokes again. Brooks clips it off his legs, past mid-wicket, out to the boundary. He's stopped running now as it goes into the advertising sponge, picks up 4. He's batting at a good pace as well. Goes to 23 of 32 deliveries, 162 for 3, the West Indies.
Yeah, well, Brooks has come out there and he's moved to 23, but he's timed the ball. It's not looked at a pitch over the course of the Test match that's been so easy to time a cricket ball, and Brooks has come out there pretty much from ball 1 and played some wonderful strokes.
Stokes comes in again, this time off the hips from Brooks, slightly more back of a length as Broad comes around to his right to collect the ball and throw it in. They come through for 1.
What a chance this is, Isha, for the West Indies to bat out the day. How many overs left today, Andy?
56.
So 56 more overs of batting to do today, with 7 wickets in the tank. I think if they do that, they're scoring at 3s. That's another 160 odd. Takes them to 320 odd. You'd say that it'd be very difficult for England to force the victory if that happens.
Stokes bowls. Brathwaite works it to Stuart Broad at mid-on. At the end of the over, it's 163 for 3. Brathwaite on 62. Brooks on 24, trailing by 306. By the way, we've had a listen to the stump mic. It sounds like just before lunch, Dom Sibley admitted to the umpires that he put saliva on the ball, and the umpires then wiped the ball as it is the protocol. You can hear the fielders say, "Well done, Sib, good honesty, mate." No official warning was given. Yeah, that is good honesty.
He'd just had one of those moments that the normal way of playing cricket for all of us is to put a bit of saliva on the ball. The one warning, what, they get 3 and then they lose 5 runs.
Yeah, as Bess comes through now to Brooks, forward pressing and smothering the ball in defence.
I'm amazed it didn't happen in Southampton. In the first game back, I know they've had a warm-up game or 2, but I've been impressed of how disciplined the cricketers have been so far.
Brooks drives to mid-on. He's in the air for a little while there. There's a man positioned at a short mid-wicket. Went past him by some distance, but didn't look like he timed it. Caught the bottom part of the bat. Shamarh Brooks. Leg slip, short leg in close as Bess bowls. Brooks defends.
So because of that last over where he got hit through the offside, he's now gone really straight. I'm preferring them to bring another fielder over to the offside and for that line to be like it was last over towards Josh Buttler's right leg.
Brooks drives past that man at cover to the left of him, and another boundary is found by Brooks. He's playing quite beautifully here against Bess in particular. Just opening the face of the blade.
Every time he tries to get it out there, he's just getting it a little bit too full, but he's just not got the right field if he's going to bowl out there. Just too many vacant spaces on the offside. It might be a time just to bring the leg slip over and give him a bit more protection. He's going to come round the wicket, so he's changing his approach, Don Bess.
Here he comes now, past the umpire, through his action. And he finds his way to the offside again, Shamarh Brooks. Slightly fuller outside the off stump. Another drive and another open of the wrists as Zach Crawley throws the ball in, having chased it out to deep backward point. So some smart batting here from Brooks, who moves to 31, 170 for 3, trailing by 299 now, the West Indies.
Don Bess is bowling himself out the attack at the minute.
Here he comes again. It's time to Brathwaite, who pops it back to Bess at the end of the over. 170 for 3.
Just a different mindset, Isha, isn't it, for a young off spinner? You think back to Southampton, he bowled so well, but it was in a position of just holding an end and just kind of bowling dots for the seamers to attack at the other end, and he picked up a couple. You know, here with the pitch doing what it's done and Roston Chase getting a 5 for the West Indies, he's under more pressure this week than he was last week, because no one would have expected him to be the big wicket taker at Southampton, maybe in the second innings, but they just didn't have enough runs for him to bowl to. Whereas here, when your team have got such a big first innings score and the pitch is spinning, you're expected to deliver. And so far he's not quite got his lengths right. Looks like England are going to go for the short stuff, and they're going to target this pair with a bit of chin music.
Yep, we didn't see this at all when the West Indies were bowling. So England trying something different. We've got a short leg, a man at square leg, Dowrich positioned directly behind Ollie Pope, about 30 metres behind him, and then another man behind him at deep backward square. Here comes Stokes. Very short indeed as it goes through to Buttler. Brooks didn't even really need to move as that came through past the leg stump. Stuart Broad is out at deep mid wicket, but he's probably about 40 metres off that boundary.
We've got this fine third man as well. Who's this down here? Is that Crawley?
Almost like a backstop.
Yeah, not quite backstop, long stop, whatever you want to call it. It's like for a real fine ramp down to third man. Short leg, square leg, deep backward square, fine leg.
Here comes Stokes. Ball short again. He's struck on the body and it falls in front of short leg. Shamarh Brooks ducking. It hits him on the back and it lobs up onto the floor. Some potent stuff here from Ben Stokes.
Got to be careful there, Brooks, because he took his eye off that. Saw it was short and he just kind of put his head down without really... Even when you're ducking, you still want to have half an eye on the ball just in case you can have to duck and weave a little bit more so.
Good to know Stokes' speeds as he comes in on an angle again here to Brooks on his toes, pushing it to the offside. No ball signalled by umpire Goff.
That came up at 86 miles an hour.
86 miles an hour. Stuart Broad, I think his quickest was about 88 today. But Stokes very much the enforcer at this stage. Want a passage of play of hostility and pace and bounce in the absence of Jofra and Mark Wood. Shuffles towards us now into his stride. Bowls. Brooks punches off the back foot to cover. No run.
It's the kind of pitch that you're crying out for.
Yeah.
90 odd miles an hour.
But they don't have it.
No, they don't. So it works bowled around 88. Got it down probably the quickest of all the bowlers.
gully point and extra cover. The only fielders in front of square is that's left past the leg stump through to Buttler. Nice breeze blowing across the ground at the moment as Chris Woakes has the ball in his hand and will toss it to Stokes. He's going to come around the wicket now as Joe Root moves himself to a leg gully position. Fine leg comes slightly wider. Deep square just goes in front of square. Past the umpire now. Brooks off his hips past Joe Root to his right at leg gully, goes down to fine leg, comes through casually for a 1. Does Brooks as he goes to 31, 171 for 3. Short sleeve shirt on Ben Stokes. Well, there's a few long sleeves about. Rory Burns, Joe Root, Ollie Pope as Stokes bowls this time to Brathwaite, who's on the back foot, pushing that to Stuart Broad out at deep mid wicket, comes through for the 1 and will settle for the 1.
Brought up the 50 partnership in just 11 overs and 2 balls, a third successive 50 partnership for West Indies. The last time they had 50 partnerships for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th wickets against England was in Antigua in 2004, which I think was the game that Brian Lara made 400.
I just wanted to go into the next game. I know we've still got a lot of play in this test match, but if it continues like this of what we've seen, I just wonder if England will think about 2 spinners. Jack Leach to partner Dom Bess. I'm sure the West Indies will be tempted to bring in Raheem Cornwall, the all-round off spinner.
Well, he's getting another over here, Dom Bess. West Indies 173 for 3, trailing by 296. 270 they require to avoid the follow-on. Brathwaite on 63, Brooks on 32 as Bess is coming in now to Brathwaite, who drives to cover, no run. It's got a slip and a short leg. That man at leg slip has come out as Bess spins herself a catch. It's now through and bowling to Brathwaite, who pats it back to the bowler. Stuart Broad in his brimmed hat is positioned at backward point, got extra cover and mid off on the offside. So Bess bowls again with a bit more flight as Brathwaite gets a good stride in to defend that ball to the offside. Would love to know what everyone is up to this afternoon. Lovely Sunday afternoon up here in Manchester. Sun just breaking through the clouds as Bess bowls again, back of a length, and Brathwaite works it in front of him to short leg. Had a really nice feel to it this morning, walking around from the hotel. Sun beaming down as that's driven by Brathwaite through the covers. Zach Crawley charging after it. Pulls it up about 15 metres inside the boundary as they come back for 2. The throw is sent in and Just Buttler tosses the ball back to Bess in swift time. 175 for 3 then the West Indies. As Brathwaite just removes some dirt in front of him with his bat and now sets up, still in his crease, bat hovering above the stumps. Short ball pulled away, backward of squares. Chris Woakes does well to dive and stop that one from bursting through and going for 4. End of the over then. 58 overs have been bowled in this innings. 175 for 3. Brooks on 32, Brathwaite on 65. A word from you, Andy, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Kraigg Brathwaite's performances in England, opening the batting in England has been one of the toughest assignments for visiting players in cricket around the world recently over the last 5 or 6 years. Brathwaite has a superb record in England. So there's his 5th match as opener in England. He scored over 400 runs at an average of just under 52. and that's the best average for an opener in England, counting players who've opened in at least 4 tests in England since Herschel Gibbs, who opened in 5 tests for South Africa in 2003. 20 other openers have qualified for that sample.
Yeah, he's playing really well. Short from Stokes, new over to Shamarh Brooks, who ducks underneath it. England with his leg theory attack against Brooks with a short leg in, the leg slip, 2 men in the deep forward square leg and a deep mid wicket and the fine leg as well. So 5-4 onside field, just looking to take Brooks out of his comfort zone.
Graham Smith of South Africa averaged 67, also played in that same time. So in fact, Brathwaite's basically players who've played since then. Only Graham Smith has had a better record currently.
There's Brooks at the moment. Stokes bowls another short ball, and Brooks ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Buttler. 176 for 3. West Indies have lost 1 wicket since lunch, but they've scored freely, and they are closing in on that follow-on target. They only need another 94 runs to prevent being asked to follow on. Toughness is here.
Yeah, afternoon everyone. England have got to make something happen, haven't they? And they're trying to do it with Stokes coming around the wicket, bowling short.
He's a fine third man as well. Stokes bowls to Brooks very short. Brooks is underneath that and allows it to go through to Buttler. Just look at the umpire. I'm sure he signalled one for the over there. Didn't see the signal. Might have been done discreetly.
Yeah, time's running out, isn't it, a bit for England? Runs are going to be the key, and Brathwaite's playing a very good hand. I was just watching Andy there giving his stats. He reminded me of something like a bookmaker at Epsom Derby, the old tic-tac man.
Stokes bowls to Brooks on the hip of Brooks, nudges that away down to leg slip. Root dives and stops it to his right hand side. 176. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Well, you do all sorts of things in your life. You stand up comic, you got your podcast, scoring, all your stats. So perhaps bookmaker.
They still have tic-tac, man, do they? They still have the old tic-tac at the races, or is it all digital now? Probably all digital with phones, isn't it? Because they used to give the bets by sort of like
touching their head,
semaphore.
touching their shoulder. Right. I haven't been racing for a while. Here's Stokes bowling. Oh, that's a good delivery. It discomforts Brooks, who don't quite know what he played it with in the end. It might have been his glove or his body. He managed to drop it into the offside.
Sort of let it hit him, I think. Got himself in an awkward position, and then
it was glove actually. Yeah, it did come off the glove.
Could have gone in.
Yeah, well that's it. Fortunately for him, it went down.
Yeah, punched it down.
Brathwaite comes down the pitch to have a chat to him, trying to reassure him. Come on, let's ride this out. He can't do this forever.
No.
Stokes in his 5th over, no wicket for 13. Stokes past the umpire now, round the wicket, bowls to Brooks. Brooks nudges that into the onside. Stokes has to chase after it himself, although he leaves it in the end to Broad coming in from deep mid wicket, and they're through for a single. Brooks on to 33. It's played very nicely so far.
Yeah, well, this is where our cunning plan yesterday, Simon, was sort of like perhaps to get a few more runs for England. You know, it was kind of when the follow-on is achieved, which looking like it will be. The game's a bit gone, isn't it? The game's died a bit.
Stokes bowls down the leg side to Brathwaite. Short, and Brathwaite skips across to avoid it, and it's through to Buttler. Well, that partnership between Broad and Bess was going really well, and they were just scoring freely. I know you can understand, or captains always want to get a fielding side into bat before the close of play, but sometimes you just wonder, those runs they're just freely available. You get as many as you possibly can, and then he got one on the whatever night it was now, Friday night.
That's right.
So I don't know.
Another extra 100 runs. All of a sudden, it's still looking, a little bit further away.
You could play a sort of longer game. Yeah. 177 for 3.
There was a no ball from the first ball of the last over, and Cricinfo text commentary suggesting it was having too many men behind square on the leg side.
Oh, schoolboys.
So that with Bess bowling?
No, from Stokes.
Stokes, right, okay.
Schoolboy.
Bess bowls. Brooks defends. Straight ball on off stump. Buttler comes behind the stumps to pick up.
He bowled a bit quick for me. It's Bess, a little bit too quick on a pitch that's bouncing. Perhaps get it up from the hand a bit more, a little slower.
In he goes now and bowls, and Brooks plays defensively.
It's all very fashionable now, the spinners to jam it into the dirt and really bowl quickly, but there's still something to be said for a bit of flight and guile, you know, and a little bit of tossing it up there, and then that does get the bounce, which can create chances.
He got rid of the leg slip now.
Yeah.
Bess bowls to Brooks. Brooks is forward, bat and pad close together, stunning it, picked up by Pope at short leg. There's a man back now on the deep backward point boundary for Bess. We saw this last week in Southampton.
Pushing for wickets.
Bess to Brooks. Brooks is defensively again to a straight ball. Seems to be slightly hurried by that one on 2 lines. Stokes comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there is no run.
It just doesn't seem to be any sort of kick.
No.
Kick off the pitch. It's all a bit sort of flat and a bit quick.
Bess moves away from us into bowl.
Better. Sorry.
Brooks defends that as well. He's in block mode in this over against Bess. Bess bowling straight or round about off stump. Brooks prepared to keep him out by this time. There's a long on in, deep mid wicket. Bess tries again, and Brooks flicks that away past short leg out towards deep mid wicket. Sibley comes into field, sends in the return, and that's the end of another Bess over. He was interested there. I think he thought he got through. It was quite a loose, flicky drive from Brooks, but anyway, he got enough bat on it. Bess 15 overs, 1 for 44. West Indies 178 for 3.
Something from Crickviz here. They've put on their Twitter account. They
drinks coming onto the field. You've got plenty of time.
Monitor the lengths of bowlers.
Here he goes. He's doing the old tic tac.
It's radio. I can do what I want. I think even wear trousers some days. Roston Chase hit a good length, according to the Crickviz data, with 45% of his deliveries in West Indies bowling innings. Don Bess has managed just 29% so far in what they define as a good length for a spinner.
He's only bowled 29% of his deliveries on a good attacking length.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good enough.
And then Chase was what, 45%?
Yep.
Well, you felt earlier, didn't you? He's by too full, too short.
Yeah, that's right. No, I agree. Something to be worked on. That's for sure. You've got to be looking to bowl with your best, most threatening delivery, more than 1 in 3. If that's right. Yeah.
So England have only taken the 2 wickets today. One of them was the night watchman, Alzarri Joseph, who entertained us for 32. And Shai was caught by Buttler off Curran, who's taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. I didn't write down Shai score, Andy.
25 from 71 balls.
Here's a little thought for you. We were talking about him, but it might be better off being slower. In sport, when is it best to be slow?
Well, let's think about that for a while.
Okay.
I'll think about it for a few minutes.
Yeah.
You all think about doing things quickly.
Well, of course, yes. No point in being a slow runner, is there?
Move the ball quickly if you're playing rugby. Move the ball quickly if you're playing football.
Chess?
No, because you can get into time trouble if you play too slowly. You play on the clock.
Sitting on a 1-0 lead in a football match.
Slowing it down, perhaps. Well done. Yes, well done.
But that's that's time wasting, isn't it?
Not the spirit of the game.
Well, we can put that out there. People can email. When's it good to be slow in sport? Today at the Test, 7 o'clock tonight. Highlights. We're aware that Manchester United against Chelsea FA Cup semi-finals on BBC One at the same time. So there may be a conflict of interest there, but if you're planning to watch the football, don't worry, you can catch up with the cricket highlights on the BBC iPlayer. You can at your leisure.
Go on, Arsenal. Sorry, that just came out. Played well yesterday.
Are you a good watcher?
No, terrible.
I noticed at one point when the game was on, you sort of disappeared.
Well,
and then you came back again while the game was on.
And it happens quite regularly when I'm watching football. Is when I actually leave the room is the time we score. You know what I mean? So I've started to actually try and sort of use that to our advantage, you know. If I don't watch it, we do all right. If I watch it, we always do rubbish.
Who do you want in the final?
All comers, don't care. We'll take anyone on.
178 for 3. Play is resuming after the drinks break. Stokes in to bowl short outside the off stump. Brooks drops the gloves and lets it go through.
I mean, it's awkward, isn't it? It's awkward in this position, isn't it? You know, what do? You kind of go through the book of tactics, don't you? You know, shall we have a nose and toes session? Shall we go bumpers? Shall we just hang it outside off stump? Difficult on a flat pitch to really force the game when you're running out of runs for the follow-on, isn't it?
So West Indies 178 for 3. They need a further 92 runs to avoid being asked to follow on. Stokes goes in and bowls down the leg side, tries to whip it away there, Brooks. One of those where he could easily have flicked the glove on the way through, didn't, missed everything. And taken by Buttler. Stokes still bowling with this imaginative field with a leg slip, the short leg, the deep forward square leg. There's a fine third man, almost like a fly third man really. If he was to take on the uppercut and slightly miscue it, if he got hold of it, the uppercut, it would go to Crawley's right. And there's a fine leg in as well. So an unusual field. Stokes looking to make something happen. Bowls and it's forced away, but straight to Sibley at backward point. And there is no run.
Aggers would know this.
Yeah. Diane Goodyear on Sports where it's good to be slow. Diane says dressage.
That's right. Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it? Those horses, wonderful. Diagonals and going.
It's all like that, isn't it, Thomas?
It could be sort of like that. Sorry, Simon was just mimicking a horse doing dressage. Looked more like a bunny rabbit, really. But yes, that's right. It's very deliberate, isn't it?
Stokes bowls, and Brooks is up on his toes, dropping the ball onto the pitch. And there is no run. Pope runs across from short leg to pick up. West Indies perspective here, great opportunity, fantastic opportunity the next day and a half to
just
retain the Wisdom Trophy.
Yeah, what an effort that is after winning it over there as well.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, a real building block in their future and the way they're going about Test cricket.
England needs 17 wickets in a day and a half.
Good luck.
Here's Stokes, but a very short delivery. Brooks is underneath that.
Here's another one. Bushel suggests snooker. Soft, slow shots required in various situations to control the cue ball. Yeah. That's right. Bit of safety play.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
These ones where the ball just drops into the pocket as well.
Yeah, that's right. Golf. On one of those Augusta greens where you've just got to touch it slowly and off it goes.
Yeah. Stokes bowls. Nicely played by Brooks. Right in behind that, watching it carefully, playing it into the onside, and there's no run. Simon Wellingborough, the backswing of a golf club.
Yeah, controlled. It's got to be controlled, but not necessarily slow.
Yeah. That's what you're urging Bess to do.
Just perhaps, yes, to be a bit. It's a bit rushed. I mean, he's got good explosion and good sort of like, energy on that delivery, good pivot, but sometimes you just got to hold yourself in that coil a little bit and sort of get tall on that front foot and get up on your toe and just stand a bit taller and just pop it up, just bowl a little bit slower, and then when it comes down it bounces and kicks at the batsman. Everything's a bit sort of flat and a bit skiddy, if you know what I'm trying to say.
I know exactly what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
178 for 3, right? Bess is going to continue his 16th over.
Like that.
Balls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite clip drives it into the onside. Diving save from Burns at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Oh, it's about the Burns is a great one.
Yeah, Davey and Derbyshire. Good to be slow in sport. In a moment after this ball from Bess, he moves into bowls to Shamarh Brooks, and Brooks turns it away towards backward square leg, and there's no run. In track cycling, especially in the sprints, quite often it's advantageous to be very slow in the beginning of a sprint to try and force your opponent to go early or even overtake you, and you get the advantage towards the end.
That's right.
It's got everyone thinking, excellent. Here is Bess rolling on.
That's the delivery we need.
It was full enough to draw him into the defensive shot. It turned a bit and it went quickly away on the onside, but unfortunately for Bess, it dropped short of the short leg field of Pope. That's more like it there.
Yeah, it is. Better pace, better flight.
Bess bowls, and that's a bit too short, I'm afraid, and it's whipped away by Brathwaite towards deep backward square leg. Sibley's chasing round, knocks it back inside the rope, very well fielded, gets to his feet, sends in the return, and they're back for 3 runs.
Yes, that trackside, that's when on the old velodrome, they're right at the top, aren't they? They're almost going nowhere, just sort of, I don't know how they do it, because they haven't got brakes, but they almost stock still, aren't they? Just waiting for someone to make the commitment, and off they go. Good idea. Good one there.
3 runs to the total, 181 for 3. Here is Bess. Moves in now and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks drives, guiding it with an open face into the offside. Broad trots in from deep back with point to pick up and send in the return. One more, 182 for 3. Al Portman tennis, taking the pace off the ball to float a drop shot.
That was my shot. That's with a slice. Nice slow drop shot. The sky is difficult.
Brathwaite back, of course, back on strike on 68. Dead bats that one into the offside towards cover. There's no run. It's the end of Bess's over. 182 for 3. West Indies going well here. Okay, they're 287 behind, but it's about time. And England are in a race against time at the moment. They are losing that race. More from Tuffers or Andy Zoltzman, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, absolutely flew past that, Simon, didn't it? Eh? Talking about being slow in sport. And the West Indies don't need to do anything apart from that, just bat slowly. Slowly knock the runs off and get past this follow-on. Aggers, old boy, afternoon.
Hello, Philip. One or two random conversations that I heard floating through my radio next door.
Well, there you go, just by how we slow in sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Stokes round the wicket, comes in, bowls, short ball. He's really trying to get Brooks to be tempted here, but so far Brooks has resisted. 35 not out from 64 balls.
We were just saying that we think Don Bess perhaps should be a little bit more flighty and a bit slower instead of sort of jamming it into the pitch. Just take a bit of pace off. You don't have to always be, I think spinners nowadays always sort of just like, slamming it in and getting spin and everything. Sometimes you've got to toss,
Flight and guile.
Bit of flight and guile.
Bit of Bish and Betty.
Oh, well, it wasn't he the best.
Yeah.
You probably know more about that than me.
He's 182 for 3. I never faced him. Stokes round the wicket, bowls, and again it's short, but Brooks this time plays it, standing up on his toes and turning the ball to short leg. No, I never played against Bish and Bailey, but I commentated with Bish and Bailey. Always liked his afternoon nap, old Bish.
Well, yes, spinners do.
Yeah, so we'd be working at the Wankhede Stadium, and at the back of it were some dormitories. I think for young players to come and stay, in Mumbai, and their practice. So Bish was portly, and he liked his lunch, and he would enjoy that. Then you give him one stint after lunch. Here's Stokes, and bounce it down the leg side, and then after a couple of hours, you have to be sent to go and find him, and they'd be laid out splendidly with a turban and so on, beautiful bright coloured turban, laid out on the mattress there. He was great fun.
Well, he was a. I mean, I've seen
beautiful
footage of him, and say it was all very sort of upright and sort of regal, was that? And then just, there wasn't this sort of great explosion or it was just like fizz, boink, and then
he had that ball on the end of a piece of string, dangle it. Stokes bowls down the leg side, actually almost clipping the leg stump. That's where Brooks has to be a little bit careful, because that was pitched up, that one. He'd gone across anticipating a short ball.
I like it. Andrew Simpkins. When is it good to be slow in sport? Tough as walking to the wicket when a fast bowler is on. Well, you've got to get there somehow. You can't avoid it.
Well, the big contrast is the speed that you left the pitch when you've been dismissed.
Absolutely haired off.
Me too. 182 for 3. Here's Stokes in the sunshine, bowls a short ball. Brooks can play that pretty comfortably up on his toes, playing the ball into the offside, and there's no run. Bishan is a beautiful bowler.
Yeah, he was.
Old-fashioned fielder, I think it's fair enough to say.
Oh, okay, yeah, doesn't make you. No, there's a few of us about, aren't there?
Often uses boot, sometimes miss.
Oh, did he? Yes.
Oh, he's a really good man. We're very lucky to have worked with him.
Yeah.
182 for 3. There's Stokes bowling, full, clipped away past leg slip. Curran is on the boundary below us to our left and throws the ball back, and they take one more. 183 for 3. I remember on Monty Panesar's first tour of India, his parents came.
Yeah.
And we were playing a test match up at Chandigarh way.
Yes.
Mohali.
That's right.
And Bish was working with us.
Yeah.
And I remember him taking Mr. and Mrs. Panesar to one side and talking. They were thrilled, of course, because they were one of the absolute heroes, but sat them down and
Chandigarh, is that with the old Himalayas? You see the Himalayas from the ground?
The Shivalik View.
That's right.
Hotel.
It's always a bit chilly there.
It is. Yeah. We often go there, actually.
Yeah.
Bess starts a new over, fires that in about middle and leg. Toughers won't like that.
No.
It's tucked away to short leg and Pope Fields.
I'm trying to get a chat with Don this evening, I think.
Yeah, you should do. Well, you can't.
Well, no, I can't. Well, megaphone.
Yeah.
Give him a call.
Perhaps you can pass messages down a piece of string.
Yeah,
from
semaphore.
Yeah. Bess again. Bowls, that's better.
Thank you, John. You can see. It's funny, isn't it? As soon, and that's what I liked about Graham Swan. You could almost tell the delivery that Graham Swan was going to bowl before it left his hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we both sensed that was the one.
Absolutely. See if it can put the rest of the over together like that. Here it comes again and bowls. Well, a little fuller, but it's driven up to mid-off. He'll take a catch there, roots the fielder. 184.
Only a youngster though, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
He's got plenty of time.
He's got a nice sort of feisty, competitive attitude like that.
That's what I like. Takes a long time to get the craft, you see. It's embedded in the body.
Yeah.
Yes. Doesn't come naturally.
Two men round the bat as he moves in and bowls and brings Brathwaite forward. He's on 68 from 155 balls now. And the immediate target is 270 for West Indies. That doesn't mean to say they're home and dry, but it rules out the most likely avenue of a possible England win. Bess again, a little shorter this time. And, turned into the leg side. A little hurried, perhaps, Brathwaite there.
Yeah, but it's or well bowled, hands on head. It's going down leg side. It's slightly short all the time in the world, just to rock back and knock it on the floor.
Yeah. Breeze pulling up the flags above the pavilion. Bess again bowls, and that's driven. Has he got the gap? He has. So he's played that well, absolutely threading it past Cover's right hand and mid-off's left. It's a beautiful shot. It was tossed up and it was very full, but even so, to absolutely know where those two fielders were positioned and hitting it absolutely. We have totally bisected the gap. 72 to Brathwaite, Brooks 37, 188 for 3.
It's on the subject of left arm spinners and the way the game has changed since DRS came in. Bish and Betty, 266 test wickets, just 16 LBWs.
Really?
Monty Panesar, 42 LBWs out of 167 test wickets. Rangana Herath, another kind of wily left armour, 108 LBWs from 433. So those two modern bowlers in the DRS era, about a quarter of their wickets in LBWs. Phil, do you know how many LBWs you had?
I would probably under double figures.
9. Correct. 9 out of 121, so about 7%.
Stokes from round the wicket, bowls short again, cut hard. Sibley at backward point.
7% of toughers of wickets, 6% of Bish and Betty's, and a quarter of left arm spinners in the DRS.
And then that then translates to perhaps moving on in the game. That was the crucial partnership. And then the bloke went on and got 180. You know what I mean? Adam Stone dead on 7.
Yeah. Usually what, sweeps? What is the sort of half cock?
No, that little half. If you
cock defensive shot, just ran on.
Yeah.
Stokes round the wicket. And there's a short ball. Get over it, Phil.
Yeah, move on.
It's taken by Buttler.
Yeah.
But anyone who was watching cricket in the 70s, remember Bish.
Yeah.
Beautiful coloured turbans, bright colours. Magical.
Northamptonshire, wasn't it?
Oh yes. Yeah. Just roll it out and toss it up and toss it up.
I can always remember him saying it in a very sort of like light blue, very bright light blue.
Yellows,
Yeah,
green.
Yeah.
And if you got hit for 6, you just smile and just do the same thing again, but just dangle it ever so slightly shorter. There's a nice stroke off the back foot. Runs here for Brooks again. He's very strong through the offside. And that's going to be 4 runs, I think. 2 fielders in pursuit. Neither of them can get there. And Brooks goes to 41. 192 for 3. That was very well played indeed. 277 behind. He didn't enjoy batting much, Bish. What was the game in the West Indies where It was a famous game.
Oh, they all got put in hospital.
They're about 7 down. I think Bishop was the last man. They're all in hospital with broken fingers. Yes. And I think they were all waiting, looking, and a white towel was lobbed over the boundary edge, and that was it.
Really?
Yeah. He wouldn't go out.
Didn't fancy
it. He declared.
Oh. And
absolutely
lost.
Sure that's right. I mean, it might be one of those stories that gets a bit ridiculous. In case Stokes and Bowles down the left side.
Little flag.
No run. But he thought there's no point.
Got 2.5 days to.
Just lobbed it over the boundary edge. Oh, I don't know. Same thing as Hungry Walsh the other day. What I hadn't realised, I heard from an old friend of mine, Hungry Walsh, when he got those. Well, when he got those wickets and the number 11 threw the towel in at the Nomads that day, it actually denied him all 10. He'd taken the first 9 wickets, and number 11 tossed the towel over.
Hungry Walsh. We always used to face him in the warm-up games.
Terrifying. Yeah.
It was terrifying.
Yeah. Stokes round the wicket. Bowles pushed away down to mid-on where Broadfields.
The dentist was the other one, wasn't he? The dentist.
Yes. That's right, the dentist.
That game was in April 1976 in Sabina Park, Jamaica. The 4th test of the series. West Indies ended up winning by 10 wickets, but the scorecard's extraordinary. India batted first, 306 for 6, declared 2 players retired hurt, Gaikwad and Patel. West Indies then made 391 all out.
Watch Stokes. Short leg's gone back a little bit there, crouching, still with a helmet on. That's a good short ball. Catch it, somebody shouts, but actually I think it came off forearm rather than glove. Stokes trying to get that catch in the leg side. 192 for 3, so 277 behind.
India's second innings, 97 all out, but only 6 players batted. Gavaskar out for 2, Vengsarkar, Mahinda Ramanath, Madan Lal, Venkat and Syed Kermani, the wicketkeeper, and then Gaikwad, Viswanath, Patel, Bedi and Chandrasekhar all listed as absent hurt.
Absent hurt, but I think you'll find that Bedi and Chandrasekhar were fully fit. He called them in. Bedi was captain, was he? Was Bedi captain? Or was Gavaskar captain?
No, Bedi was.
It was Bedi, yes. He made the decision down there. I'm sorry, lads, I'm not going out.
Oh, well, I could kind of agree. If Sonny's getting out with 2, and all these guys. 8, 9, 10 Jack didn't fancy strolling out.
That's a great thing for a captain to be able to do, though.
Who was the bowler? What was the Windies bowling?
Michael Holding is here for Sky. Maybe we can ask him about that game during the T20. Had 7 wickets in the match. Wayne Daniel, Bernard Julian and Van Holder.
There's a couple of quicks there.
Yeah, Julian and Holder were fast medium.
Yeah, sort of pitched it up and swung a bit. Obviously, the other 2 had done it.
I think they did the damage, probably. Oh, dear old Bish. 192 for 3. Change of bowling. Chris Woakes is entering the attack from this end. So, change of end. So, he'll bowl into the breeze, which is quite stiff. So, we'll see how he gets on. There's 2 slips. England desperate for wickets now. So, it doesn't mean that it's all over if we seem to avoid the follow-on, but the odds are it's a big step in the right direction for the West Indies to retain the Wisden Trophy. Brathwaite's on 72. He's holding the innings together, and Woakes kicking up his heels, moves in and bowls, and one that hits the shoulder of the bat as Brathwaite comes forward. In email from Claude. I haven't got your surname, Claude, but never mind. Hello, chaps. Firstly, thank goodness TMS and cricket is back. I'm here in sunny Cornwall, gently gardening, while my poor wife Bobby is laid up in the house with knee cartilage damage.
Oh dear.
But I can periodically hear her chuckling to the banter. Please will you wish her a speedy recovery? Of course, Claude. And poor old Bobby, get well soon, hey? Here's Woakes, and it's a thickish edge. Again, he plays slightly across the line there. And fielded at a point.
Might be a torn meniscus.
Or she's getting out and doing the gardening. Come on, Bobby, let's go and do some weeding. Oh,
that knee.
Bit of a sore knee. Sorry, Claude. I'm going to listen to the cricket. That sounds more like it to me. Well done, Bobby.
Get well soon, Bobby. Yeah. I've had a couple of torn meniscuses.
Have you?
Yeah, they're sore.
Make your eyes water.
They do.
Woakes over the wicket. Bowled very full. Clipped into the leg side. No real power in that stroke. And there's no run. 192 for 3. We've got, half an hour? Time is tea. Tea has moved regularly today. It's not until 5 to
5-4.
We used to. I've been to Mousel a couple of times in Cornwall. Was it Mousel or Mousel?
I don't know.
Yeah, a little place down there, Mousel.
Right.
Very nice little part of the world.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, a couple of nice pubs.
Windy lanes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
192 for 3. Woakes over the wicket. Bowls on leg stumps, chipped away. Only as far as mid-on. More oohs and ahs and groans and so on. But really, these two have played very, very well indeed.
Do you not get yourself down to that neck of the woods?
Yeah, but in the summer, it's kind of a bit
more tricky,
difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. For sure.
192 for 3. Woakes on strides. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls short. Oh, he's hit that well off his hip. Flicking it away down to long leg for a single. Nicely inside the line of that. Helped it on its way. 193 for 3. So the West Indies 276 runs behind. 77 to avoid the follow-on. Moving pretty comfortably in that direction at the moment. England did something, try and spark some sort of collapse, some sort of panic in the West Indies dressing room. I'm not sure who's going to do it, to be honest. Woakes over the wicket. Bowls. And it's played by Brooks into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 193 for 3. A new ball due in 14 overs. And I was wondering, looking at the attack, Alistair Cook's come in now. When Archer was withdrawn from the game, there must have been an argument with him saying, well, look, we need some pace. Ollie Stone or I don't know, or even Mark Wood. I mean, I know he played in the last Test match, but it's left a bit of a samey attack, isn't it?
Afternoon, Aggers. It has. Certainly, we're seeing why they're desperate for pace. Why they're trying to get some pace in the side, because when it does become flat, like this wicket is flat, you can see what pace can do. You have more options. Doesn't guarantee you're going to get 5 for every time, but just gives the captain something different to do.
Stokes resumes the short pitched attack, and that's pulled away out to deep square leg for a single. I mean, Stokes does this role sometimes, but it's only sort of mid-80s.
Yeah, and there's a big difference, isn't there, between an 85 mile-an-hour bouncer and a 90 mile-an-hour bouncer. And Ben Stokes is just running here. He hasn't bowled at all, and then suddenly he's in an 8 overs. Is this his 8 over spell?
It's ninth over.
And you can hear him talking to the batsman saying, I'm going to still keep coming, I'm going to still come. And he's just such a wholehearted cricketer.
Yeah.
But you just feel.
Here he comes again round the wicket. Bowls another short ball. He's fended away into the offside, but run-up bowl 9 overs of bounces on a pretty sluggish pitch like this is.
I saw a stat. It was 82% short, which, I mean, that must be hard.
Yeah.
Was it Simon Mann and I were talking about? It was not as quick being short or something, but I think it definitely takes more effort to bowl bounces, doesn't it?
Definitely. Still round the wicket. Brooks 41 not out. Stokes in the sunshine again with a leg slip and a short leg, comes up and bowls. It's down the leg side and short. He's got to flick that away. But, no contact made, and Buttler's there to gather it. There's one man at slip, but he was within shouting range. So sort of a socially distanced slip from the wicketkeeper. He's about 2 to 3 metres away.
Same on the leg side with the leg slip.
Yeah.
Slightly further away.
Lots of people are playing today, by the way. A recreational game. And there's been a bit of rain around, but for many of you, perhaps your first cricket of the summer is Stokes. Bowls a bouncer again, and he just dips his head and allows that to go through to the wicketkeeper. 194 for 3.
Yeah, played well today, haven't they?
Yeah.
I like the fact they haven't just tried to defend. I thought they might, the way they bowled quite negatively, and I almost felt that they were bowling for the draw. And I'd hoped that they weren't going to take that into their batting, but they haven't. They've looked to score. They played really well.
Stokes again moves in and bowls another bouncer. I think every
ball in this over has been in his half. And again, Brooks' bobs underneath it.
I mean, at least he's creating a bit more rough around for Dom Bess to aim at.
Brooks really hasn't looked like engaging in this warfare at all. He's ducked out of the way. Played the odd one off the back foot. Certainly doesn't look ruffled by it. The last ball of the over, 194 for 3. Stokes rushes in, bowls another short ball, which Brooks plays easily enough up on his toes, and that rolls away into the offside. And well, they're certainly blunting this short-pitched attack. So we've got 35 minutes to go until tea. On this fourth day, West Indies 275 runs behind at 194 for 3. And going well. Isha arrived with a load of notes, which I took as being a get out of my seat signal. And I said, well, to do one more, which is working hard, Isha. So absolutely fine, said Rory. 194 for 3, which is up and down and all over the place.
You set it up perfectly. You just better hand over to me. I was thinking about what to say.
Yeah.
And
I think Isha heard it coming as well. 194 for 3. 13 overs to a new ball. And Woakes with his band over his hair, which is really quite swept back underneath it. Moves in now, and he bowls, and it's pushed away. Feeling for it slightly there, Brathwaite. Picks up a single to Broad. Bumble has done one of his Fred Truman impersonation films he likes to do on the subject of fast bowlers wearing headbands. Got something to look at.
Fred Truman was very happy, was he?
Well, he might, I suppose, have seen Dennis Lilly wearing his headband. Because Dennis, in his later years, he'd wear often, like a yellow one. He wore one headed in 81, I think he had a...
Not canary gold, or whatever they call it.
Well, yes, it probably was canary gold, actually. They hate it when it's so yellow. It's Woakes bowling. And back goes Brooks. And Woakes can feel that as he follows through. Of course, part of Dennis Lilly's was to sweep the hair back and then used to run his forefinger across his forehead and then flick the sweat off like that. It was all part of the act. He'd look at you.
He had a big chain, like those shirts and buttoned shirt. There were those shirts in those days, weren't there? Buttons.
Yeah, oh yes.
Did you have a headband? Ever wore a headband?
No, never any need for that. 195 for 3. Then goes Woakes. Bowls and gets a thick edge. Oh, there's no third man. And the chase for Stokes. Look at that. He's bowled 8 overs, or 9 overs in fact, of bouncers, and he's chased that all the way down to third man and it's just beaten him by a yard. Well, he is incredibly fit. But again, it just shows the commitment too of Stokes. That was probably always going to go for 4.
He's played that really well, because there's a hint of movement from Chris Woakes. Brooks played it with really soft hands, played it late, there's no chance. I mean, I reckon it bounced 2 yards away from the outside edge, down, almost ran it down to third man.
Stokes returns, he's jogged all the way back. He's puffing a bit now, and he's got 3 balls to suck in some air. Woakes moves in, bowls on the off stump, neatly played by Brooks. I can always feel Carlos Brathwaite purring. He's clearly big friends with this fellow, and he's urging him on from the old little room.
He was a bit quiet this morning, wasn't he, Carlos? Yes. I think he was a bit worried about the batting. Now he's just starting to strut around the commentary box a little bit more.
Just a tad. Oh yes. I've got him watching Fred Truman videos.
You set him homework as well as you set me?
Oh, absolutely. You've got to watch these people. Yeah, in my day it was Harold Larwood, but you can update yourselves with Fred Truman. 199 for 3. Mid-off has come in close and quite straight. That's Root crouching there. Woakes bowls pretty straight, and Brooks stands up, plays up very easily again into the onside. And there's no run. Deserted Old Trafford. It's every now and then you catch a glimpse of something, usually a steward, and yet they're stewarding nobody.
Well, I went for a run around the ground yesterday, and when it got called off, and there were 2 stewards sat under, I don't really know what that dodgy red building is, and they still had to be there until 7 o'clock.
Here's Woakes. Oh, it's a lovely ball. That swung and beat the bat. And that was most unexpected. and goes through to the keeper. That, I think, is the Red Rose Suite.
Okay.
And it used to be the press box.
Well, I didn't know the name of it, so I couldn't think.
Here's the build-up. 199 for 3.
That was a lot quicker this time, Angus.
Half an hour to go till tea. So thoughts from Alistair Cook, and then Ishigua's coming in here.
Yeah, so I ran past him and I was doing laps, so I saw him a few times, and once it was announced the game had been called off, I just assumed these stewards would wander off home, but after about 3 times they're still there, I stopped and said, you still here? And he goes, yeah, we've got to be here until 7:30 or 7:45. I thought they also were in that corridor where they couldn't see anything, so I thought it was going to be it could be a long 3 hours for them just sit there.
Incredibly hard-working, the stewards here at this ground. Would have been tough yesterday in the cold and the rain. As Ben Stokes continues from the James Anderson end, here he is bowling to Brathwaite. Put in the air and caught. Well, Ben Stokes, he's been toiling away from that end, bowling short stuff, and one that is back of a length. Brathwaite looking to work it leg side, miscues it, and an easy pop-up catch for Ben Stokes to take. So he gets the breakthrough. Is there an opening now for England here? Brathwaite goes for 75 as we see him walk off the pitch now, and the West Indies 199 for 4.
It's always a way of Ben Stokes in his 10th over of bowling short. Just makes something happen, always does. And whether it's in the field, whether it's a bat, and now with the ball, he's just given England a glimmer of hope. Still 70 runs to play with into this quite crucial mark of the follow-on, I think. And it was an important wicket. Brathwaite played really nicely, really controlled. Probably best I've seen him play for quite a long time. He was disappointed to miss out, but he's done a good job for his team. And now can England take advantage?
Kraigg Brathwaite 75 from 165 balls, 8 fours, partnership 76 in 22 and a half overs. Brathwaite's second consecutive first innings half century of the series, and in 10 tests prior to this series he had not reached 50 and averaged just 12, so a superb return to form.
Another big effort here from Ben Stokes. Just looking at that delivery again, you reckon it was cross seam, but it kind of just sort of twirled in his hand almost. It wasn't really an off cutter.
No,
it's almost like it came out the front of his hand.
I think it was just a cross seam,
right.
But I don't know if that's what he's been bowling, all of them cross seam, because sometimes if you do bowl a cross seam, it might just hit the shiny side and skid on, or just clip a bit of the seam, and it just held the pace back. Just come off the surface slightly differently. I kind of stopped a little bit in Brathwaite, but I haven't seen any close-ups of whether all the other balls have been cross seamers, but it's a vital breakthrough now. And I'd imagine they're going to stay with the same tactic for Chase. He's a very good front foot player, but he can get out to the short ball, so Ben Stokes is still staying around the wicket.
Roston Chase just marking out his guard now. Looks like an off stump actually, as we look at it from behind. Ben Stokes at the top of his mark now. He's going to continue around the wicket, averaging 31. Roston Chase, best of 137 against India 4 years ago. Played a couple of important knocks already in this series. Has just given himself a bit of a warm-up. He's wearing a short-sleeve jumper, a bit of a hamstring stretch as he reaches down, and now comes down the track to take a look at the pitch. Do a bit of gardening. He's going to have a man down at fine leg gully, short leg, a man just behind him, 20 metres behind him at square leg. Dom Bess position there, and Stuart Broad at mid-wicket. So here comes Ben Stokes, steaming in now, past the umpire, bowls to Chase, leaves one outside the off stump, just leans himself back as that goes past his shoulder through to Buttler. Bit more of a breeze here at Old Trafford, blowing from left to right, just brightening up as well. And a huge moment in the game in the context of this series for England. They have to keep picking up wickets. Stokes past the umpire to Chase. This time he looked unsettled as he ducked underneath that one, going through to Buttler. It was almost as if he was looking to go back, and then realised he was moving himself into the line of the ball and had to quickly shift out the way.
Well, he swayed the previous ball slightly wider of off stump. This one was over leg stump, so almost on his blind spot of his left shoulder. For a split second, he looked like he was going to get a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Just got his head out the way. It's a better line for Ben Stokes there. That line over leg stump.
Stands open in his crease. Chase off his hip, down onto the floor. In fact, that was probably a bit more under the armpit as he jumps up and tries to play it. But Joe Root definitely in the game there. Falls in front of him.
It's a good skill to be able to bang away short and not go over the batsman's head. You only have two of them. I can't even remember many actual bouncers. They've all been like Neil Wagner. How good is Neil Wagner?
Yeah.
Just finding that length of the armpit and above, but not going over your head, so you can just continually bowl them. And Ben Stokes has definitely found that length on this wicket.
Chase back and across, ducks underneath that one a bit more confidently. So continuous short stuff here from Ben Stokes.
I wouldn't mind Ben Stokes just coming over the wicket at Chase, because that will bring the full straight one in, LBW, bowled. Just when someone's just come to the crease, obviously still trying to get used to the pitch, not seeing the ball as well as Brathwaite would be seeing. Over here, he can't get a guy out LBW really from this line.
Stokes bowls short again. Chase on the back foot, guiding it past point to misfields. Dom Sibley charging after it. Chase is pushing back for two, and he'll get there comfortably. So he's off the mark, and the West Indies, they go past 200. They're 201 for 4 at the end of the over, trailing by 268. Brooks on 45. He's played brilliantly off 89 deliveries, and Stokes 1 for 22 off his 10 overs. Persistent spell from him coming into the game. And batting to come, Jermaine Blackwood, 5 off a century in that first test match, leading his side to victory. Jason Holder, Shane Dowrich, they bat long. Of course, there was Alzarri Joseph, who was in as night watchman after day one. So that batting lineup is extended as Woakes will carry on from the Brian Statham end, as Brooks marks out his guard. Here comes Woakes now. He bowls. Brooks on the back foot defending solidly. There was that one delivery in the last over that just shaped a little bit for Woakes. I wonder if he can extract that once more into the 70th over here of this innings.
Yeah, it's a big 10 overs till the new ball. I don't think England will hesitate to take it. West Indies didn't take it for almost 15 or 16 overs. When they bowled, I think England were desperate for their new ball. It hasn't swung as much for England as it has for the West Indies, with the overhead conditions different.
Brooks again comfortably patting that back. So there's Joe Root, who jumps across the pitch.
You can tell it's a slow wicket now, with almost a subcontinent style field, with catches in front of the bat. Short extra cover, short mid wicket, short mid off, and then the extra cover in the kind of the gap between short extra cover and mid off. It's definitely a field you'd more like to see in Chennai than you would in Old Trafford.
Woakes through and finds the outside edge, but he doesn't get any bat on it.
Good bowling from Chris Woakes here. He's bowled 2, I would say, wobble seamers, so they've gone dead straight, and then he's definitely tried to swing this with the seam cantering towards the one slip, and it's beaten the outside edge.
Yeah.
Very good bowling.
Mightily close. That was millimetres. As Brooks sets up once more, still in his crease, back and across, and this time gets over to defend it to the offside. It's been a real feature of the West Indies in this series, how much they are covering the off stump. And having spoken to Toby Radford, their former assistant coach, their batting coach, I know that that's something that he's worked incredibly hard with them on, the likes of Jermaine Blackwood, Roston Chase, Kraigg Brathwaite, making sure they line up on that off stump. As that's cut away backward a point by Brooks, beautifully timed. just a little bit of width on offer. It was a decent length, but he's just lent into that, Brooks, as that's flown away down to the third man boundary. He picks up 4, goes to 49.
Looks very organised, Brooks. Very steady player. Simple technique, not big movements. And every time England stray outside that off stump, with it's Dom Bess and Chris Woakes, Stuart Broad, he punishes him. That's a back cut, hit very hard, and used the pace of the ball. He looks very well organised.
Yeah, composed at the crease. He's still at the moment, then comes across, and this one goes past Josh Buttler, diving to his left down to the fine leg boundary. So, has he got bat on it? No.
I don't think so.
No. Slightly straighter on that occasion, Woakes. That score now goes to 209 for 4. 70 overs have been bowled in this innings. Yeah, off the thigh pad as we look at the replay. And that run rate for the West Indies, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, they've scored quickly today. England struggled in that first 130 odd overs really to get the scoring rate up close to 3. My maths isn't quite good enough to do it straight away, but they are scoring slightly quicker than England, I would say.
Yeah.
England at 70 overs were 180 for 3, so they're 29 runs ahead.
Chase on strike to Stokes, bowling around the wicket short again, and he's done well to get out of the way of that one. He was jumping up, but then again evading the ball, leaning his head back as it goes past his nose.
Played it well. People drop your hands, and he's just dropped him nicely. Design the ball.
It's Matrix style. The way he leant back, slow motion. As Stokes turns at the top of his mark. Here he comes again, running towards us in the bright sunshine, past the umpire. Chase this time on his toes, defending back down the pitch. It's right on top of that one.
Found someone coming out of those porter cabins this morning. You know those ones outside the hotel, which we've spoken about.
So we're actually staying in there?
Yeah, staying in there.
Right.
So outside our hotel, there's some porter cabins with beds in, which they don't look like there's that much space in them. We've walked past. I wondered who's got the short straw. I was half hoping his Aggers would be in one of them, but
he wouldn't fit in one of them, would he? Stokes bowls. Chase ducks underneath one.
Yeah, well, he demands a suite, doesn't he? He certainly won't be in a
penthouse suite.
Yeah, there's just a bed, I think, and then I saw a chef popping out. So I said, how was your night in there? And he said, they're not the most comfy thing I've ever slept in. He said, you can only lie on your bed or go to the toilet. There's nothing else in between. So I said I'd mention him on air. So we thanked him for the food he was cooking. We were grateful for it.
What was his name?
I didn't get that far, I'm sorry. I'll knock on his door on the way home.
Come on, Chef. Chef Union is Stokes bowls another short one that Chase safely negotiates. Just ducking underneath it.
Yeah, he was looking forward to going home tomorrow night for a double bed to sleep in.
Testament to everyone who's worked incredibly hard to get these test matches on, but to all those that are working here at the game. The stewards yesterday, the chefs, the staff who've been just so hospitable, just so lovely. As you walk into the reception, they're all asking you how you are, and incredible services. Stokes bowls again, and Chase pops this one out to the offside, but looked uncomfortable. This was angled at his armpit once more. He squares him up. Doesn't look comfortable at all, Chase. That was definitely cross seam.
And just took a little bit out of the surface. Just a little bit of dust popped out where that hit. The surface halfway down. That could have looped anywhere. A slightly quicker pitch. Say that would loop to gully or even backward point, but took the shoulder of the bat and probably only landed about 3 yards away from Chase.
Stokes again short, this time an easy leave for Chase. Ben Stokes really putting in 11 overs now into this spell. 209 for 4 the West Indies, 9 overs away from the new ball England, trailing by 260 the men from the Caribbean. Joshua Dean emails asking, after I asked what everyone was up to. I'm currently in the process of revising for my up-and-coming exams that are due to take place in the next few weeks. Can I just say, listening to TMS day in, day out provides me with nothing but immense happiness and relief during a time that is currently filled with much stress and anxiety. Joshua, it's an absolute pleasure. I'd love to know what you're revising for.
Hopefully he is actually revising. We're not going to ruin his exams.
As Woakes continues, and Brooks clips that off his hips out to deep backward square, will come back for 2, and that is his 50. 51 he moves to. He's played brilliantly in this innings. He's played with a lot of intent, a lot of courage, and has helped the West Indies to 211 for 4.
101 balls for sorry, I got that wrong. 96 balls. Sorry, Cricinfo's thrown me a curveball there. They've slightly got their balls attributed wrong. It's his third score of 50 or more in just 8 Test innings. He made a 50 against India and Jamaica last year, and a century against Afghanistan in Lucknow. So good start to his career.
He's had to wait a long time for his opportunity. He was the under-19 West Indies captain, played with the likes of Jason Holder, Shane Dowrich, Kraigg Brathwaite, that age group, and it's taken a long time for him to feature in this West Indies 11, but he's taking his opportunity. 2 50s in a century in 5 matches.
You see how Andy straight away blamed someone else when he made a mistake. I mean, he just read it wrong, and then he's blaming whatever website it was.
It's one of those. Brooks forward in defence to the leg side.
Yeah, he could have just said, sorry, I read it wrong. It was on my TV, and I was like, God, he's got that one wrong. And then he was blaming this 3 servers, whatever he looks all his information on. Oh dear.
Never trust the internet. That's what I've learned from that.
Cookie, we were getting summaries from your mum yesterday. What was her summary at the end of yesterday's? Woakes bowls, Brooks on the back foot, punches out to deep point as Bess turns and throws. They'll come back for 2. It's Brooks to 53, 213 for 4.
Yeah, no, without much cricket. She just said what she had done. She asked whether Michael Thorne delivered on his food, which obviously everyone's heard that he had, and then just said about the morning. She sent it this morning. The morning weather was a bit miserly in Essex, so she'd hoped it wasn't the same in Old Trafford. So not quite as in depth today. Without
any advice on your work on air?
Not yet. I'm expecting something at some stage.
Okay. Down the leg side from Woakes.
Probably something to do with my English or my grammar, I'd imagine. Okay. She's quite strong on that.
Elizabeth or Stephanie?
Yeah, it's a good...
Right. Is that her alter ego, Stephanie?
I don't know. Yeah, it's getting to dangerous territory, but yeah, I always, at home, when on our wall at home, or one of the walls, it was always Stephanie Elizabeth. When I was young, I just thought she was called Stephanie, and then sometimes I'd hear her introduce herself as Elizabeth. It could certainly confuse me as an 11-year-old. Obviously, she was just mum to me.
I do love alter egos. I think Mike Hussey has the best one. You know, he's he doesn't say boo to a goose. Lovely guy.
Oh, yeah, what's his name? I can't remember his name. Maurice, that's it.
Until he has a few bevies, and then he turns into a completely different person. Anyway, I'm off. 213 for 4, the West Indies trailing by 256. Chase on 2, Brooks on 53. A few more words from you on alter egos, Alistair, if you have one, as Simon Mann will come in.
No, I don't think I do have an ego. Well, actually, I definitely have an ego. That's an alter ego. But Andre Nell, very famous cricketing one, now Essex bowling coach, with us down at Chelmsford. Was it Gunther? Is that how it was pronounced? Gunther? He was one of the nicest men, or is one of the nicest men you'll ever meet off the field, but on the field he kind of had this act of aggressiveness, and he was always in your face, always in the battle. But there's a man I definitely think has one when he plays cricket for his club, would be Simon Mann.
No, not at all. Didn't say boo to a goose.
Well, I don't believe that for 1 second.
I never ever started anything. I promise you.
Where's the grumps come from as well?
2:30. Oh, that goes back to an incident in way back in the 1990s. That was a Shilpa Patel nickname. Do you know Shilpa?
Yeah.
2:13 for 4. Chase on 2. Here goes Broad bowling, and the short delivery, and Chase nudges it away. Plays it pretty well, actually, wide of leg slip. And there's one more to the total. Chase to 3. 2:14 for 4. It was just a fraught day at the Oval in the 90s. That was all.
You're going to explain?
Well, I don't know. There's not much more than that, really. I think she just thought I was being a bit grumpy, so that was it.
And then Aggers has called you.
Yeah, well, she called me it she started calling me it, and then it was an affectionate. Yeah. I'm very mild-mannered most of the time.
Well, I've never seen anything otherwise. That's why I was a bit surprised.
Yeah. Broad with his headband on goes into bowl to Brooks, who's there on 53, round the wicket, short ball, predictably, with this field. And Brooks ducks underneath it and through to Buttler. England's record-breaking bowler Jenny Gunn has an alter ego, Valerie, when she wants to become more aggressive on the field, apparently. Why Valerie? She calls herself.
There must be a few more cricketing ones which or other people who play cricket can text us in and of their stories or one, because there must be some cracking ones there.
2:14 for 4. Broad bowls, and Brooks ducks underneath that short ball as well.
You're very competitive, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I saw that in that TMS game. Were you out first ball in that TMS game, or am I getting the wrong game here?
I think you're getting the wrong game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew that would be too good to be true. I just had someone whispered in my ear, hit the winning runs.
Yeah. Broad bowls, I'll let someone else say it. Short down the leg side. Off Tuffers as well.
Was it?
Brooks allows it to go by, way down the leg side.
Did you get any in that game?
Well, enough to see us over the line.
That's what you do.
Yeah, exactly. Jeffrey told us we weren't allowed to lose, so who am I to argue with him? Greg James played well, actually. It was fun batting with him. He was a good batsman, Greg James. Hit Swanee. A lovely shot over wide long on. There's Broad by another short ball, and Brooks gets his head out the line of that one. Through to Buttler.
Graham Swan got out first ball in that game, didn't he? Yeah.
To an Olympic silver medalist.
Ooh.
That's right, isn't it?
I can't see.
Johan Blake.
That's right, because I commentated with Henry Blofeld on that, and I really, obviously, it was an honour to commentate with Henry. And I don't know if I got there just in time for that, or I just missed it.
It was a very funny moment. Broad was another short ball, and Brooks ducks underneath that as well. Well, very obvious ploy here from England, and Brooks not to be tempted, and he's playing it well, just ignoring it, getting underneath it, or out of the way of it. 7 overs to the new ball, 10 minutes to go until tea, 214 before the score, West Indies, and 270 their initial target. They're still 255 behind, but 270 gives them a degree of security in the game. Not total security, but a degree of security in the game.
Ben Stokes' marathon spell, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. The CricViz ball tracking data suggests that 86% of his balls were short. They break it into full, good length and short. So in the 3 categories, 86, 5 out of every 6 balls banged in.
I love that as well, because Stefan, who writes the BBC Sport website, and you can read his report every day after a day's play, messaged the England media manager, Danny Rubin, to say, is Stokes fit enough to bowl? And he just reeled off 11 overs.
So yes, he is.
In the afternoon session consecutively. He didn't bowl in the morning session, then 1 or 2 question that. But I mean, Stokes generally bowls a bit later. I think he likes the older ball, doesn't he? He thinks they can reverse it or whatever.
I just think with England had so many options. Obviously, Bess bowling quite a lot in the morning.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Bess is into the attack bowling. It's turned away by Chase towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's been a disappointing day for Dom Bess so far. Hasn't quite found his length. He's taken the 1 wicket of the night watchman caught at short leg in his first over of the day. And his 18th over in all, bowls to Chase, who stands up and plays it comfortably towards straight mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Rory Burns.
Yeah, he hasn't quite got enough balls in that perfect area. So there's always been a bit of a release pressure.
Bess bowls to Chase, who flicks this away wristily through mid-wicket to the right of Burns towards Sibley on the deep mid-wicket boundary. One more, 2:15 for 4. Chase moves to 4. David Hardy emails, I taught at Colchester Royal Grammar School with your mum, Alistair. I never knew her by anything other than Stephanie. I remember she didn't like abbreviations of her name. Bess bowls, and back goes Brooks, drops the ball onto the pitch. Pope bends forward to pick up and lobs it back to Bess.
It was definitely confusing. It confused me. I think it's confused a number of people. Maybe that's the way she likes it.
Bess again to bowl to Brooks on leg stump, flicked away towards deep mid-wicket, wide of Sibley, might get 2 this time. Sibley picks it up, they're going to amble back for 2. Comfortable 2 there. As the throw comes in.
You'd have thought over the last 13 overs on the other end of Broad and Stokes bowling all around the wicket, where there could be a bit more rough for Dom Best to throw the ball into, but all those balls have been a bit tad straight to clip the rough.
Best bowls. Brooks drives, goes out into the covers. Good sliding save there by Crawley on one of the old pitches that presumably used for practice. Picked it up and sent it in.
It's going to be a grass burn, isn't it? That's a grass burn. Tonight he's going to be sticking to the sheet.
2:17 for 4. If you haven't done that, it's a really unpleasant thing, especially it takes a while to heal.
It's horrible. You avoid at all costs diving on the square.
Why don't players wear more those sort of protections around their elbow area to stop that happening? Because if you dive a lot and slide a lot.
I do think in one-day games a lot of them do, where if they're going to be the guys in backward point, short mid-wicket, short extra cover in a one-day game, they do. But it's not necessarily the elbows. It's more like the forearm and then like the shin as you slide on the hard ground. And this square is hard, so that would not have been fun. He'd have thought, can I get away with not diving? But the ball's just going a little bit too quick for him to just be able to stop it normally.
Broad ran the wicket, bowls a ball just back of a length to Chase, who nudges it away. Best chases after it from square leg towards fine leg, sends in the return to Buttler. They're back for 2. 2:19 for 4. Do you think actually Broad and Stokes bowling round the wicket? I know there's that deliberate ploy of bowling short and into the body, but do you think there's also with an eye on creating some rough?
I actually do. I think the tactic from Ben Stokes was we're gonna change it up and go short, but I think Joe wouldn't mind it because of that. I definitely think it's legitimate.
Broad again bowls a short ball and does well to get out of the way of it there, Chase.
And there hasn't been a huge amount of movement for the fuller length balls today. I think we heard a stat that England played and missed 80 odd times in their first innings, and I'd imagine West Indies would be a lot lower than that, because I don't think it has nipped. Now I don't know, again, all the variables of cricket, the overhead conditions, this is the first time we've seen any blue sky in Manchester since we've got here, and whether that's just changed the conditions to nip. But then again, I thought it was more nip. I know they got it to swing, but the ones they played and missed definitely nipped away. Like Kemar Roach nipped the ball quite a lot.
Chase on 6. Broad bowls to him. Another short ball hits him. Balloons over Butler's head. Goes down towards the boundary. 3 are chasing it. Actually, the person who gets there first is the fine third man fielder, Sibley. And they run through for...
Just a single. Just a single,
one?
Yeah. Chases.
I was just watching the ball. I wonder whether they come back for the second. It hit him on the right shoulder as he evaded that one, and because he wasn't playing a shot, but because he was taking evasive action, you can get the leg by. Of course, we saw one in the first innings of the match where there was... Well, it's about the law, actually. We didn't totally clear that one up. The ball went down fine. There was a no shot played, I think, by Sibley, and Root was looking to come back for the second. There was sort of close to being a run out, but the law says completing the first run or completing your runs. Here is a short ball. It's been nudged away down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, and Buttler couldn't quite get across. That was sort of what Broad has been trying to do, and he flinched in playing the shot there, Brooks, and got something on it. And Buttler could not get across. It was off the glove, and how far away was Buttler? Well, just a fraction late, actually. The glove was there, but the ball had gone.
So the perfect bounce, right in the armpit at the heights you can't sway, the lines you can't sway, the heights you can't really duck. So he tried to ride it, took his eyes off the ball the last minute, hit his gloves, and sprawling Josh Buttler couldn't quite get there.
It was close, Buttler, but not close enough. Here is Broad bowling on a short ball, wide of off stump this time.
You see the difference in line there, can't you? That the one which is right on the money, so hard to play. That was the foot, over to the off stump, and it's just nonchalantly left. It's an amazing difference. There's such a small margin of where that ball gets into your armpit, how hard it is to play.
Yeah, well, Broad induced the mistake. It wasn't a drop catch from Buttler. He was diving away to his left-hand side. It would have been a fine catch. Brooks 59, Chase 6, and now Broad's going to come over the wicket. A change of angle of attack. Broad goes in and bowls to Shamarh Brooks, and Brooks is back into his stumps playing a ball that's short of a length towards Pope at short leg, and there is no run. 2:24 for 4. We'll probably have one more over before the tea, until tea at 5 to 4 today because of the rain earlier in the match, and we're catching up time, and we can play until 7 o'clock tonight. Official close is 6:30, but I'm sure we'll have overs in hand to take us to 7 or close to 7.
Yeah, but the amount Don Bess has bowled, a bit of Joe Root as well, we might be closer to 6:30.
37 overs left.
2 hours 15 with the new ball. We're gonna have the new balls though, and a drinks break.
We're
still at 7.
It's always 7 or 7:30 or whatever time is the last we can play until. So West Indies now
45, 46,
46 away from saving the follow-on. This is Bess then. Into bowl to Chase. Full ball clipped away towards backward square leg, and there's no run.
Just say England do, bowling West Indies out by the end of today or right early tomorrow morning, would they then risk losing to trying to win, or is it they haven't got enough time to bowl them out?
Best bowls. That's hit firmly into the onside towards wide mid on. They're off a quick single. Shai comes into the far end, the striker's end, but batsman easily home. 2:25 for 4. Well, I think they'd have to have a look at it. I mean, I remember Australia at Lords last summer, where England pushed for victory. They gave themselves about 50 overs to bowl Australia out. Best bowls off the outside edge. Brooks gets no, he doesn't get a single. Stokes is after it quickly from first slip down towards short third man. There's no run.
Well, there's one game we played Sri Lanka at Cardiff.
Yeah.
Where we actually carried on batting for Ian Bell to get 100 because it looked like it was a flat wicket, a really flat wicket, and we thought that was never gonna be happening. We were down a bowler.
Best bowls short, dipped away straight to Woakes at square leg, no run.
We were down a bowler. I think Jimmy Anson might have been injured, so he didn't bowl. But we thought, well, we might as well have probably only like 60 overs at them, but we bowled them out in like 25.
Yeah, I don't think it was as many as 60 from memory. But here is Bess bowling, driven nicely by Brooks to the left of Broad. Broad puts a boot down to stop it. Brooks gets a single, takes him to 60. 2:26 for 4.
I remember carrying on batting because we thought we had no chance of winning. We thought it would be a bit unfair to declare on Ian Bell, and I think he was on about 96 or something. So he only went out for until he got his 100, and then I think we bowled him out almost straight away.
Yeah. Bess pushes that one through. It spins a bit, but it was short. He's able to clip it away, Chase towards deep mid wicket, and they walk through for a single. And West Indies just picking Bess off in that over, and that is tea. 4 overs to the new ball. 2:27 for 4. Another good session for West Indies, in which they scored over 100 runs and lost only 2 wickets. And that follow-on target has been dramatically reduced, and that is their first target. 109 for 2 in 33 overs. That's a good job done by West Indies. I reckon from memory in that game, you might have started bowling about 3:30 on the final day, but bowled them out well inside the distance. I think there might be some rain around as well on that final day.
Well, I don't think we started on time, and we definitely lost a couple of days in the game. Oh, that's right.
We got
sure you got this one right?
We got results.
Yes. England were 491 for 5 at lunch on the final day. Ian Bell 98, and then there was further rain. So then declared at 496 for 5, and Sri Lanka 82 all out in 24.4 overs. And at tea on the final day, they were 33 for 2 from 12, so they lost their last 8 wickets in just 12 overs and 4 balls. Chris Tremlett 4 for 40, Graham Swan 4 for 16, a couple of wickets for Stuart Broad.
So the point is, England they'll have to try to do something on the final day if they were any sniff of a victory, even if it was just go at West Indies for 45, 50 overs or something like that.
Well, I think they'll definitely take 50 overs, wouldn't you? But it's a long shot, and
it is a long shot. Yeah,
the West Indies have played so well that this to get the lead down to the follow-on.
Jonathan's coming in, Alice. Keep going, but I'll let Jonathan come in. Yeah,
thanks for letting me keep going, Simon. They've played so well for 45. Today I didn't think they'd score as quickly as this today, so that they have this luxury of the runs. The runs has been a bonus for them. They'd have definitely taken 4 wickets at tea, but I thought they'd have been a few runs behind that. But credit to West Indies, they played really well. Hello, Aggers. You almost did old school seat there. You're about to sit down in a nice seat.
Been moved. There we go. Thanks for letting go over backwards. Go and have a cup of tea, Alistair.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Stand yourself down for 20 minutes. Ground staff hard at work. And of course, part of that is trying to prepare the pitch for the next test match that starts here on Friday. It's just 2 strips along. So in between all the actual play as well, they're trying to protect it and to make it fit to go and ready to go for Friday. So lots of work going on out there. 199 for 4. No, I'm looking at the screen. That was the wicket. I'll give you the score in a minute. All the screen's gone completely mad. I know a man who I'm sure will know the score though, and that's the Cricket West Indies Chief Executive, who's joining us from Antigua. Johnny Grave, you're so delighted with how your team is playing.
Yeah, I am, Agus. Yeah, it's been a great series so far, and just hope they can continue to bat now and mean that we can obviously retain the trophy.
Yeah. How does it mean? I mean, you would have been absolutely at the forefront of all the negotiations, and I suspect from the start, really quite speculative conversations that probably started, I'm guessing, but from this side over to you. Can you sort of take us through your process and your viewpoint of what has brought you all here today?
Yeah, I think firstly, Agus, we had New Zealand and South Africa due to come here in the Caribbean in July and August, and just because of the distances of which those teams would have to travel, we always knew they were likely to be severely postponed. Therefore, I think it seemed realistic to say to Tom Harrison and the ECB, well, look, we'll be as flexible as we can be in trying to get or trying to sort of prioritise your series ahead of ours, just because it seemed more likely that we would be able to get one flight to the UK than it would be for either New Zealand or South Africa to get all the way to the Caribbean. So but you're right, in the very early days it seemed very ambitious, but clearly the ECB had so much riding on this summer. They had to do everything they possibly could do to try and be as creative as they could to get this series on safely, and that certainly was and continues to be our number one priority. So I think you're right to say it's great to see the team doing well, but it's also great to see that all the plans that the medical teams have put together have meant that this series has so far gone ahead really smoothly, and the players have been very, very safe.
And I mean, you're in Antigua now. Do you think people there realise how grateful everyone here is? Obviously not just to try and salvage the ECB situation, but just to get some live international sport. How grateful people are that the team has come.
I don't know. I mean, I certainly think it's been a boost for the region to see the team playing cricket and playing so well, and I certainly think it's been brilliant for Test cricket, for the World Game to restart with all the eyes of the world watching what was in that first Test match, almost the perfect restart, which was a final session on the final day with both teams having a possibility of winning. So I think for Test cricket really to sort of be the format that world cricket has returned to the screens has been great all round, really.
Yeah. So when the first approach came then, and you started talking to Tom Harrison and the ECB, did you know what this whole bio-bubble situation would be? I mean, was that sort of one of the first starting points, or did things evolve into that?
I think the first, I think what was very clear was that any series would have to be behind closed doors, and I think we knew from our discussions with the ECB that certainly British horse racing and potentially the Premier League and football were likely to go back slightly before us. So I think that definitely helped. and that we knew that the possibility of chartering a plane from the Caribbean to the UK was also a possibility. So I think, reasonably quickly it became apparent that if we were going to have any chance of the series taking place, the earliest was going to be early July for the first match, and was almost certainly going to be a charter flight and behind closed doors. But obviously, with the improvements that have been made to the Test match grounds, in particular, those at Old Trafford and at the Rose Bowl, and I guess to a certain extent Headingley and others that now have hotel facilities on site, the ability to sort of players to become completely self-sustained and remain within the confines of a cricket ground within the UK are now possible. So it didn't seem that far-fetched from fairly early on that there could be a plan that would be medically safe and that would get UK government approval.
Yeah. What's interesting, of course, is that the Caribbean is relatively COVID-free. If you look at the numbers in other parts of the world, and including here, of course. So to actually take responsibility, if you like, in trying to encourage the players to come. How did you feel about that yourself?
I think we always, we've got some experience of having taken our men's and women's team to Pakistan in recent times, and I think we just relied on that process to very quickly get the players on board with the discussions so they could start to get an understanding of what might happen, and that it was, a possibility, albeit you're right. I mean, look, thinking back to May and the start of May, the sort of what we were reading in the papers from a COVID-19 point of view, it did seem at times, are we really doing the right thing? But I think as the plans developed and as the medical teams got more and more confident, and that sort of ran parallel to the status of COVID-19 in the UK, which was on a daily basis getting better and better. I think when it actually came to ask the players, they'd had probably almost a month to think about it. And certainly the thing here in the Caribbean, we'd been so focused on the plans in the UK, we suddenly realised, how are we going to get players from Guyana and Jamaica all the way into either Barbados or Antigua to actually get on the plane. So it very quickly then became, we had to think through our logistics, which was not just getting the players into one hub to be able to get on that transatlantic charter, but also to test all the players, get the results back, and get permission of the governments for, charter planes to land at international airports that were closed. So, it was a huge amount
that
of...
really is, that's a huge... That must have been logistically, because you are talking about a different government for every country, every island out there. I mean, that must have been a huge process as well.
Yeah, it was, and it was obviously something that we didn't really entertain until it became apparent that the UK plans were going to be safe. But again, we do get enormous support from the governments here, and I think everyone wanted this test series to restart as long as it was safe to do so. So when we asked the governments for their permission to land the charter flights and for the players to leave, we got huge support very, very quickly from everyone, which was fantastic, because any delay in any of those permissions, or if we'd run into any difficulties, really would have put the whole logistics in real jeopardy.
Yeah. Of the three players who declined to come, I mean, did you simply leave it at the first request and they say no and that's it, you don't put any pressure on, or did you try and persuade at all?
No, I made it very clear that we weren't going to try and persuade or coerce anyone to go. But what we did say to the players is that they kind of let us know on the weekend before we were having a call or a final call with the ECB medical team. So I just said to all three of them, would they like just to join that call on what was then the Monday, and just listen to the final plans and then come back to us by Tuesday along with the other players whether were still of the opinion they didn't want to talk. All three of them actually took that opportunity up, and whilst I didn't really think they would change their minds, I think it was good that they at least made that decision with all the known facts, so that they weren't going to be sitting in Trinidad or Guyana sort of looking at what was now a test series going on with any regrets. And I certainly hope that they don't feel like that, because every player had the right to make that decision, not just based on their own opinions but also that of their families. So we fully respected their decision, and we're never going to coerce anyone to try and go.
No. And obviously I've been watching your players for some time now myself, and particularly the reserves. who are, they're in that hotel, and I can see us in front of me here as they were in Southampton, and all they've got really are some net sessions and so on. How are you keeping them all going psychologically to be shut up in a hotel? I don't know if everyone quite gets it and quite how restrictive life is for people in that bubble. How are you helping them?
Well, we've certainly, ECB have helped by getting this sort of games room with, golf simulators and Formula One simulators and all sorts of things to keep them entertained. And I know they've been playing very competitive games of table tennis and dominoes and stuff. But they've also been working very, very hard. And I think it was fairly close to the end of the discussions where Jimmy Adams and I had a conversation going, what a fantastic opportunity for some of our fringe players to spend 7 weeks with Phil Simmons and our coaching team. We know the facilities in England are fantastic from a playing and preparation point of view. So to train with the squad, to play 2, fiercely competitive games against other members of the squad in those 2 warm-up games, but also to have all of the facilities of Emirates Old Trafford and the Ageas Bowl, and to have all of our players together on what we view very much as almost a 7-week high performance camp. I think we're actually now starting to think what a fantastic opportunity it is for some of those young players that have started to emerge as potential future stars of West Indies cricket.
Yeah, that's a really good spin on it, actually, isn't it? It is a fact. It is a wonderful opportunity for some of these to get away and just learn about international cricket.
Yeah, and I think Jason Holder spoke the other day of saying that actually having some of these young aspiring fast bowlers bowling so fiercely in the nets to them has really helped their preparation, rather than necessarily having a young bowler that Lancashire might have provided us with. I think it's something that maybe we'll look to see how can we repeat this. Certainly we've got at least 2 months every year where world cricket shuts down for the IPL, and maybe this is one of the things that can come out of it, that actually those players that don't get IPL contracts, we can almost recreate what's happened during this 7 weeks. And we own now the old Stanford ground here in Antigua, and in the process of developing it into our high performance centre. This is exactly maybe something that we'll try and replicate in the future, where our best red ball cricketers can come to Antigua and have a really intense high performance camp as we look to sort of get across all our teams, but particularly our test team, real competitiveness for places, which has probably been missing for the last few years.
Yeah, it's the last one on the bubble and everything. When it was discovered that Jofra Archer had gone home, and there were all these phone calls frantically trying to make sure that everyone was still happy with the situation. Did you do any more persuading as a result of that breach or not?
No, not at all. I think we've been really impressed by the ECB medical team, and they've done a fantastic job in keeping us really informed. So our medical team knew immediately what had happened. The protocols, had allowed or almost predicted what happens in these types of scenarios, and obviously we've experienced that when Phil Simmons left the bubble of Manchester to go to his father-in-law's funeral, so we knew what the protocols were. We've also had selectors come in and leave, and all of that has been given to us in advance by the ECB. We've agreed the protocols, we've said we're happy with them, and they've been adhered to. So we had no reservations at all with the medical plans once we knew what had happened and how the ECB were dealing with it.
And so you're now focusing presumably on the Caribbean Premier League, of course. Have you sort of nailed down precisely where it's going to be and when it's going to be and how it's going to be played?
No, I think the jigsaw that we're now doing is ever changing. So you're right. I mean, ideally, the players would come back, almost immediately. Go for those that have CPL contracts, head to Trinidad for what will be a mandatory quarantine period there, because the Trinidad borders are not open yet, and their airport is shut, so they will have to go through a quarantine there before the CPL can start.
Back into isolation again for them.
Correct, and then we're then trying to get South Africa here, but original plans were trying to get the South Africa tour on prior to the World T20, and if that's postponed, then we're hearing now that maybe the IPL might start earlier than the World T20, which may even curtail that, which means from a West Indies point of view, we won't have really hosted any meaningful full member cricket since India left here in August last year, which is going to prove an enormous challenge for us from a financial point of view. But look, these plans are changing all the time, and every day creates new challenges, and sometimes you get positive news and sometimes you get setbacks. So we very much hope the CPL can happen. It's a really important tournament for us. Ideally that was preparation for the World T20, but if that is postponed, then we just hope that we've got time to host some international cricket here in the Caribbean before we have to shut down again for another, 6 weeks, 2 months for the IPL. And then really, because we're really now having to play our home cricket in a similar English summer window, potentially we're looking at not until July, when Australia are due to come here, to get any cricket, which is going to be an enormous challenge for us.
Yeah, financially, I mean that's pretty frightening, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and look, there's still so much uncertainty, and what I would say is that the lengths that the ECB and our medical team have gone through to get this test series on can't be underplayed, and therefore to think that hosting any cricket at the moment, particularly when you're hosting multiple teams and international players, is an enormous challenge to make sure that you abide by government protocols as well as obviously your own standards to ensure players are kept safe. So I think the world of cricket needs to understand that getting international cricket on safely, or even domestic cricket on safely, especially when people are in our world, travelling international borders and coming from different countries, it's an enormous challenge. So cricket is going to be, it's not, now this series is on, we're back to every series just sort of taking place. Getting every single one on is going to take real logistical and medical protocols, and it's going to be an enormous challenge for everyone.
Yeah. Do you think this series has proved that it can be done, though? Is it maybe shown a way forward for other countries?
Yeah, certainly it has, but I think seeing the plans and not just the plans, but the financial investment ECB have had to make, it's not something that's going to be possible for everyone to do. And while some countries might have an economic need to drop standards in terms of quarantine requirements, testing requirements, I think certainly we would want to keep very tight protocols around ensuring our players' safety. So it does provide us with a roadmap and a sort of a formula to get cricket back on. But for anyone to think that it's been easy for the ECB, or in fact us, to do so, would be underplaying it massively. It's been an enormous challenge and come at enormous cost, and it certainly won't be easy for everyone in the world to provide this sort of blueprint to get cricket back on.
Yeah. Well, Johnny, I know everyone listening would want to show their appreciation for your team coming and all the hard work that's entailed. And thanks ever so much for talking to us. We'll catch up with you again soon somewhere.
Pleasure. Cheers, Agus.
Cheers, Johnny. Johnny Graves, Chief Executive of Cricket West Indies. There you go. To get this series on, obviously a huge amount of work done here, but also from that West India perspective, just logistically, to get these players from so many different countries to be able to come was really quite something. Many thanks to him for the part that he's played in getting cricket going here. 2:27 for 4 is the situation. There's a new ball due in 4 overs time. But West Indies have worked pretty well, and certainly at this stage quite successfully, towards seeing off any chance of being asked to follow on. There's still a long way to go, of course, in this game. There's 36 overs to go tonight, and then 98 possible tomorrow if necessary. Joe Root's called a huddle down there. Not sure what he's going to say, but terrific effort by Ben Stokes. That period up to tea. Phil Tufnell's nodding his head, and he'll reflect on that while I make room for Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, it was a good effort for both Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad. That is not an easy skill to do, coming round the wicket, thumping in every ball, effort ball, short into the ribs. It takes it out of you as a fast bowler. But it was the only way that England really were looking likely to get a wicket. So I think the new ball's going to be key. 4 overs away, a little bit of spin and a little bit of Woakes or someone like that, and then have a real go with the new ball. Otherwise, this test could be drifting away from England, Ellie.
Hello, Tuffers. Feels like it's got to happen in this evening session for England, doesn't it?
You need 5 or 6 wickets, I think.
Yep. 270 to avoid the follow-on, and West Indies 227 for 4 at the moment. And yeah, got to hand it to the West Indies batsmen as well, because when that short barrage was coming to them, yes, there was the leading edge, which was the caught and bowled for Stokes, but on the whole, the bounce was ridden and the challenge was ridden well by Brooks, who resumed 60 not out, and before that Kraigg Brathwaite as well for his 74.
Yeah, played really nicely. Did the anchor role for him, and it is difficult. I mean, people might say, well, if they're bowling around the wicket, you know where it's going to be. It's going to be short and into your ribs, but you've got a split second, to decide whether to duck, to sway, to play. Is it going to bounce? Is it going to keep low? What pace is coming? And so it wears you down as a batsman as well. And I mean, you're right. I think that the West Indies didn't then take the bait and start trying to hook it and could get top edges for the field that was set. So, it became a bit of a stalemate there.
No, they showed great discipline as well, didn't they? So
exactly.
I'm not going to fall for your trap.
No. I know your subtle plot.
your subtle plan.
Yes, and I'm not going to be lured in.
Broad has ball in his hand with the pavilion behind him. So from the James Anderson end, Roston Chase on strike, 8 from 21 he is. So similar field that we had before tea, with Broad around the wickets with a short leg in place, and it's down the leg side, a shouldering of arms from Chase, carrying through to Buttler from back of a length. So the short leg still there, Ollie Pope beneath the helmet. We've got Burns standing at gully, and we've got a leg gully as well. Square leg, point, mid-off and mid-on.
Got a Stuart Broad stat for you.
Oh,
okay, yes.
Got the Hawkeye CricViz ball tracking data.
Broad charging in around the wicket again. In he goes. Angled out towards point, no run.
They have 4,670 Stuart Broad overs in their ball tracking database, and the first of the 2 overs he bowled before tea was on average the 3rd shortest over he's ever bowled in terms of where the ball has bounced, and the 2nd over was the 9th shortest. So he has been banging it in a slightly uncharacteristic way.
Yeah, he's been asked to do a very specific job here, and he's around the wicket once more past the umpire, down the leg side though, and he's not quite directing it right. It's far too easy for the batsman to leave alone.
And that in itself is hard for the bowler as well, because you don't like doing this as a bowler. You like to be sort of building overs and setting people up. Nip one back, swing one away, one short perhaps. And so as a bowler, it becomes a bit of a mental sort of task just to keep going, right, well, all I'm going to be doing is bowling this ball short and at his ribcage. You know what I mean? It's awkward all round, but it does work sometimes.
But with Stokes doing it from that end, we've got a switch now.
Yeah, I think he's had enough now.
Yeah, he's going over.
It's a bit like the spinner bowling over the wicket into the rough. It becomes just like, oh, here we go.
A bit samey.
Yeah, a bit samey for everyone.
3 balls left in the over the wicket, and that's a better bouncer, and it's got it fending away towards short leg. It's dropped safe though, but again, he's having to ride the bounce, and it could have easily ballooned up. So there's still a challenge with a short ball from over the wicket. It doesn't always have to be around the wicket.
It's really dried out, this pitch, isn't it? Really, I mean, it looks really dry now. Started a little bit damp, there was a little bit of tackiness to it, but 2 or 3 days, it's all that moisture has just been evaporated out of it.
Broad charging in, headband on, bowls again short, and he's ducking this time. Chase goes through to Buttler. So this is over number 77.
Well,
are we going to see Broad bowl up to the 80th over and somebody else take the new ball?
Well, I might be interested. I mean, you would have thought that they would have given Stuart Broad a new ball, but you want him at his sharpest, not after having bowled 2 or 3 overs. Perhaps they might give it to Stokes.
I did wonder that.
Yeah.
I wondered. Is that the next trick up Joe Root's sleeve?
Yes, I mean, he just always looks so lightly, Ben Stokes, doesn't he? Whatever he does.
Around the wicket again now, so Broad switching, and that's a sway from Chase. So we've seen a variety of different leaves as well during that over, and it is the end of the over from Broad. So 2-7 for 4. The score remains a maiden then. Broad charging. We'll keep an eye on them, whether he's likely to come back on and continue bowling.
I mean, when you do go to that tactic, it's usually the last sort of one in the bag. You've opened the old bag of tactics and you've been scrabbling around, and there's there you go, round a wicket short, just hidden the corner. That kind of means that you haven't got much left in the old think tank.
Well, it's Bess from this end, so continuing with spin. And one point to make, I'm not sure whether we've mentioned it this match, of course, is that Stuart have to make particularly sure that he stays the right side of the cricketing law, if like this match, because the match referee is his dad. I'm sure it would come down particularly harsh on him.
I forgot about
disciplining
that.
your son.
Yes.
This with the neutral umpires and match referees being used. Bess over the wicket, then it's Foolish to Brooks, who comes forward, defends back up the pitch into the hands of Don Bess.
That would be awkward, wouldn't it?
Being summoned by your dad.
Yeah. Sorry, Dad. Come in here, son.
It is. It's an interesting quirk, isn't it? But Chris Broad is the match referee, and Bess is in again now, coming forward, driving up the pitch. Brooks 60 not out. He's played very nicely for his half century as well.
I'm sure he wouldn't be more lenient. I'm sure he'd play.
Well, it might actually work the other way.
Exactly.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah. I've been dying to tell him off for years.
Bess in, going back, a little dabble, just wide of slip. They're able to come through for one, which should be two as well. Brooks turns.
Close.
Oh, he's a little bit late now. Chase setting off for the second, but the throw needed to be tighter on the stumps. Butler was there wanting to gather the ball and whip off the bails, but rather Brooks always wanted to.
He actually turned there, Brooks, as Joe Root was turning to throw. I thought that would have been a lot tighter. A tired arm there from the England captain, I think.
Here's something Tuffers.
Yeah.
Looking over behind, over towards the car park, over deep cover as Bess is in. Full defender back up the pitch. You can see Jofra Archer doing some jogging over in the nets area, just the other side of the nets.
Oh, okay.
We did hear rumour that he might have been allowed out of his isolation bedroom.
Has he been allowed out? Has he? Yes, he has.
He's got a mask on. He's got blue disposable gloves on his hands as well, so he's PPE'd up. Bess is in. More flights, a full toss in fact, driven straight to Broad at mid-off, throw at the stumps, it misses.
That would have been gone.
Didn't really look like he had much of a hurry on then either, did he?
He was short there. He ambled there. Stuart Broad, to be fair, has run in there and picked up beautifully. Oh,
would have been out.
2-3 yards out.
In fact, the batsman was pulling up, whether he was worried about being hit by the ball, but
bit of luck.
It was like there was a sort of jockey on his back saying sort of, whoa, we're coming to the line, let's ease off, and actually he needed to be putting a dive in. And we got away with one there. Chase. So here's Brooks on 62, 3 around the bat. Bess in, flighted up and driven into the pitch, back into the hands of Bess. It ends the over 2:30 for 4. West Indies score. So I'm just saying, I think Joffre is out there with. Well, there's somebody out there with him over on the field, whether that's a member of the support staff, trainer, but he's clearly being allowed to have. Does that count as, do you think, daily exercise when you're in isolation? Either way, he's allowed out, and that indicates, as there was, of course, when you think about availability for the third test. First of all, it was there going to be any disciplinary action, and we know the answer to that now. There's a fine. There's no sense of any ban. But then really just a question of what happens if you've been in literally no exercise for 5 days as a fast bowler.
You've got to blow the cobwebs out a bit, haven't you?
It's a good sign for him in a cricketing sense that he's able to.
The fingers will be nice and loose. The fingers will be nice and loose on the old.
I think there would have been a fair amount of computer games being played. Yep, bit of activity on the old Xbox. Now Broad is continuing here. So again, around the wicket, so still got this field set up for short-pitched bowling, and he's charging in again. Second new ball around the corner, it bounces. It's just a turn of the shoulder as the ball's allowed to go through to Buttler. So this is the 79th over. So Broad still charging in.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. I mean, as you say, the pitch has become so dry, there's not a lot of sideways movement, and I've been a little bit surprised that England haven't got as much swing as the West Indies. I know it was slightly overcast perhaps on those at the start of the game, but the West Indies did get the ball to swing. It's been a bit gun barrel, England.
Yeah. Broad in again now, and that was a better directed delivery, just didn't quite get up as much as the previous. So actually when the shoulder dip came and the turn of the head, I think he might have just felt a little bit of a breeze past the right shoulder as the ball fizzed past.
Well played again though.
Yeah, not being tempted into the rash shot.
No, he looks pretty comfortable against the short ball, and not, as you said, as we said earlier, not tempted to have a little flick at one.
We saw the West Indies continue for another 13 overs, was it, with the old ball before they eventually took the new. But you would imagine that England would be straight onto it.
Oh yes.
Woakes is warming up, and Broad's in again, fending it down to the leg side. Good short ball, forcing him to play at that one, but equally well controlled by Brooks. So Woakes definitely warming up, so he's got an eye on the new ball then perhaps, and maybe they're going to hope that Woakes can get some swing with the new ball, and whether it will be Stokes from the other end. I don't see him doing particularly any.
Well, they might just have
up.
2 or 3 with Stuart, 2 or 3 with Stuart, and then get Stokes straight back into it.
Broad with the Victorian red brick pavilion behind him. In now, short again, and that isn't controlled, and it's flown away and dropped in front of Burns at Gully.
Lucky. Did exactly what he wanted to do there. Stuart ball slightly straighter at him as well, and a bit of a cutter actually. And it's just jagged at him. Oh, it's got that top end of the glove, and that could have gone anywhere. But he's quite a tall man, and able to sort of get up and just punch it down. If that just hits sort of on the angle on the way up, that balloons up anyway.
A nasty delivery. Burns is there waiting for a catch, has his root, leg gully, short leg as well. Broad in again, ducking underneath it. He's got right down on one knee that time. And Broad's looking at him as if to say, how did you manage to just get out of the way of that so easily? And he seemed as if, Brooks had all the time in the world just to duck, almost quite genuflected, didn't he? Just dropped down onto one knee. Little bow of the head, but he had to crouch a little more than we've seen him previously.
I think Stuart Broad was thinking that's almost bowled him. He's down on that back knee. He's really crouched down, like touche turtle.
Yes, tucked up, properly tucked up. Broad around the wicket once more. Again, similar crouching leave position from Brooks.
The one thing,
over.
the one trouble with that, I mean, it does look like it's creating the odd occasion, but England need to push here, don't they? They haven't got time on their side. So the West Indies are pretty sort of just going, well, listen, that's not really going to get me out, only if it's an absolute rip snorter of a ball and gets me in 2 minds. I'm not going to play the hook shot, so I'm not going to be taking any risks. I'll just keep bobbing and weaving here all day long. You're not threatening off stump. You can't get me LBW. You're not going to get me bowled, sort of thing. So it's kind of cancelling each other out. England perhaps need to rethink about it. It was a good ploy to do it in that session when nothing was happening. But now, as you say, that perhaps the new ball's going to come out to go back to really pushing for outside edges, bowls and LBs.
Yeah, about 11 overs of Stokes, didn't we, on the trot, bowling that short stuff. Here's Bess in, back goes Chase, no run. We've got a substitute fielder on. Let's see who's gone off. Stokes is still there at slip. Broad is still on the field.
Is that over?
Bess over the wickets. A breeze picks up, and that's it. Drops a little shorter, a little flatter from Bess. Maybe saying tough as you'd like him to be bowling just a little bit slower, maybe just a more loopy, enticing drive.
Yes, a bit more sort of up and down, a little bit more up from the hand. Get it above the old batsman's eye line, as they say.
Tussle head, Bess in, quicker, fuller, driven, and that's drilled down the ground for 4. That was not what you were calling for.
No.
230 for 4.
See, even though that's fuller, Ali, it's sort of flat and full, quick, flat and full. It hasn't got any deception on it, that ball, and you just see it wide and full, and it's just give it the kitchen sink, really. You know what I mean? You do have to have a little bit of craft as a spinner. It just hasn't quite got that right today, Don Bess.
Chase on to 12. It's flatter again. There was a hint of turn there, though. It turned into the ground and then picked up by short leg. There's no sense of dip because there was no flight, no
up, no up from the hand.
Got to come down.
You have.
Bess a little skip as he gets into his stride now up to the wicket. Flatter and fuller again, but this time he hasn't timed it. And the ball squirts out towards the covers where Overton is. Woakes is still whirring his arms because in 1 ball's time the second new ball will be available. West Indies needing 270 to avoid the follow-on. They're 2-3-4 for 4, and Bess in, coming forward. It's come off the outside edge of the bat into the ground though, and running away towards short third man region. It's a chase back for slip, and they've got a single. So 80 overs gone, and Chase on 13. Brooks is the standout batter at the moment, well set on 63 at the point that new ball is now available. So 235 for 4. Out comes umpire Alex Wharf.
Oh yeah, give me the new ball. Give me the new ball.
Will be tucked into Richard Illingworth's pocket, and immediately Jos Buttler tosses away the old ball to Alex Wharf. So it is game on now. This is a little shift in the session. where England have got to make something happen wickets-wise if they're to get themselves in a position where they can win.
I like that. That the way Josh Buttler sort of got rid of that old ball is like, I don't know whether you've seen it in the golf sometimes. You know, if they 3-putt one and they pick the ball like, I don't like that ball, and throw it in the lake, don't they go, get out of it.
There was an element of disgust.
Yeah, there was.
From Buttler.
Get that. You've done me no favours whatsoever. I don't want to see you ever again. Get a nice new one, thank you.
And looks as if Stuart Broad will take the new ball. So even though he's only had a couple of overs of short stuff, so he's had a tea break before that as well. Yeah, he will be warmed up. There is that, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and often you sometimes see, don't you, bowlers take a new ball 2 overs into the over when it's available, just to give themselves a couple of looseners with the old ball, so you don't sort of waste the new ball. But Broad's already had that element of a warm up, so
he'll be ready to go.
And then at what point do you bring Stokes back in? When you see really what Broad and Woakes can do first. New ball, will they get some swing?
Pitch up swing.
Yep.
And then, I think it'll be time for Benjamin.
That's what these two, their main role is new ball bowling, swing it, find the movement. But Broad and Woakes are the 2 wicketless bowlers so far in this innings. And Sam Curran, who's adjusting his headband, making sure it's on nice and tight. Is in the field for the moment, watching on as Broad comes in, bowls to the new ball on length, and it's defended to the offside. Like there's a great amount of swing there. 235 for 4, then the West Indies. The first target, 270. Brand new, shiny cherry.
Nothing better in the hand. Nothing better in the hand as a bowler.
We saw a lot of cutters with the old ball, but you'd imagine here would be just angle it towards
wobble
slip. Well, it could be a wobble as well.
Yeah.
Chase with 2 slips and a gully and a short leg as Broad is over the wicket to him, and he's up on his toes, fending into the offside, drops into the ground, and Crawley moves in from point to field. So he's still riding the bounce well, is Roston Chase. Just to say, if you want to hop onto the BBC Sports website at the moment, some pretty good stuff there for you to read as regards Caribbean cricket, West Indies cricket.
Always good stuff.
I can commend.
Yes, always good stuff. Always good stuff.
Broad's at the end of his mark. And now to Chase. Searching and searching. Full. Now it's come off the inside edge, squirting away down towards fine leg, and Curran's there to pick up. Broad really fired that one in.
Lots of hands on head at the moment for England, but not making the great breakthrough.
Just a little bit of hint of wobble there, wasn't there? And then off the seam.
Just angled in, looking to target those pads.
The Caribbean Cricket Club, that's what I wanted to tell people about. Mark Higginson has written about the Caribbean Cricket Club, which is still going strong in Leeds. It was formed in 1948 to help some of the Windrush migrants to integrate into life in the UK. 72 years on, still going strong. As they've got 3 adult teams and 4 junior teams for men, women, and boys and girls. Broad is in, full edged through to Buttler. Just focus on Broad here for a moment because a couple of things are happening. He looks like he's got the wind behind him. A little bit of a cross breeze actually towards the slips cordon. But yeah, plenty to look at on the BBC Sport website. Now that has gone past the inside edge and past the off stump. They left a gap.
Can't believe that's not bowled. Oh, that's jagged back a mile.
It's a bounce as well.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes as a bowler, the bounce can undo you because you've almost got to bowl so full to hit the stumps. I mean, that was an absolute perler of a delivery, but just sailed over the top of off stump.
He's putting a lot of effort today, Broad, with that around the wicket bowling, but this is where he thrives. Oh, and that's a nasty one as well. Fended away. It's beaten second slip, running away towards the third man boundary, and it'll be 4. But he's found the edge once more. Batsman made to feel uncomfortable. Brooks has got another boundary. He's on to 67. Ben Stokes was left flat on his front at second slip.
It's not through lack of effort, that's for sure. As you say, Stuart Broad really is knees pumping, elbows going. Just not having the luck here, England.
Jag back again, and the bottom hand comes off the bat handle. And that's again just helps to keep that ball down.
Played it pretty nicely in the end, sort of rode it on his way back and took that hand away, which just deadens it. Didn't poke out at it.
But it really reared back at the batsman. 240 for 4. Last ball of the over then from Broad with the brand new ball. In again, straight down the leg side, and it's spilt by Buttler. Chase back for Root. Broad's got his hands on his hips. Nor did that come off by signal, so missed everything. Well, Stuart Broad with the new ball. There's certainly some movement off the pitch, isn't there?
Just a little more on Broad's lengths in that old ball spell. Up until he took the new ball, it was at that point the shortest spell he has ever bowled for England in the period covered by the ball tracking data. That's over 1,000 spells dating back to 2009.
1,000 spells. Sounds like a...
It's like a Harry Potter sometimes, isn't it? Tuppence, I'll leave you with that thought. And then at 241 for 4, Sam Curran coming on. Aggers is also moving in.
Have we got an emergency stat, Andy? I always like that time of the day. Emergency stat.
Well, further to that, looking only at complete overs. So before I was looking at partial overs as well, but out of complete overs, they're 3 of the top 7 shortest overs Broad has bowled in the last 11 years.
Now here's Curran with the new ball, and it swings gently into Brooks, who's 67 not out.
Sorry, mate, I threw that little hospital pass to you.
He's always got something. 241 for 4.
What have you made of this, John? Come on. Help me out.
What's in particular?
Well, I don't know. It's all just... the pitch has become very dry, hasn't it? And West Indies are in no hurry. They're not playing, they're just sticking in, aren't they?
Curran bowls, swings in. Brooks on 67. Pushes into the offside. They handled it pretty well.
Yeah.
They've just soaked up the pressure. Saw a little hard work from Stokes, didn't they?
Would you have a cunning plan up your sleeve as a seam bowler?
Well, I was trying to think what the cunning plan might be, really, because I think whereas West Indies went wrong in England's first innings, at least England went to plan B and they went to the short pitch attack, didn't they? And got a wicket as a result. 241 for 4. Curran scuttles up, bowls a ball that does come swinging in, and Brooks taking that bottom hand off the bat handle, played the ball into the leg side. But when England just got to keep going, if they can't enforce the follow-on, if it had lead of 150, go out and give it a whack.
This is when cricket's tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially Test cricket, flat pitch. Ball's not doing too much. Long periods of inactivity. You've just got to keep plugging away.
You do. Hope for a mistake.
Yeah.
Curran runs up, bowls. That's nicely played by Brooks, who has got a very straight bat, I must say. Beautifully straight.
Yes. And he looks like a good player of spin as well. Particularly good player of spin.
He made 100 against Afghanistan in the test in Lucknow.
Yeah, that's when old Dravid said, have a look at this boy, because he obviously could play spin.
He's 31 years old. He's been around a long time.
Yeah. But it wasn't like, usually that, West Indies players against spin, they say good player of spin, they look at it, use their feet and hit 6s and 4s. He looked to keep it on the carpet.
Curran again bowls to him, swinging in, but beautifully in position with that straight bat once more. And Curran fields in the follow-through. 241 for 4, and lots of Josh Buttler out there, clapping his gauntlets together and urging the players to keep going. Broad's got his hands on his hips there, looks like a samurai with that headband and the great big bow on the back. It's to go with our Japanese theme from last night. 241 for 4. 1 ball to go. Off goes Curran. Bowls are driven. Now can Broad get there? Down he goes. Yes, he can. Well done him. Didn't stop it cleanly as such, but he deliberately pushed the ball out to the mid-on fields when they've taken 1 run. And it's 242 for 4. So West Indies 227 behind, 28 more, and they've avoided the follow-on.
Yep. Oops.
But then England have just got to keep going, haven't they?
Then what? And so we run that thought forward, keep going, bowl them out after the follow-on, have a bit of a whack. You don't want to, and then try and bowl them out in a couple of sessions, I suppose.
Yeah, put some real pressure on tomorrow.
Yeah. Perhaps even dangle a carrot, John. No.
You don't see many carrot danglers these days, do you?
Not anymore.
No, you don't.
We did. We used to like a good carrot dangler.
Well, county cricket was all about dangling the carrot.
Well, of course it was.
Yeah.
It was forever being dangled.
Yeah, it was. And you got some really good games of cricket as a result.
Yeah, it did.
242 for 4, so 227 behind. Broad again, arms pumping. He's bowling a furious spell from the far end. Moves in and bowls, pushed into the offside. Oh, there could be a run out here. Let's see, can mid-off hit the stumps? No. There's Brooks there, pushed forward. Chase wasn't coming. And that was Woakes this time. It was Sibley earlier today in that position. But Woakes then, let's see if a direct hit would have seen him off. He went a long way down.
He did.
And the throw from Woakes, no, he would just have been in.
Yeah. Well taken by Pope, absolutely.
Yeah.
A great piece of fielding, really.
Anyhow, just any way to get a wicket.
Yeah.
Broad again, past the umpire. Bowls.
Oh, that's close.
Wicket, absolutely plumb. Brooks is out for 68. Broad hasn't bothered looking behind him, so the finger go up. And there's not even the fleetingest conversation between the batsmen about reviewing that. It was absolutely plumb, as you like.
Yeah.
It just kept a bit low, came cutting back, hit him round about the knee roll, bang in front. And that's absolutely plumb.
Yeah, well bowled Stuart Broad.
Deserved that.
Yeah, he did deserve it.
He drove him back.
That's right, stuck to his guns, and as you say, drove him back and back and back. And then that was a good length ball which he was trapped in the crease on the back foot, just nipped back and kept a tad low. Now this is the chance. This is England's chance here.
Well played Brooks, by the way. That's a really nice 68.
Yeah, it was very nice. As you say, look, very composed. Good player of spin and took his time, got himself in. It was a good knock. As I say, coming here with perhaps something to prove, he's got a fair way of doing that. But this is the chance for England, because even though Roston Chase has been in, he hasn't particularly sort of really got into his stride. And Blackwood, as we know, even though he's looking to try and change his game and bat for long times, he can just have a rush of blood.
Well, up against a new ball, it'll be interesting to see how he plays it.
That's right.
So 28 required to avoid the follow-on. 5 wickets down. They're not there yet.
A couple of quick ones here with a new ball, John.
Yep. And Blackwood goes out to join Chase. Now, in the nets, so Jofra Archer has been allowed out. Thank goodness for that too, because I can't imagine what it must be like spending 4 days in that hotel room. But he's having a bowl on his own with some staff members in the nets wearing mask and gloves. It's all approved. The West Indies are fine with that. He went for a run this morning at 7 o'clock with members of the staff. He wore PPE when running, which must have been quite something.
Yeah, difficult to get a good lungful through the old mask.
Yeah, well, he's working to level 1 of the COVID protocols. That means he can touch the ball. He can bowl 6 balls in an empty net and collect the balls and then repeat the process. Right. So that is the protocol that we're going.
Well, it's nice to know, nice to know the rules, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, at least he's getting some fresh air. 242 for 5. Broad's on his way. Bowls to Blackwood, who defends his first ball. He pushes away into the offside, and there's no run.
I wonder if we've got one of those streaky Stuart Broad spells. I wonder if he's got one in the locker.
He's been sent a photograph talking of PPE. This really brings it home, actually. Syed Iftikhar, who's a good mate of mine, operates in the Derby area. I know Ifti because an intimate operation that Ifti performed on me a few years ago. Men of a certain age and all that. Here comes Broad, and that's pushed away. Not that one out, but the other one out towards mid-off. And there's no run. But he's sent me a photograph. He's actually at the moment operating on patients who have gullet cancer. It's a 4 to 5 hour operation. He sent me a photograph of what he has to wear to perform that operation. Wow. I mean, he looks like he's in a spaceman's outfit. I mean, 4 hours like that. Yeah. Unbelievable. Ifti and all those others like you who are out there, that is just unbelievable, really. Yeah. Here's Broad. Bowls. That's a loose shot from Blackwood.
That is what Blackwood can do. As you said, played beautifully, didn't he, down at Hampshire? Really restrained and got West Indies over the line, but you just always feel, say, short and wide, real big waft, sort of second or third ball is faced. Yeah, they're stars, aren't they, John?
Incredible. I see that. 4 hours dressed like it's absolutely everything on.
Yeah. Like one of those sort of nuclear sort of suit, one of those suits with
like sort of radiation.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, really.
No, they're doing a fantastic job. Big shout out to everyone on the front line again.
Absolutely. Well, it's the Raise Your Bat Test Series, this.
It is.
That's what it's all about. Here comes Broad and bowls, and that's nicely played by Blackwood. The crisp sound there of the new ball hitting the middle of the bat. It's fielded at mid-off. And there's no run. 242 for 5. It's a success for Broad in that over. That'll cheer him up a bit. And West Indies still need 28 to avoid the follow-on. And another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and then, as I say, England are probably thinking, well, that's not going to be the case. But even if we just, 50 beyond the follow-on or something, you know what I mean? Just we can really go out there and try and give it a bit of a dart.
And it's by no means guaranteed that England would enforce it anyway. I mean, they've had a day in the field.
Don't usually.
It's just the pressure of that number, isn't it? That's playing with the West Indies at the moment. They'll think they are much safer if they get past that. But even if there's England have a lead of 150, that's still something to build on and then build them out tomorrow.
Perhaps have a little change of the order and Stokes and Buttler get pushed up a bit.
The wind's got up.
You're kind of thinking that England have got to at least have 2 sessions, haven't you, to try and force it with the ball in hand.
There's 98 overs tomorrow.
It's a long time.
It's a long day. We're making up for yesterday. Chase on 14. Curran bowls to him as a tall man. There's Roston, and he goes on the back foot. It's picked up at cover.
And as we know, the game does accelerate, doesn't it, as it goes into that day 4 and day 5.
Absolutely.
You can get things in clusters.
The wind is blowing at that. There's a black tent over there on the right-hand side. And it's got a plastic window. It's Curran bowling. Chase lets that go, and that came back at him. And that'll make him think twice about repeating that. It was a good leave as it turned out, of course, but it did the right things as far as Curran's concerned. Swinging in.
Gazebo? Is it a gazebo?
It is a gazebo.
Yes.
It's a black gazebo with a little plastic window. It's really blowing around in it. I'm not sure who's in there. There's a couple of men I can see. Could we take it? What if it's our friend on the PA system or not? Perhaps he's in there. He's doing his PA, very nice, good to have him, but he's broadcasting it to nobody. Appeals leg before wicket. This will be close. The finger goes up. I've got a feeling Chase might review it. It's leg side-ish.
He has reviewed
it, but it was full. It looked pretty straight. And this is, if England have got this, it's a big wicket.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. If I could see the front foot first, please.
They should see this. Where does it pitch? Where's it going to go? I don't think it hit the bat.
Fair delivery. If we could move on to front on spin vision, please.
Richard Kettleborough is the third umpire. So we're looking and watching. Where did it pitch and where was it going on? That's the question for me. He was playing towards...
I'm going to need to see ultra edge when available, please.
He was playing towards square leg.
Let's keep it running through, please. Keep it running through. Running through.
Nothing on ultra edge.
Flat line as the ball goes past the bat. There's no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
What are we saying? Carlos, you've just appeared. Was it pitching?
Not out.
It's pitching outside leg. Yeah.
Got pitching outside leg stump.
I mean, by a fraction. By an absolute
fraction. Go back to Richard on field. Richard's pitching outside leg stump. We're going to get you to overturn your decision. You're on camera now.
Yeah, so not out. That one correctly overturned. I think it would have gone to miss leg stump as well, actually.
Yeah, it just didn't look right. It didn't look straight enough, or look too straight rather. Yeah, it just looked too straight. Let him to roll it on and let's see if it would actually also be missing leg because it's straightened a bit.
Yeah, I suspect it probably would have done from there, but Curran's screwing up his face there as he looks at the replay, but well, it's given. I mean, Chase has got to play straighter than that, or he's going to get himself in trouble. 242 for 5. It's over his bat now. Tall man. Curran moves in, bowls to him. Oh, an inside edge. Almost playing that into his stumps. And that'll run away for 4 runs. It's in front of the pavilion in the distance. It's tense again now. Suddenly, a couple, wicket or two, and Just focuses the mind.
As soon as the second new ball came out, it's just like a new pitch has been relayed and everything is happening.
Your friend played well, though. We liked Brooks. Very straight
all
back.
Of them
Beautifully
are my
straight
friends,
back.
Aggers. All of them are friends.
He seems to be a particular favourite.
Yeah, but no, got it. He didn't get a chance to get his first Test century.
Chase on 18. Curran bowls from another inside edge. Well, an ambitious drive there. He's aiming out through extra cover. Inside edge into the pad. Curran's hair's hanging out over his headband now. So he walks back to his mark again. 246 for 5. So Broad having taken 1 wicket with a new ball. 24 needed by West Indies to avoid the follow-on, but they could still end up quite a long way behind here, even if they managed to avoid that particular milestone. Off goes Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowls on the leg stump. Oh, that startled Chase. He ripped his bottom hand off the handle there as if that just exploded at him, and he gets a run to backward square leg. I wonder if that was in different bounce or whether he just misread it, but anyway, that was all very exciting. 247 for 5, 23 needed to avoid being invited to follow on. No guarantee, of course, that England would do that. Still 28 overs to go today and 98 overs to go tomorrow, so lots of time left in this game.
Did they have a roller on at tea or lunch?
Now that's a very good question, and I was interviewing Johnny Grave at tea. There was a chugging, but the heavy roller was on the pitch for the next game. But no, they wouldn't roll it. They roll between innings at the start of the day, don't they?
Yeah, it's just misbehaving out of nowhere. Balls jumping. You saw one go between bat and pad for Brooks when Broad was bowling, I think first over the second new ball. Just all happening after nothing for the first 3 days.
Now Chase is taking guard. He's facing Broad, who's very fired up from the pavilion end. Anderson end. 247 for 5. Here he comes. A bowl to the right-handed Chase, who comes forward. Broad's able to field that just to the right-hand side of this almost white-coloured pitch now. It's like real pale cardboard. And pass coming down, kicking away a bit of detritus there that Broad has brought with him on his way in. Silence around. Root sweeps his hair back. He's got that very faded England cap. It's a very faded badge too. Broad on his way, moves in, bowls, and John Chase on the front foot goes a quick single. Fielder throws up at the... He doesn't in the end, but he was going to throw at the non-striker's end, but there was nobody backing up, so he decided against it, which was probably just as well. It was Woakes again, but Sibley had no chance to back the throw up. And you give away overthrows against Stuart Broad at your peril.
Good old grumpy.
He doesn't appreciate it. So I think Woakes probably thought I've got another month at least in isolation with this chap. I think they're going to probably not risk it.
Smart chap.
I think so. 248 for 5. 22 needed to avoid the follow-on. Back goes Blackwood. It's fielded at cover. They run 248 for 5. Really interesting day's cricket. Joseph, 32, the night watchman, played well. Shai Hope, 25. He fell to Sam Curran. Craig Brathwaite was caught ball by Stokes, who put a marathon spell in with bouncers, basically. Brathwaite got 75, and turned one away in the leg side. Leading edge was caught by Stokes, the bowler. Broad runs up. Bowls it, bowled him! 2 wickets with a second new ball for Stuart Broad, and this game's not over yet. West Indies still need 22 to avoid any prospect of the follow-on. But there, it's kept low. That has kept cruelly low, and too good for a new batsman who was on the back foot anyway. But that scuttled.
That was nasty. Jeez, that was unplayable.
I think so.
It's one of those ones that you always see just miss the stumps outside off, and you always see get one on the stumps. That was unplayable.
Well, that will send a little message to the West Indies as well, that even if you manage to avoid the follow-on, you might have some batting to do tomorrow afternoon, because that was I mean, he was back, he was hanging back a bit, but even so, that kept very low.
Yeah, even if he'd played for the Aggies, that would have gone under the bat.
Well, I say that's given them something to think about and certainly lifted England's spirits. 248 for 6. So 22 needed to avoid the follow-on. I'm not sure when England see that as well. They think, "Oh, do we want to bat last on this? Perhaps we'll bat a second time." But I mean, it's the first ball really that's done that, to be fair. But that did keep low, and that just sends a little bit of a shiver through the spine of the batsman when they see that.
A lot has changed in a very short space of time, and it is a challenge for this West Indies batting lineup going forward. Everyone has been working diligently to get a start, and you see guys getting in and putting a real price on the wicket, and they've done that consistently. However, you see a lot of 30s, 40s. We had a 70 from Kraigg, a 60 from Brooks. This is where the Dom Sibley type grind and graft is appreciated.
Look at the new batsman, Dowrich. He's already looking at that pitch and he's tapping away and gardening away. He'll have seen that from the dressing room. So you could see already what's in his mind. Jeez. But that hit about a quarter way out the stump. Maybe not even that. Really kept. It nipped back and it didn't shoot along the ground. That'd be an exaggeration, but it kept very, very low. And for someone not yet off the mark, I think it's unplayable.
A similar length ball to Brooks in the first over went over the stumps, and it was uncomfortable. And this could be a very tricky period of play.
248 for 6. Broad's on his way again, running in hungrily from the far end is there, and both the right-handed Dowrich. Oh, it's a flyer. They're appealing for caught behind. Batsman's going nowhere. It's been given not out. That took off. It was a deliberate, short of a length delivery. Root's convinced he heard something, but Broad, the master of the review, is already trudging back to his mark. That took off from just short. I mean, it's great bowling. You've got a batsman come out who's just seen the one before him get out to a ball that's kept low from a length. If you're tapping around, so what do? You give him one round his nose. I mean, that's terrific bowling.
Proper test cricket.
One ball to go in the over. Dowrich looks up to see Broad on his way. In he comes now and bowls to him. He comes cutting back. He whips that bottom hand off the handle. And very quickly, Pope runs away from short leg to field. Terrific bowling from Stuart Broad. 248 for 6. West Indies need 22 to avoid the follow-on. Lots of play left today. 27 overs and 98 overs to go tomorrow. Carlos, you're enjoying this. He's strapped himself in for some more entertainment, and I'm going to make way for Simon Mann.
Entertainment it is. All of a sudden this new ball spell thus far has breathed new life into the test match. We were going to bat away and turn into a dreary draw. And all of a sudden, counting down the wickets versus the runs to avoid the follow-on. Simon, where's your money?
Well, I think West Indies will get past the 270 mark, and then it's a question of England's approach now, but they might not. The way things are going, it's amazing how quickly a game can change with the ball. And Curran thought he had one in the previous over as well, that LBW shout pitching just outside the leg stump. Curran seeking to add to his 2 wickets, really swinging it back in onto the front pad. His best method, that was very wide, just pushing it across the batsman chase there. And it's through to Buttler, and that's time one. Curran dismissal, swinging it back into the right-hander and hitting him on the front pad. Because you have that indecision as well. If it doesn't swing back, it just keeps going, and you play at it and you nick it through. That's the other way. That's what Curran brings. 248 for 6. West Indies 22 runs away from avoiding being asked to follow on. Curran bowls across Chase, and Chase leans forward and lets it go. But it's the mode of the dismissal, I think, that in the previous over, that one keeping low. And 1 or 2 have bounced as well with this new ball.
Yeah, I honestly, I haven't seen anything happen at lunch, anything happen at tea, but as soon as the second new ball was thrown into Broad's hands, all sorts started to happen, and it was very unfortunate for Blackwood.
What it means is the game's back on here. Curran bowls. Chase goes back and guides that nicely into the offside. And there's no run. Of course, 6 down, but one of those wickets is a lower order player. So there's still Jason Holder to come for West Indies. They've still got some batting. Chase and Dowrich perfectly capable of putting together a significant partnership, and Holder too.
Yeah, I think one of these three, Chase, Dowrich or Holder, just get through this period and get to the end of play.
Chase on 20, Curran bowls him full, drives nicely through the offsides, going out towards the boundary, might well go for 4, Bess is after it, it does go for 4. He's about 2 metres behind it as it hits the rope on the offside. Well, he was looking for that swing, Sam Curran, but in the end it was a nice juicy full ball, and it was put away expertly by Roston Chase.
Yeah, always love to see that. You're being challenged, your technique is being challenged, and you still have the presence of mind to get away the bad delivery. As easy as it sounds and as nicely as it looks, takes a lot of doing.
Here goes Curran into bowl to Chase, and Chase leaves it outside the off stump, taken by Buttler. So it's just past 5 o'clock. Play can go on until 7 o'clock this evening. There are 26 overs left in the day's play after this one. And West Indies target here just to get past the follow-on, but just to occupy the crease for as long as they possibly can, is take as many overs as they can out of the game. If England were able to bowl West Indies out for 290 or 300, here goes Curran bowling to Chase. Chase rather squared up by that one off the back foot, runs it down into the offside towards backward point, and there's no run. There's always the possibility of England going out and scoring some quick runs in their second innings and then saying, right, West Indies, here we go, 310 in 320, say, in 2 sessions, because we get extra overs tomorrow as well, and we have to bowl them as well. We have to have all 98 overs tomorrow.
Yeah, that is important, as this is first target, I think, 270. You need to fight through this period and get as close to 270 as possible, surpass 270, and then look to bat till the end of play today. If these two can do that, can bat to the end of play today, then tomorrow you need to be selfish. You need to look for that red inker, bat 90 overs, get 160, 170, potentially even a double 100. You would have batted England out of the game. You would have regained the series, and you would have put some miles in the legs of the England bowlers. So this first target obviously is most important, getting through this spell, getting to 270. But once you get past this, then it's time to be real selfish as a batting unit, and for one of these guys to go on and get a massive individual score.
Yeah, that's the challenge. Although Broad with the new ball, it looks a tricky challenge at the moment. Dowrich is on 0. Broad's taken 2 wickets with the new ball. And he's off again from the Jimmy Anderson end. Past the umpire now. Bowls to Dowrich, and Dowrich checks the shot there. Plays it into the offside towards Crawley at cover, and there's no run. Dowrich pray he doesn't get one like Blackwood did.
It'll always be in the back of your mind.
The ball that bowled Blackwood out was the first ball to hit the stumps this match in the 247th over in Southampton. We had 10 players out bowled in 345 overs.
Dowrich yet to score. There are 2 slips in the gully and a short leg. And here is Broad to bowl to Dowrich. Dowrich is playing that firmly back to the bowler, and Broad knocks it down with his left hand and deflects it up towards mid-on. And there is no run. We've only had 16 wickets so far in the game. Of course, effectively this is the 3rd day. The day lost yesterday. Even in the south, it's hard to believe he didn't have any play yesterday. They were absolutely glorious in the south. 252 for 6. Broad bowls, and he's struck on the pads. Another big shout for LBW. He's given him out. He's given him out. Umpire Goff, and Dowrich is walking down the pitch to consult with Roston Chase. Broad absolutely confident. It's rare that he isn't, mind you. It has been reviewed.
TV
5 seconds to go.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. If I could see the front foot first, please. Thank you. Fair delivery. Gone to front on spin vision, please.
Right, we're seeing front on now. A little bit high. Might be umpire's
Okay, just
call.
take that back a little bit, please, if we can.
It's quite a small man. Hit him above the.
Okay, there's no bat involved. No bat involved. We'll go straight through to ball tracking when available, please.
Big moment in the game, this. It's hitting.
It's pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets is hitting. Going to go back to Michael on field. Michael, you can save your original decision. You're on camera now.
There we go. So Dowrich has gone. Broad has got 3 wickets with the new ball. West Indies 18 away from saving the follow-on. My initial reaction there was umpire's call, but actually, according to the technology, it was hitting the top of leg stump. Dowrich was a little off the ground. He was on his toes, and it hit him above the knee roll, but he's only a small man, so Broad super confident with that one. One of those Broad where he's almost celebrating before the umpires raise the finger. And obviously that confidence can sometimes you try to persuade the umpire to raise the finger. And umpire Goff is had a pretty good game. Did respond, and the technology backed him up.
And this is Stuart Broad. Looked ineffective for the majority of the first part of this innings. Second new ball comes along and bang, bang, bang. And he's really opened the game up. Jason Holder, last recognised batsman. And if West Indies lose a wicket now, then you start to think that England in the ascendancy, they'll probably bowl again. And hope for 2 or 3 tonight. It could be a tricky last day's play. It's all changed in a matter of 6-7 overs.
What have we had? And in terms of wickets per runs per balls since the new ball was taken?
So the new ball was taken at 235 for 4 from 80, so it's now 252 for 7, so 17 runs, 3 wickets. Stuart Broad 3 for 1 in his last 14 balls.
Well, he's turned it round. He really has. He's broken the game open as far as England are concerned. And West Indies' last 2 recognised batsmen are together. 2 very good players, it has to be said. Chase and Holder. And Drinks are on the field. And everyone's taking stock, really. I think the drinks break has caught the ground staff by surprise, because it's taken them a while to bring out the brushes and that long white pole that they use to mark the creases. I mean, tea interval didn't seem that long ago. It was only 55 minutes ago, I suppose, because we're having extended play today. That's the reason the drinks break has been taken. So lots has happened of late. Plenty of highlights to catch up with. Video clips available now on the BBC Sport website and app. And today at the Test, BBC 2 at 7 o'clock tonight. And it's also on iPlayer. I know it clashes with the FA Cup semi-final between Chelsea and Manchester United on BBC 2, which I've got a feeling that Carlos is going to be watching later.
Yep, team news just released.
Right. and feeling a bit tense, no doubt, as well.
Yeah, always, never ever confident.
And that's on BBC 1, the football, and on 5 Live. So if you are going to watch the football and you want to catch up with the cricket highlights, it's on the iPlayer. You can catch up with it afterwards or at your leisure. But the game is now at a very interesting stage where England it's not inconceivable that England now have got sort of a victory chance either way, even if West Indies do save the follow-on. Probably a bit harder to win it that way, but not impossible, especially you see with this pitch where with the new ball it's been tricky. One on the ground, and Broad's got a couple to banks as well, and he's that sort of bowler. We've seen it so often in his career where he just gets some momentum into his bowling, and he feels irresistible for a while.
Yeah, that's the challenge with Stuart Broad. There are bowlers that take wickets, they'll take a 5 or they'll take consistent 4s. Stuart Broad likes bags full of wickets. So when he gets wickets, he gets them 3 and 4 at once, and he could oftentimes end with a 5 or 6. As the Aussies was now, he can run to them with an 8. And his tail is up. He has 3 already. If he can break this partnership to give him 4, he'd be looking at a 6 for having looked ineffective for majority of the first innings. That's just the quality of the man.
What are his figures overall? The results?
3 for 65, so he was 0 for 64. Yeah, and 3 for 1 in was 14 balls.
And he's up to now in his career, where are we? I've got the stats here. He's up to 488 test wickets in his 139th test match. And Holder is taking guard out there. A very long drinks break. The ground start gradually making their way off the field. A lot resting here on Holder and Chase for West Indies, with Roach and Gabriel to come. And the ball new. You can just imagine if there were spectators in the ground now on a sunny Sunday in July, they really would be roaring Stuart Broad into the crease now. He's bowling from the Anderson end to Jason Holder, his first ball, and Holder seems to have all the time in the world. Just calming it down. What's the fuss out here? Pushes that away into the offside. There's no run.
He does look a lot more confident in Dowrich. They just always got the impression when Dow came up to bat that he was a little unsure. Obviously, just saying Blackwood loses wicket with one that rolled along the ground. Then he got a short ball, and he always looked as though he was never settled. Jace has only faced one ball, but in behind it nicely and looking a lot more confident.
2 slips in the gully and a short leg. Broad goes in to bowl to Holder, and Holder gets a straight ball which he leans forward to and plays quietly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I can see Stokes loosening up. Now at second slip. How many overs has Curran bowled with the new ball, Andy?
3.
It may well be that England go to Stokes, looking for further breaks with Holder, of course, at the other end, and that's a good battle in this series between those two.
Stokes won this round for sure with that.
Definitely. So it might be we see Stokes. Woakes is loosening up as well. Broad goes in, bowls to Holder, and Holder gets a straight ball which he defends up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So another successful over for Stuart Broad. 3 for 65 from 22 overs. 252 for 7. West Indies need 18 more to avoid being asked to follow on. England needs 3 wickets if they are to try to enforce it. I mean, the teams don't like enforcing the follow-on these days. They like to give their bowlers a bit of rest. But I think in these circumstances, England would have to enforce it.
Yeah, I think time is against them. If they hadn't lost the whole day yesterday, the third day, they'd have a lot more time to execute different plans. Now it's all hands to the pump, and they need to get a win. They just need to get back out there and make one last effort. Obviously having to take 3 wickets in this first innings firstly.
Yeah, we're just seeing the dismissal of Blackwood again. England could have done one of those last Sunday, Carlos.
You could always do one of those. 87 overs in, get the second new ball, bowl it on the stump, it rolls along the ground under the bat. You'd all love that.
It also shows how fickle this game is. You know, a week ago Blackwood was winning the Test match to West Indies. A week later, castled by a grubber for naught. Here is Stokes into the attack, bowls very wide to Roston Chase. That was a rather stiff first delivery from Ben Stokes. You can understand it as well. I mean, he's a very fit professional cricketer, extremely fit, but he did bowl 11 overs in a row in the afternoon session. Also, miles in his legs batting in this match, 176, the slowest Test 100. He actually said afterwards, he said the thing that delighted him most, that he was able to bat for 300 balls. He said, I never thought I'd ever be able to do that. Stokes bowls outside the off stump, nothing from Chase, who's on 24.
And that's why I mentioned how important Dom Sibley was for his knock, because with no momentum in the game and he wasn't flowing as he would like, as a flair player and a positive player as he is, it's easy to chase after one to try to get a bit of momentum, and he stayed patient and then obviously flipped the switch and moved the gears through as he went on.
He tries again, past umpire Illingworth now, up to the stumps, goes in and bowls to Chase, and Chase gets one on his hip and knocks it away down towards fine leg. It goes through for a single. 253 for 7. West Indies 17 runs away from being asked to avoid being asked to follow on. I say that, always avoid being asked to follow on, because it's not always enforced. People say to avoid the follow on. It's not, obviously not obligatory to do so. It's just there for the captain of the fielding side if he wants to do it. Alistair Cook is coming in alongside me. How many times did you enforce the follow on in a Test match? Can you remember that or not? The reason I ask is it doesn't happen that often these days. Here is Stokes bowling full. Oh, good delivery, goes past the outside edge of Holder's bat.
Well, I can't remember how many times I did. I did it occasionally. Normally.
But do you prefer not to?
You'd prefer not to, because the bonus of giving the bowlers rest and their feet up, even for 40, 50 overs, you just get, I think, it outweighs the carry on the field. You end up spending quite a long time in the field then. Like England have already done 90 overs. This is a slightly different situation.
Stokes to Holder. Holder plays calmly to backward point, and there's no run.
With the time restraints now, with the fact that we lost a whole day of rain. I don't like the fact Ben Stokes is holding his mid-drift, but I hope it's just a stitch or something. But yeah, so this one you wouldn't follow on, because there's, you don't want to lose the game. Obviously, if West Indies do pass the follow on, that they could still win the game, because I think England will be quite brave.
Yeah. Stokes bowls, and Holder plays nicely through the offside, finds the gap, probably for 2 runs. Chase out towards the deep cover boundary. Yeah, I mean, you, for example, when you chased in Abu Dhabi, I think you lost, how many wickets did you lose in that game? Probably lost 5 or 6, something like that, trying to chase 99, because you have to go for it, don't you? But I think we will go for it if they do have to chase something like that on the final day, the final evening of the game. Right, it's nicely set up, 15 to avoid. England need 3 wickets. Chase 25, Holder 2. Stokes all right? I'm not sure. Anyway, he's just grimacing a bit. Ishigo's coming in now.
Yeah, hopefully it's just something a tin. He doesn't feel great, but it does look a little bit more serious than that. I'm hoping that Andy, the stats man, couldn't find out how many times I did enforce the follow-on. I was heavily criticised by Jonathan Agnew once for not enforcing the follow-on at Headingley against New Zealand. Heavily criticised I was. I mean, probably we won very comfortably in the end. Graham Swan got 5 for. Aggers wanted to go home, and he didn't want to spend another day, and that was the only reason.
Here comes Stuart Broad again then, bowling to Chase, beats the edge, through to Buttler. So you just love watching cricket when Stuart Broad is on a roll like this.
It is brilliant, and there's one thing you could say: when Stuart Broad finally stops playing cricket for England, he'll be able to look at himself and say, I delivered when it mattered the most, at crucial moments in series and games, and that must be a brilliant thing for him to look back on with great fondness.
Arms pumping as he's past the umpire. Bowls, Chase drives. They're pushing through for a single. The throw comes in, and he's in. Is Jason Holder.
That was out.
Needed to hit. Chris Woakes missed the stumps.
I think. Sorry, I thought
by a few inches, but
yeah, I think Holder thought he was going to throw at the Chase's end, the danger end, but he went for the other end. Actually, Holder's a bit quicker than I thought.
I think he would have been out though. You're right. It was a tight one, very, very tight. Things happening here at Old Trafford.
It's amazing how Test cricket, isn't it? When not much happened, and it seemed West Indies were cruising past the follow-on, and everything was just going to be quite a comfortable thing. And then suddenly 1 wicket changes the momentum, the new ball, and this game is on a knife edge, isn't it? The series just teetering. Can England knock the door down?
Yeah, they've certainly made the most of this new ball. No question of that. They're into the 9th over of it as Broad comes in on angle. Holder back and across, defends to the offside with his long strides to the ball. No run.
It's a real shame that Aggers isn't on air, not for any of the fact that I'm not with you, because we'd have had a brilliant argument for the next 20 minutes about that follow-on at Headingley, because he will not to this day
let it go.
He will not let it go.
You enforce a follow-on 3 times from 19 opportunities.
To the tune of Frozen, as Broad bowls. Holder allows it to pass. Good luck delivery outside the off stump.
And just one more quick go on that. How many times when I didn't enforce the follow-on, we had the opportunity, we win the game or lose the game. We must have won most of those games. Or there must have been some draws.
Hang on, I need to check my stats. I'm not sure I've got the right filters on this. Give me another minute.
Okay, again, blaming technology.
It wasn't that many times.
I didn't think it was that many times. We weren't that good.
Broad past the umpire. Holder defends, hits the outer part of the bat, goes to point, no run.
Sorry, I've done you a great disservice. 3 out of 6 opportunities.
I was going to say 19. I was only thinking 19 times.
I thought I'd put the filter on for a 200 run lead, but I hadn't.
So I captained 59 times, and I lost quite a lot of those games. So I thought the other 19. Anyway, so it's 3 out of 6. And the results of those 3 out of 6. Or do you need another filter?
It looks like 2 wins and a draw.
Holder still at the crease as he's backing across now and covering the ball to the offside.
Sorry, when I didn't enforce the follow on. Sorry, I'm not letting this go. This is the bugbear.
No, you need to get it right.
I need to get it right.
Yeah.
And also, so does Andy, to be honest with you.
Go on, Andy. Pressure on.
So what was the New Zealand game? Was that the Headingley?
Headingley, 2013.
Was that a 4-day game?
Could have been, yeah. There was a lot of rain about.
That didn't come up in the 200-run lead, because it was a 180-run lead. England won by 247 on that occasion.
Joffrey's been let out of his room.
Yeah.
Sorry, has that been said already?
I don't know if it's been said. Yeah, it has.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's training in the nets as Stokes runs away from us. He bowls, Chase leaves outside the off stump. Got 2 slips in the gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Well, actually a man just in front of square and a man down at fine leg. That was Stokes. Gets to the top of his mark. Broad tosses the ball to him. An exciting passage of play here at Old Trafford as Stokes turns the top of his mark, pushes away. Bowls now, Chase defends to the offside. Strong breeze blowing here. There's West Indies 256 for 7. They're 14 away from avoiding the follow-on, trailing by 213.
Still hurting him, isn't it? Every time he finishes his the follow-through of his actually just let go of the ball, he then grabs something in his around the stomach area.
Into his delivery stride now, full. Chase drives to cover, who dives to his left, picks the ball up and throws in one motion. Sam Curran to Josh Buttler, no run. Let it go. That's just reminded me of Mitchell Johnson. Do you know the story behind this?
No.
When he was terrorising you guys in Australia.
Don't tell me he was singing
13,
Frozen
14.
songs.
That was the song that was going through his mind.
He was definitely letting it go.
Yes. Chase defends to the offside.
I thought that'd have been more apt in 2010, where you couldn't quite hit the cut strip. He was letting it go right then.
Yeah. Bowls to the left, bowls to the right.
He bowled quick in 2013.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah, it was incredible, really. But yeah, he genuinely said that helped to settle him.
I'm glad he found it out then, not early on in his career.
What about you when you were batting? Were there any songs in your head ever? As Stokes comes in on an angle, he bowls, Chase whips it over to the leg side forcefully, and we'll pick up 4. Just slightly straying in line, Ben Stokes, as he kicks the ground and retreats to the top of his mark, but he is grimacing and he's not happy. Chase moves to 30, 260 for 7.
That's a lovely shot from Chase. Dismissive. He's been quite calm, and then that ball was going down leg stump. He's really West Indian flair, flicking at a wrist to hit it. He hit that hard. He hit it hard over mid-wicket. And that follow-on targets 10 away.
Here comes Stokes again. Chase defends, and he is struggling here, Ben Stokes, as he comes through now, hands on hips. At the end of the over, it's 260 for 7. 10 overs of this second new ball have been bowled. West Indies need another 10 runs to avoid the follow-on, and he's wincing. Doesn't look good for England's talisman. as he's now going to take a drink. Oh no, he's not going to take a drink. I thought he was. I thought the man that had just come on, Jack Leach, was handing him a drink, but he's going to go and have a chat to Joe Root now.
I was surprised this. Chris Woakes is coming on from James Anderson's end. I would have loved to see Stuart Broad one more at least. One more, and if he'd bowled 5, it'd have been his 6. So yeah, I would have tried to give him one more there. He just had that knack, didn't he? He looked like he was picking up a wicket at any stage.
Just seeing Ben Stokes walk off the pitch now. He was grabbing at his rib, and he's disappearing below towards the dressing room.
Stuart Broad's spell, either side of the new ball, 4 overs with the old ball, then the 5 with the new ball, 3 for 14 from 9 overs. Those first 4 of the 7 shortest overs he's bowled in the last 11 years, and then a spell of 3 for 1 in 14 balls with the new ball.
Yeah, I forgot about those few before he bowled with the new ball. So yeah, I'll take that one back, Stuart. I didn't realise you bowled a 10 overs.
Kraigg Overton is on in place of Ben Stokes' Chris Woakes. Does a few kicks. Now shimmies towards us into his stride, bowling from the James Anderson end to Holder, who edges, but it's all along the ground to second slip. A bit of shape on offer for Chris Woakes. Yeah, back to that. And batting out in the middle. So you never really...
Not really.
Had any tunes in your head?
I never had let it go through, mate, or anything like that. No. I spoke to myself when I was, watch the ball, commit, watch the ball, as probably where Chris Woakes was halfway through his run up, I would say.
Hold edges and caught at first slip. Chris Woakes into the attack and has an immediate impact. The captain is gone.
That's why he changed the bowling. What do I know, sitting up here? Actually, Chris Woakes deserved that. He's bowled really well. For his first game back, and he's just got a bit of a way-shape holder, pushed at it, nice comfortable catch, first hit with Joe Root. What a turnaround from England. And those 10 runs will look a long way away now with Kemar Roach coming out to bat. And Jason Holder's gone for 2, which is actually, he hasn't batted that well on this tour actually, and struggled in the warm-up games. Got a couple last week, actually looked nice, but hasn't spent any time in the middle. So England, we were talking, weren't we, off at tea time, what's going to happen here? And they have just grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck. Stuart Broad has done the damage, and we've got a serious game on, even if they don't pass the follow on.
But it is incredible, isn't it, Test cricket? England desperately needing wickets to stay in this series, and it's almost coming too easy at the moment.
It's not,
if I can say that.
Well, they've earned their right, 90 overs.
Yeah.
They've done the time in the dirt, but they've just they've got this 1 wicket, and I think we spoke about in the beginning of the series, would West Indies batting be consistent enough throughout the 15 days of the game to be good enough for those 15 days, and they were just good enough at Southampton. I think England will be kicking themselves for those 2 batting performances there, that collapse of 5 for 30 at Southampton, and you just when you play against this West Indies side, you just think that they have a collapse in it, or.
But that's what I mean, I guess, when I say it's almost coming too easy. It's because they've been so disciplined right up until the last sort of 10 overs, and fair play to England. They're bowling in the right areas, they're getting the ball talking, a bit of movement off the pitch.
It's just that new ball, isn't it? This pitch is just offering now, coming the end of the day 4, that ball's from Stuart Broad nipping back the Blackwood, no one's hitting that.
2 slips in the gully to Roach as Woakes bowls wide of the off stump. It continues to swing afterwards away from Jos Buttler, who takes it shoulder high. So trailing by 209, the West Indies, 260 for 8 they are, and another 10 runs required to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, we've got a game on. We have a game on.
Yeah. Woakes runs towards us now, wind blowing through his hair as he bowls to Roach, who looks to play. It beats the outside edge through to the keeper.
Could be a little game of cat and mouse coming now with two balls left to the over. They'll want Roach on strike, so they might spread the field, offering the one. Obviously, not that many runs to play with, so we could have an interesting, 10 minutes with field placings. What's going through Joe Root's mind?
Roach taps his bat down. Now high as he defends to the offside, and cover comes around, stopping from taking a single. So one more ball left of this over. Field unchanged.
It is funny, isn't it, when something gets close like the follow-on, the camera's just always on the captain's face. Whether it's the declaration, he's sitting in the change room, the camera's just doesn't leave him alone. Here, always on him, aren't they?
Bright blue sunnies on his cap as he now crouches at first slip. Roach, does he get something on it? No, as it goes through to Buttler. But he did look to play that down the leg side. And that is the end of the over from Woakes. West Indies remain on 260 for 8 then, and trailing by 209. I've seen you a lot today, Cookie.
Yeah, we've been kind of following each other around, haven't we? We've actually, after this, we're going straight back to do TV, aren't we? So, I mean, I feel a bit sorry for you. No, I feel sorry for you. You get stuck with me for an hour and a half.
We're going to have to find things to talk about. Always stuff to talk about. I asked people what they were up to this Sunday afternoon. I got a message from Laura Moore. I'm listening to TMS on headphones and knitting, whilst the husband and number one daughter watch Derby versus Leeds on TV.
I hope she means the oldest daughter, not her favourite daughter.
Oh dear, brilliant. And Danny Wyatt also messaged it's her mum's birthday today, so they were all out in the garden, hanging out, the Wyatts. Nearly into the evening, aren't we? Yep.
Yesterday,
sorry,
Isha. Shannon Gabriel missed a glaring run out yesterday, which would have had England bowl out for 440. They added 29 more runs. Proved extremely important in terms of the follow-on target.
As Sam Curran comes into the attack now, bowls down the leg side, goes through to Buttler. Chase looking to work it away, but doesn't get anything on it. 3 slips in play, a deep point, extra cover, mid-off. Stuart Broad shining the ball there at the moment, mid-on, deep square and fine leg.
Yeah, so they spread the field, haven't they? Trying to get Chase off strike, but still the catch is in, so if he does nick it, chance to get him out.
Curran bowls to Chase on the back foot, pushing that to mid-on. Talking about the telly, today at the Test on air at 7 p.m. on BBC 2 tonight, available to watch on the iPlayer as well. There'll be plenty to catch up on with all these wickets falling. Glum face of Shannon Gabriel at the moment. We're looking at the TV and see him in the dressing room looking very upset indeed. As Chase works this off his pad out to deep square. Will come through for 1 as the leg by is signalled. 261 for 8, trailing by 208. 9 runs away from the follow-on as Sam Curran makes a slow walk back to the top of his mark.
Interesting way for Sam Curran. Could he have gone for Dom Bess? Tossed a couple out to see whether Roston Chase decided, I can do this in a hit or two. Bit of a went dangling carrots, wasn't tough as was earlier, where they could have dangled a carrot there, but he's gone for the swing of Curran.
The left armour bowls now, stuck on the pads. Will it be given? No.
Has that pitched on? Is that pitched on the stumps, or is it pitched outside?
Well, it's Kemar Roach on strike.
James, we're on.
They are going to review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. If I could see the front foot first, please.
You're hearing the voice of Richard Kettleborough, the third umpire.
Thank you. Fair delivery. We could move on to front on spin vision, please.
Front foot is absolutely fine. Is there any bat involved now? That's what we'll see. Nice shaping delivery back into the right-hander. Pitch is in line.
Okay, I'm just going to need to see ultra edge, please, just to confirm.
I think it's pitched in line. It hits him on the knee roll.
They were absolutely spot on when we were doing the... Who was it? Was it Chase?
Roll it through, please.
Ooh, hit it.
Yeah,
Roll
he's
it
got
through.
some inside edge on that, I think.
Okay, we have just roll that rock and roll that right back, please, just before the ball gets to the bat, and then take it forward again, please.
It looks like...
Okay, freeze it there.
Yeah.
We have a clear spike as the ball passes the bat. I'm going to go back to Richard on field. Richard, I've got a clear spike. You can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on camera now.
So England waste a review as Sam Curran shakes his head, walking back to the top of his mark. Reviews remaining 2 each now.
Sorry, I don't think anyone... I don't know. I don't think Richard Illiwan gave that out for the inside edge. I think he thought it pitched outside leg stump. I don't think any of them were talking about the net.
Inside edge,
yeah, no one was. I don't think, did he hit it? I don't think that was even in them on their minds.
Curran bowls to Roach, who defends, comes forward and pushes it to the leg side. No run. Yeah, he's getting some nice shape though. That's what you like to see from Sam Curran. The new ball. Slight breeze blowing across from left to right, so it is the right end for him to bowl. The Brian Statham end, as Joe Root's just signalling from first slip to send out the man to deep backward square. Pushes away now, does Curran. He hustles in, bowls. Roach again across the stumps and defends to the leg side. At the end of the over, it's 261 for 8. 12 overs have been bowled with this new ball, trailing by 208. The West Indies. In fact, England have lost another review, so they've only got one review remaining. And the West Indies 9 off, avoiding the follow-on. A few more words from you, Alistair, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
As if what I called for 20 minutes ago about talking about following on and that Headingley game. And if Adam's just changed the rota so we're allowed a 5-minute conversation about it, if Aggers was listening backstage. Hi, Aggers.
I'm afraid I wasn't glued to your every word, Alistair, if I'm honest with you. I was having a cup of tea and a lie down next door.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was interesting.
Well, if you were, I mean, you could have gone to sleep if you listened to it. We were talking about following on.
I know, the Headingley one. Skin of your teeth, that one, wasn't it? 261 for 8. And we've got Woakes coming from the far end, moving in, bowling a short wide of the off stump, cracked away into the offside. They'll take 1. So 8 runs needed by the West Indies. 207 behind. Only big Shannon Gabriel to come.
And anything can happen with Big Shannon.
Isn't it great how tense it is? Do you know what this game so far has been a really bad advert for?
You're going to explain?
I will. Here's Woakes bowling outside the off stump. He plays no stroke. So he goes to keeper. 4-day test cricket.
Yes. Yeah, because we'll be shaking hands. Well, we'll be shaking hands by now.
Yeah. But also the pace that the 5-day game is played at, isn't it? And you appreciate they can go quiet for a little while. But then when something happens and you get the excitement and the tension, it is magnified. It obviously seems more because of the lull that's been before it. In comes Woakes and he bowls and plays slightly across the pad. Down to mid-on it goes. I'm told that Ben Stokes is about to come back on the field. Not quite sure why he was off it, but
well, if you weren't lying down watching, he went off. It looked like he was a bit injured from bowling in the stomach, on the sternum.
Put a lot of effort in today, hasn't he? Crikey. He really has. Leaning on the advertising hoardings there, waiting for the moment. As Woakes moves in once more and he bowls a good one. Outside the off stump, a grope from Roach. And the ball was past that outside edge in a flash into Buttler's gloves. Terrific how tense this is, because it just changes the dynamic. If West Indies do avoid the fall on even by 1, so England have a lead of 199. The time ticking away tonight. The obvious question to you is coming next. Woakes over the wicket, bowls, as well played by Roach. Getting his head over that and playing to it off. Who is going to open the batting for England?
Ooh, wasn't expecting that.
There you go.
Could be aggressive, wouldn't it? They do need to be aggressive, actually. They do need to. Would you say cheers, Dom? You're 100 in the first innings.
Yep.
But you probably.
Up he goes, Zach.
Yeah. Actually, I wasn't expecting that.
Woakes a bit wider of the crease. Goes outside the off stump. No stroke again from Roach, so 8 needed to avoid the follow-on. I don't know if it's ruthless or it's just a team decision.
No. Was there 19 overs left? So we probably will get close to 19 overs, won't we?
Take a couple out.
So say if England, you say there's a lead of 190, that'll take another 10 overs and 9 overs today for them to bat. You'd only want to bat for 20 overs, wouldn't you? So you'd have 90, 85 at them, or a few more, so you just have that last second new ball.
What do I score? 120, 130 at that time?
Well, I think England, it depends how desperate they are to win the series or not lose points for the World Test Championship. Because you get more points for a draw, I'd imagine, than you would on the loss.
But it's a given that they will bat a bit longer than we up here think they should do. Here's Curran swinging in. That's a beautiful stroke. Absolutely dismissed it. The ball swung into his pads, and Chase there is just taking a bit of pressure off the West Indies. Only a little, because the follow-on is only part of the story here. But it means they need just 4 now. But that was a terrific shot. Swinging into the leg stump. They clipped that hard. Cuffing stroke, really. Pass mid on and down to the boundary.
He's played a couple of. They played one of Ben Stokes earlier. The same kind of force.
Well, one more of those, and then we're into Plan B as far as England are concerned.
What do you say? 85 overs.
Sounds about
280.
Right. And goes Curran. Bowls, that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket, diving save there. Well, yes, I would say that, except you just know that the record is that when you're actually out there making the decision yourself as the captain, you do inevitably, I think, want a bit more than that. You've been there yourself so many times, the camera panning on you, standing in the... He's about to declare, he's going to declare, no he's not. And he keeps saying, declare.
I didn't get many of those declarations wrong, Angus, I don't think.
but from here you feel that the players probably don't need as many.
Because there is a time issue on it. I didn't have many time issue.
Curran bowls, it's short, swung away into the leg side, and there you go, the follow-on is saved. Ball thunders into the edge of the boundary down there, deep backward square leg, and Chase has got a big smile on his face, because that, at least from West Indies, is an important milestone they've now reached. They've avoided the follow-on, but they're not out of the mire yet.
No, especially with that ball from a couple of balls from Stuart Broad, who kept low and gone through the top a little bit. It's going to happen. More's going to happen tomorrow, that is for certain.
So they're 199 behind. In goes Curran, bowls to Chase, swinging in and played across his pad. And as it goes to mid-wicket. Now, this is interesting. It's very, very detailed, the information that you get from the dressing room these days, is that Stokes just needed an indigestion tablet rather than him being off for any muscle injuries. That's why he was pressing.
Ate too much tea.
His chest, Nasty thing, acid reflux, which is, I suspect, is what that's all about. Then 270 for 8. Goes Curran, bowls outside the off stump, pushed away. Oh, he's playing so handsomely now. Chase is going to get a couple here. As Bess hurls the ball in from deep point. Fine stroke, forced off the back foot. 272 for 8. So West Indies 197 runs behind. It's still a big platform for England, but that equation now and the thoughts of batting orders and so on becomes a reality. But they still need these 2 wickets really quickly. 272 for 8. I can see Shannon Gabriel sitting. He's good to go in the dressing room. As Curran moved in, bowls it in the air down to mid-on. It doesn't quite carry. And Chase there opening his shoulders as an ambitious shot, and was almost caught by Woakes at mid-on. But he's done his bit there, Chase. He's 41 not out now. So he really leant back and gave that the kitchen sink, but the ball just dropped short of Chris Woakes. Michael Vaughan's alongside me.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, should I say. Fascinating. Been terrific cricket over the last hour and a half. Stuart Broad charging in with that second new ball. We've seen it so often over the years. Once he gets on one of those rolls and streaks, we fancied him getting a wicket every ball. I'm with you with the batting lineup. England will just have a number that they have to put in their mind of the amount of overs that they want tomorrow, and if it is that Buttler has to go in first, you have to do it.
Woakes starts a new over, and Roach turns away into the leg side, wants a single. Roach says no. 272.
I always think, Aggers, when you have a test team like England do so, and a batting lineup like they do, it's for almost like moments like this that you can be thinking outside of the box and use Buttler in a different sense. You know, why leave him down in that 6-7 role?
It's just flexibility, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got
using all your resources.
So like Adam Gilchrist would have been pushed up for Australia.
Woakes bowls outside the off stump, and Roach, who hasn't scored yet, allows that to go through to the wicket keeper.
It's funny, isn't it? If the West Indies can somehow bat another 10 overs, you would think that they'll score 30 or 40. Well, it's a lot from here, but you just look at that as a game situation. That could be enough really to give themselves certainly the chance of not having to face a second new ball tomorrow.
Woakes bowls, and it's turned into the leg side by Roach. Again, picked up at mid-wicket.
Whereas if they get bowled out now, I think England will have enough chance, and they've got to go for it tonight. They can't say, oh, we'll bat the day out and then come back tomorrow. They've got to use the time tonight effectively and then come back tomorrow and do it again. But it will be a case that England should, if they get 2 quick wickets now, be able to have 85 overs and the possibility of that second new ball, even if it's just for 5 overs at the end of the day's play.
As Woakes bowls down the leg side, it goes. And Buttler doesn't take that cleanly again. He's dropped a few down that leg side in this innings. 272 for 8. I mean, they can score what, 5, 6 and over? Something like that.
Yep.
I think looking at the TV pictures, our friends next door are having the same conversation because they've focused on Dom Sibley now. Looking at his T20 career, to be fair, in which he goes at strike rate of 122. Woakes bowls short of a length. It's punched away to Overton, who's fielding a substitute at mid-on. Wind still blowing out there. Most of the players now wearing a jumper of some sort.
I mean, the other angle is you just send the batting order out as it is and you tell them to get on with it. You know, Sibley's going to have to be good enough. And as I say, those strike rates in T20 cricket, 122, clearly a candidate.
Yep.
Full of confidence on the back of 100.
Here's the next one. Edge, and it doesn't quite carry there. A second slip, long diving attempt there from Stokes. Can't pick it up. 272 for 8. Bit different. Hitting T20 blast around than big Shannon, Gabriel and co. But he must have the shots though.
Yeah, and you know the West Indies won't be able to attack, so the field will be spread, so there'll be plenty of chances for 1s, 2s. At least we've got a game.
Yeah,
an hour and a half ago we were all thinking, wait a minute, the last day could be quite a turgid one. Whatever happens from here, I think we're in for an exciting one.
Absolutely, because again, as we've seen, 3 wickets as quickly as that for Broad. The situation changes so quickly. The pressure mounts on the batting side. 272 for 8. Curran on his way, and he bowls to Chase, who's got 41. Again, he plays rather crookedly around that pad.
I just fancy, if that's a yard fuller, I think Roston Chase is going to try and launch Sam Curran straight back towards us. Might end up going a bit wider of us to mid-on. I just get the feeling with Roston that his eyes are in. He's 41 from 73. He's played some high-class strokes, but if this is up, I think it might be off.
Curran moves in again, bowls a bit of width, and he drives through extra cover. That's an excellent shot. Overton can chase that all he likes. He's not going to stop that. Beautiful cover drive. 45 to Roston Chase. That nibbles away at the lead. 193.
I wonder how much of the effect second new ball taken today, that obviously usually when you go out to bat against the new ball, you've had a roller on it for, 7 minutes. And the second new ball was taken today, there's no roller, it's a bit grubby, did all sorts. Would it have the same effect tomorrow when the roller's been taken?
Or indeed, what would England do between innings? You'd probably flatten it out then, wouldn't you? It's Curran bowling. That's played one-handed. But I just want to talk, can you see the skipper out there?
First slip.
Is it first slip?
Is that him?
Perhaps it is. I was just looking for...
It might not be.
That's Crawley at first.
Yeah, I think you're right, because Ben Stokes was giving Ollie Pope at mid-wicket some directions at the start of the over.
I don't think Roach out there.
I think he's gone for maybe he's gone for an indigestion tablet.
He might have done a consultation with Chris Silverwood about what they're going to do. His Curran bowls one again that moves away, finds the edge, and then runs towards third man. Crawley's giving chase from that first slip. Shouldn't go for four. He's got there just in time. And Chase comes back for 3, so he now goes to 48. West Indies 190 behind with 16 overs to go at the moment. You'll lose 2 of those between innings. Only Gabriel to come. So if he can get another wicket here, it's unlikely unless Chase suddenly goes berserk at one end. Unlikely to add too many more. The light's been better than this as well during the day. We'll put the floodlights on in a minute. 279 for 8. Curran on his way, bowls to Roach, who, he's got 4 now. Sliding away off the thickish edge, down through third man. Useful runs for the West Indies, because they're all runs that England are going to have to score tonight and tomorrow. Root, I can see, has reappeared, hasn't made it onto the field yet.
Yeah, it really is a crucial last hour of the day's play. If the West Indies bat the majority of it, it's going to make it so much more difficult for England to force the victory. If England can be batting in the next 20 minutes, well, they'll come out, I'm sure, will try and climb into a few, try and score quickly, and it sets up for a tremendous last day.
283 for 5. Curran scuttles in, bowls on the off stump, nicely played again by Roach. Looks a very good touch out there, playing out to wide mid-off. There's no run. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app, but our friends on Radio 4 Longwave are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
I thought you were going to give it the Jim Maxwell then.
That is entirely Jim's domain. The excitable build-up. So 186 is the lead for England. Joe Root returns. I suspect there has been some tactical discussion out there, because I suspect if they are going to change the order, he'll want to tell the person if they are going to open.
Yeah, just who's he chatting to? Is he going to go? Maybe to Joss, maybe to Ben.
Yeah, he's not saying anything at the moment. He's they haven't got these 2 wickets yet. 283 for 8. Woakes mops his brow, grips the ball. He's going to bowl to the tall figure of Roston and Chase. In he comes now, running in hard and bowls. He's felt for that outside the off stump. The edge not found, though. Buttler taking it low to his right. 283 for 8.
He's having a chat with Rory Burns.
Yeah.
What do you reckon that was? You're going in.
He's got the call.
I think he's got the nod.
He has having a chat with Stokes, isn't he? Definite conversation going on there. Here's Woakes, past the umpire. Bowls, that bounced, moved away, and left Chase. Woakes making the ball talk at the moment.
See, Joe Root and Ben Stokes are now having a good chat.
Yeah.
Joss Buttler's not having anything to do with it as we speak. It's just the first slip and the second slip. What do you reckon they're saying, Agus? Probably just talking about tonight's food.
It could be. Yeah. that Japanese restaurant that Michael Vaughan had last night is pretty good. 283 for 8. Here's Woakes. Bowls on that cups back this time, nearly trimming the off bail. Chase lines it up well. Still the lead, 186. It's a long conversation, isn't it? It's being resumed now. What options they have? It could be Crawley. They could go full out. I suppose it does depend to an extent also on the number of runs they need to score in that short time. Whether they go full throttle with Buttler and Stokes up there somewhere. Woakes bowls, nicely pushed away by Chase into the offside.
I mean, the batting lineup is so long. Stuart Broad at 11.
Yeah.
Sam Curran down there at 9. Bess at 10. So even in this situation, if you're 30 for 3, it's not going to have much effect, is it? You're not, or shouldn't be too concerned by that. I don't think the West Indies can win from this position, unless England set them something silly.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, Shai Hope gets going again, like at Headingley 2 years ago.
Woakes bowls, and no stroke this time. It's taken by Josh Buttler. Well, go out to our long wave listeners. Some very good balls bowled in this over by Woakes, but no wickets taken. We're watching Joe Root and Ben Stokes at first and second slips. They're right next door to each other, having quite a conversation. Root left the field, presumably for a bit of a conference there in the dressing room, and has come back, and he and Ben Stokes are clearly talking things through. He's bringing up the deep square leg now to make sure that, or trying to ensure that Chase stays at this end and can't just knock the ball away for an easy single. It's the last ball of the over, 283 for 8. Here's Woakes on his way, bowls to Chase. Again, that extra bit of bounce there that Woakes has found. Ball hitting the top of the bat handle, and or the shoulder of the bat anyway. Fielded in the gully. 283 for 8. So the lead 186. More conversations between Chase and Roach.
Dom Sibley's just strolling off here, I guess. You can see him there, the opening batsman. It's generally what you do when you're going to go and open the batting.
All sorts of coming. Stuart Broad's coming back on. I hadn't noticed that he was off. Sibley's going off. Goodness knows, it's all speculation, and who knows what they've decided they're doing, but it's good fun joining in the speculation anyway, trying to work out all the various possibilities. Curran's going to continue from this end, the Statham end, the wind ruffling away on these microphones in front of us. As we've got Roach on strike. Broad coming a little bit closer there at wide mid-off. They'll try and keep Roach on strike if they can. And Curran's going round the wicket. Is there any bowls? No ball that swings in. He lets it go by. Michael, some thoughts from you? And then Allison's coming in here.
Yeah, I like this angle change from Sam Curran, particularly to Roach. Saw him in the last over the wicket. The angle across, he seemed to favour that angle, so he's come around the wicket to restrict him of any width. He likes to play the drive through the offside. Put a short mid-wicket in place, a square leg and a mid-on, 3 slips. Just a subtle change of angle, Ali.
Hi there, Michael. The game is full of intrigue once again, isn't it? As Curran is in, bottom quite wide of the crease. It's gone right across the right-hander and taken by Buttler, tumbling away down the leg side. And he left it alone and didn't get anything on it. 283 for 8 then, and all about how much longer these two can hang around, how many more runs they can add, and then what Joe Root starts to think about, well, time versus runs versus what they want to set the West Indies, how long they believe they will need to bowl them out. It's just a little bit longer for this little passage of play to evolve before we start to find out those answers. Swinging in again, Curran from around the wicket, and it's a single for the West Indies. A single for Roach. 284 for 9. Wonderful spell from Stuart Broad earlier with the new ball taken after tea, and West Indies lost 3 for 10 at one point. And Broad had his familiar sight, his tail up, so to speak, roaring in, charging in. Had Ben Stokes leave the field with what thought might have been a niggle, turned out to be indigestion. But he's back on. They're at second slip now as Curran is in again now, swinging into the pads. It's been clipped away, whipped off the legs, down towards the deep backward square, and they're pushing for a second. Good hard running as the throw comes into the non-striker's end. Broad is several feet behind the stumps to gather, and Chase has brought up his 50. A very important 50 to get West Indies past that follow-on target. His 8th Test 50, and West Indies are 286 for 8, and he touches gloves with his batting partner, and it's a fine effort.
Well, what a game he's having when you think he got 5 wickets in the first innings. Played well in Southampton in the first game as well. He's had a really good start to the series.
High value as the all-rounder as Curran is in again, swinging again once more, and that's flown off the inside edge past the stumps away down towards fine leg. And another one is added to the West Indies score off the bat of Roach this time, 287 for 8.
But it is swinging. This second new ball's done so much more than what we saw the first new ball, a bit more shape in the air. Obviously the Stuart Broad spell had seam movement, bounce, low bounce. It's very difficult to face.
Andy.
Roston chases half century from 83 balls. It's his 13th score of 50 or more in Test cricket.
As Curran is in around the wicket once more, blocked back up the pitch.
He has 500s amongst those. It's his third 50-plus score against England. He has one century scored in last January's series. And worth noting again how poorly he did on West Indies' last tour. We're talking about Shane Dowrich in the last Test, batted very well in Southampton after a terrible tour here. Chase only got 80 runs in 6 innings, highest score 30, and already he surpassed that highest score of 30 from the last tour in all 3 innings in this series.
Yep. Looking like a key player for them, and will be even more so in the third Test match here if indeed the series is still alive at that point. And 5 wickets to go with 47 in the first innings of Southampton, 51 hit.
I did notice at lunchtime Raheem Cornwall, the West Indian off spinner, was having a good bowl in the middle. So
Woakes in now, new over, full struck on the pad. That looked like a good shout, but umpire Michael Gough is unmoved. Have England just got one review left? Michael Vaughan's giving it out.
Close.
Yeah, Dowrich's having a look.
Close. I mean, nip back.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. If I can see the front foot first, please. Thank you. Fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
This is Richard Kettleborough, the third umpire.
Okay, I'm gonna need to see ultra edge on this, please, to see if there's any bat involved.
Pitched outside off, it's come back, striking him under the knee roll.
Looks close. It looks like it's hit him in line.
Yeah.
And the angle may take it.
Okay, waiting for ultra edge.
Down the leg side slightly, but I don't think so. Don't think there's an inside edge. I think he's hit his pad with his bat. So maybe that's what the umpire thought as too noisy.
Okay, keep that
quite a striding actually. It's outside his crease by about a metre.
Just take that back a bit, please. The left-hand screen's very blurred. Take it back a few frames, please. And then roll it through, please. Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Okay, we're flat lines, it goes past the bat. No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when available, please.
Did it do too much?
I don't think so.
Hitting.
Pitching outside off, impact is in line and it's hitting the wickets. I'm going to go back to Michael on field. Michael, get you to overturn your decision. You're on camera now.
That is a second wicket for Chris Woakes then, and the West Indies 9 down. And they're a step closer to the game. Moving on. The wonderful delivery, cutting back. And Woakes celebrating with his arms outstretched as he went, but it's been a fabulous innings.
Yeah, it kept a bit low as well. It skidded from outside off, nipped back, kind of just rushed onto him. Very difficult delivery to face when you think he's been out there for 85 balls and he gets the ball like that, and it's a difficult ball to face. It just tells you. Very good from Chris Woakes and Stuart Broad in these kind of conditions when the ball's doing plenty. You can't get many better. You know, you add Jimmy Anderson into those kind of equations. Wonderful seam bowlers when they've got something in the pitch, offering them plenty with this second new ball. It's been a great turnaround. Michael Gough's had I think that's probably the only decision he's got wrong. Michael Gough. He's had a really good match as an umpire, and you can see why he gave that now, because the bat did hit the pad just at the time it was passing the inside edge, and maybe he just thought there was an inside edge on it, so understandably he gave it not out.
So West Indies are still 182 behind, 287. for 9. One more wicket. It's Shannon Gabriel who's the new batsman, so it might not last too long, or it could be a little flurry of fun. It's going to throw the bat, you'd imagine.
You queue up, don't you, as a bowler? As soon as Shannon walks out there, Chris Woakes will be fancying another one, get a 3 for.
He's well padded up.
Sam Curran, yeah. What's he got so far, Sam? Is he on 2 or 3?
2 for
2, so
70.
It's the chase to the 3 for, isn't it?
Yep, Broad has 3 to his name already. But look at Shannon Gabriel's got the arm guard on. He's got a chest guard, rib guard. He's got the jumper on. It's making him look doubly bulky out there as well. It's just got a little bit overcast here at Old Trafford too. The bright sunshine we had early in the day, the wind just feels to have picked up a little bit. Drinks have been brought on the field, by the way. That's why there's a delay. Waiting for play to restart with the West Indies 9 down. But you can watch all of the clips of the action today on the BBC Sport website and app. If you've heard the wickets fall and you listened to that fantastic spell by Stuart Broad when 3 wickets fell in double quick time, then you can go onto the website and app and watch those. And if you click on the text commentary as well on the BBC Sport website, you can see all the clips there. And of course, we'll have all the highlights on today at the Test from 7 p.m. on BBC 2. And that, of course, is then on the iPlayer, and you can watch it at your leisure anytime you like. But that was a wonderful spell from Broad. And Shamarh Brooks, that was the first wicket he took. That was the key, because Shamarh Brooks had batted really well for his 68. That's off the back of Kraigg Brathwaite's 74, top scorer in the West Indies innings. And they were able to pin together a series of 50-run partnerships. They arguably needed one of those partnerships to develop into an 80 and 100-run stand. But there was some consistency through that order until that spell after tea. And then Broad, bang, bang, bang to dismiss. Brooks, Blackwood as well for a duck. Of course, after his standout performance in Southampton to help West Indies to the win. And Dowrich was LBW. So, Chris Woakes, ball in hand. He's had a false start, because in fact the ground staff aren't quite off the field with the pot of paint in one hand and the marker in the other. But Gabriel facing up to Woakes, 287 for 9. Woakes in now bowling full. Gabriel's laid bat on it, but the ball rolls out towards Crawley at point, and there's no run.
And it was Shannon Gabriel's top score.
Not much.
Says it in a nutshell.
I'll be more precise in a sec. Those Test batting averages under 5.
West Indies will take 5.
There's floodlights starting to come on here, Michael. Woakes, the pavilion behind him, in again to Gabriel, beaten, just came forward but with no real certainty or conviction, and the ball's gone through to Buttler.
He has a highest of 20 not out against England in St George's back in April 2015.
20 would be pretty handy for the West Indies here.
20 from Shannon will be
gold
go
dust.
a long way to getting something out of the game.
Woakes running in again. Gabriel waits, struck on the pad. He's come for no, in fact, not the pad. He's doubled up. And he's staggering away from the crease. Might take a little while for him to regain his composure.
Oh, Kemar Roach is laughing.
He is, isn't he? I managed not to laugh then. I hope you noticed that.
Oh,
he was in pain.
Okay, so it's gone into that zone, is it? Let's have a look. Front on. Let's just. Oh, yeah.
So he had his back to us, and I thought initially it was the pad, and he was a little squared up. But then when I saw the way he doubled over, I thought no, that was a little higher, a little more central.
To be fair to the West Indies, it's an opportunity for them to take a few minutes out of the game.
Well, it's all time, isn't it? It's all time. We're now 6:10. Official close of play 6:30 and 7 to get the overs in. So how many overs do we have remaining at the moment, Andy?
Ooh,
13.
Seeing it square on.
Okay.
13.2 overs remaining. Shannon Gabriel's form with the batters somewhat deserted him after a brilliant innings of 12 against Bangladesh in July 2018. Since then, 26 runs from 17 innings, average 2.6.
Well, the little spell he's had now getting some attention from the physio might last longer than his actual innings with the bat. Look, he's got his helmet sort of held together with band-aids, sticky tape.
Yeah, it's just
He's worn a few.
Yeah, there's kind of a foam section in your helmet that just kind of comes just below the ear, just inside of the grill. It kind of sometimes flops about, so some players do exactly that, just get a bit of tape.
He's regained his composure and he's facing up again to Woakes. Floodlights on, the light fading, bouncer, and he's ducking underneath it into the gloves of Buttler. That might not be the last of the bouncers that he sees. He's doing a little bit of shadow batting. How long are England going to want? I mean, it's difficult to know, isn't it? Until we've got the real numbers and you know what stage they're going to start to bat. But Woakes is in full. That's bowled him. That's bowled him. He might have come off a little bit of bat, but the bails are off. And England can celebrate. They've bowled out the West Indies for 287. 182 behind. And Chris Woakes does have 3, along with Stuart Broad. Oh, he's just missed everything. I thought it might have perhaps come off the edge of the bat or pad, but no, he's got the off stump. So 3 wickets for Woakes, and Gabriel didn't last very long. He's gone without scoring. And so now we do know that England have an opportunity to come out to bat or lose a couple of overs for the change of innings. Will that leave 11 overs in the evening?
Yeah, they won't get that, will they? They'll play till 7. What will England have? About 30?
About 40 minutes to bat?
Yeah, maybe not even that. About 37 minutes of batting. I can't imagine the overrate's going to be so quick. So what we're thinking about, 8 to 9 overs of batting tonight, maybe 8 by the time the West Indies have just slowed play somewhat, which you would in their position. So England have got 8 overs to try and score some runs, try and get I guess that lead back to over 200 today, and then tomorrow morning come out and probably be sending for the fireworks, the firecrackers, to get it moving quickly. And I would think they'll want 80-85 overs. If they could get to 85 overs, which gives them that chance of getting a second new ball later on in the day, I think that's what they'll try and do.
Who do you open the batting with, Michael?
Well, I think they'll go with the same pair. I mean, in Test cricket, you very rarely change. You know, you're just saying to the opening pair of Burns and Sibley, you're going to have to be busy. You're going to have to be active. You're going to have to run between the wickets hard. I can't think that the West Indies will go too much on the attack in terms of field settings. So just be busy for the 37 minutes of play remaining. Be active. Look. He bowled with, in actual fact, Broad and Woakes have bowled probably the quickest I've seen him in Test match cricket for a long while. You know, they've really charged in and bowled at around 86, 87 miles an hour every time they had the ball in hand. And that's what you require at this level. If you can get it to that kind of pace with the skill levels that they have, you know, that's what you require them as a captain. You know, you don't want them bowling 82, 83 miles an hour when you can get them to that 86, 87 miles an hour. So they're really, when you think they haven't played, you know, for such a long period of time, that they look to me like they found rhythm pretty much straight away in this game.
Well, I make that post-tea spell 6 wickets for 60 runs, 227 for 4 at tea to 287 all out. So I'll take you through the West Indies batting scorecard. They, of course, resumed this morning on 32 for 1 after a complete washout yesterday on day 3. So the first wicket, well, I'll take you through the scorecard then, because John Campbell was the wicket that fell last night. LBW to Curran for 12. Alzarri Joseph was the night watchman, caught by Pope at short leg off Bess for 32 or 52. He batted in a sprightly fashion and added some important runs quite quickly at that stage. Then the first of the half-century partnerships before Shai Hope was caught by Buttler. A lovely cutter from Sam Curran. He made 25. Kraigg Brathwaite, the top scorer for the West Indies, with 74. He got leading edge, caught and bowled Stokes, 199 for 4 at that stage. Shamarh Brooks batting nicely till he was the first of Stuart Broad's victims after tea. LBW for 68. Then Jermaine Blackwood was out for a duck, bowled by Broad, really an unplayable delivery. It kept low and the ball started to do all sorts. And Broad was just magnificent, racing in, galloping in. Dowrich was his third victim, LBW. Dowrich making naught. He'd faced 5 balls. Woakes then got in on the action with Jason Holder's wicket, having him caught by Root for 2. And Roston chase LBW for 51 before Woakes removing Gabriel without scoring as he was bowled, and Kemar Roach finishing unbeaten on 5. For the bowling figures then, Broad 23 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 66. Woakes 21 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 42. Curran 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 70. Bess 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 67. You might have thought he might have had more of an impact, perhaps bowling a little too quickly at times, but Root bowled just 1 solitary over, which was a maiden. And Ben Stokes 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29. Left the field at one point, worried that he might have got an injury. Turned out to be a spot of indigestion, so he came back on. But Stuart Broad, he set about after tea with the fall of those wickets, precipitated that West Indies collapse. So 6 for 60 to be all out for 287, 182 behind. England then coming out to build a second innings lead and then decide at what point they set about bowling again at the West Indies to try and win the match and level the series up. Phil Tufnell. Set up. It's
Great.
Getting set up.
Isn't it just sparked into life there after tea, doesn't it, with that new ball? And it just goes to show that sometimes you've got to do the hard yards in Test match cricket. You know, there was that spell of Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad just bowling short and sort of softening up the West Indies side, and then they just got a little, the door just opened with that loss of a wicket and they roared through it. So you've got to do the hard yards sometimes to get the rewards, and this is set up beautifully now, absolutely beautifully. England going to be looking to be positive, of course, until the end of play, and then I don't know, 300 lead or something like that, with about
the point of it, they feel that they've made the game safe, or and then still wanting to give themselves enough time to want to have a little bit with a second new ball if need be at the back end of tomorrow.
Because just look what happened with that new ball. Then you want to have that second new ball just up your sleeve. And even if you sort of need 4 or 5 wickets, that new ball, the odd one keeps low. I just keep remembering of times here at Old Trafford in that last day, on the evening of the last day, or sort of like after tea, things going, oh, hello, what's happening?
Change in the batting order. I did ask Michael Vaughan, he said, well, it doesn't happen much in Test cricket, but here we go. This is like a World Cup super over.
Hold on a minute.
We've got Stokes and Buttler coming out. Buckle up.
Yes. Simon Man, you owe me a favour.
Well, I wish I could stay in to commentate on the start of this innings, but Simon Mann's making a timely arrival. But this is potentially going to be an exciting passage of play. Stokes and Buttler coming out to open for England in Test cricket. Tuffers, your thoughts, and then Simon Mann.
The only drawback against this, of course, the West Indies bowlers are going to be fresh. The West Indies is going to have a new ball, and you don't want to lose the power of Buttler and Stokes to just an unplayable ball or something like that. So I might have still gone with Burns and one of the big hitters, but they've decided to go full bore and get the 2 big guns out there. So this will be an interesting last 10 or 11 overs.
I didn't think they'd do it, Tuffers. I really didn't. No, I didn't
think they'd do it.
But we didn't shake on it, did we? We didn't shake on it.
Didn't. Don't worry. Buy me a beer in the bar. Well, we were just thinking that they might just look to sort of like Burns and Sibley look to go out there and be a bit positive, and then keep these guys in the hutch for tomorrow. But good positive vibes from England there. Let's get on with it.
So Stokes and Buttler are out there. It won't be that easy for them.
No.
It's a new ball, and they've been in the field all day.
Sorry, there's a child at the back of the classroom with his hand up.
It's a very exciting stat. It's the first time England have had 4 different openers in a Test match since 1954.
Go on, that is going back.
So who opened in the Abu Dhabi match then, the second innings? Because Alistair Cook opened in the first innings. Who opened with him?
It was Buttler and Moeen Ali. So Moeen had also opened in the first innings.
Right, of course, that was when he was that. Yeah, that was when he was been up and down.
Strange times.
He's batted at 3. He's opened. He's batted at 8, and he's had all over the place, isn't he, Moeen? A little order as well, 5.
Yeah, he's probably done a lot.
The last time England had 4 different openers in a home Test match, 1921.
Wow!
Here at Old Trafford against Australia.
That must be a record for you, Andy, isn't it? 1921.
I could go way further back.
Oh, okay. It's a goodie though. Like that.
It's going to be Kemar Roach with 37 minutes cricket left. England with a lead of 182. I like Michael's idea of
2 new balls.
Yeah. If you possibly can.
Oh, yeah.
It makes such a difference, doesn't it? If you've got a new ball to polish off the tail.
Yeah.
Here is Roach bowling to Stokes, and Stokes is squared up by that one, but he's away straight away, out to deep cover.
Yeah.
Gets a single.
Well, I hope the indigestion's calmed down, because now he's opening the batting. All that tempura rambling around in there.
There were lots of questions about Stokes' fitness today. The first one was answered by the fact he bowled 11 overs in a row in the afternoon session after not bowling in the morning. The second one answered by the fact he'd taken an indigestion tablet.
Yeah, I was thinking of intercostal, solar plexus, core, diaphragm, dodgy tempura.
For the rest of the season. Well, that bowling, he's probably still bat, but
there you go. Yeah, what England don't want here is just a couple of quick wickets. That would just set them back a bit.
Well, these are the 2 powerhouses they've got.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Curran could go route. Very good strikers and busy cricketers.
Right, here is Roach moving into bowl to Buttler, and Buttler plays into the onside there, just falling over a tad. Plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run there. 6.4 overs left.
What do you fancy in those? 5 and over? 4 and over?
Yeah, I mean, you need to be positive, and then what you hope is you're there tomorrow, so you can really exactly,
which means the charge.
Yeah, but you want to be positive tonight as well. Here's Roach wide of the crease, bowls to Buttler, who tries to smack him down the ground, hits the stumps the non-striker's end, and goes up towards mid-on. Stokes was back in his crease at the non-strikers. I'm not sure if Roach got anything on that. I don't think he did. Stuck out a hand. Buttler not quite timing it, but real intent there from Jos Buttler.
Yeah. Well, one thing we do know is if he does manage to locate the ball and give it a hit, it's going to ping off. New ball, Jos Buttler. It's going to go hard.
And West Indies already making a field change. They've taken one of the slips out and put them at mid-wicket. And also, backward point is going towards the boundary as well. So they're giving up a bit of ground here in a way. There's some gaps to exploit. Roach bowls to Buttler. Oh, he's bowled him. He's dragged it on. It was a wide one. Looked to force it through the offside, and Buttler is out for naught.
And there you go.
And England are 1 for 1.
And that was what we said we didn't want. Well, England didn't want to happen. You've kind of now lost one of your main guns that could have been coming in tomorrow, but I mean, it just shows positivity. So wide, perhaps that bottom hand coming through a little bit too quick and just dragged it on. Oh dear, that's a shame for England, but West Indies will like that, that's for sure. One of the real danger men goes.
So Buttler out for naught from 3 balls. Who comes in now then?
Oh, I don't know.
Crawley?
Yes,
England's regular 3.
Yeah.
He can play shots, can't he?
Yeah, that's right, and just to sort of knock it around.
And it is Crawley by the looks of it, is it? Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah, knock it around a bit. 1s and 2s, run hard. You don't have to be hitting every ball for 6, But that was a shame for Jos Buttler. He's having one of those. Is he having a bit of a funny old summer, Jos Buttler, isn't he? With the gloves and with the bat.
Well, he's flickered in the first inning at Southampton. He made 35. First innings here, he made 40.
Yeah. We're just used to seeing these wonderful one-day innings, aren't we? Yeah, England just need now just to, drop and go, look busy, turns ones into twos if the bad ball comes along, but just don't go too mad here. If you're getting, what you don't want is to be 3 or 4 down, do you? You don't want to be 3 or 4 down for tomorrow. And what all you could get is perhaps 30 or 40 runs, in the balance of where England want to be. You don't want to lose too many wickets.
I think the intent is good, though. It's a real signal to the opposition, isn't it? We're coming after you.
Absolutely.
You can't rest on your laurels just because you say the follow-on. Roach bowls, Crawley plays nicely into the offside. He's on a pair, of course. He's no longer on a pair.
Oh, I forgot that.
He played that forcefully to mid-off. It's picked up by Gabriel. And Crawley is off the mark, first ball.
Oh, look, Josh will be so wide.
He did well to actually play that onto his stumps, didn't he?
It's so how wide is that? Like 4 foot, 5 foot wide with the off stump and inside edge, is it? Oh dear, shake of the head.
And Jason Holt is pushing his mid-on back to long on. Stokes comes down the pitch and then leaves it.
And that's the other good thing, you see, that England can now do is say you don't have to play the big shots because the field's back, so it's almost just tap and go, rotate, strike, turns ones into twos. Buttler was going for that big shot, wasn't he? Which then was his downfall.
So 2 for 1 after the first over. England's lead is 184 after West Indies collapsed to the new ball with Broad taking 3 and Woakes taking 3. That's such a different game at 199 for 3 or 242 for 4. Suddenly the wickets began to fall, and England have made, certainly everyone watching in, listening in, made the last day interesting. They're clearly going to go for it, and they're going to try to put some pressure on West Indies.
So what would you like, Simon? What would you like in the bag?
Well, I think ideally you'd want about 320, something like that.
It's a bit greedy. 320. What? And how many overs to bowl them out?
Well, I like Michael's idea of 85 overs, so you've got 2 new balls, possibly 5 overs with a second new ball. But to get that, they're really going to have to go some, aren't they? There are 98 overs left tomorrow, and it's gone off the board at the moment, but how many overs left tonight? 6. I think 6, isn't it? Yeah. So to do that, 2 between innings, 87, 11, they really would have to go some to get that sort of lead. Gabriel goes in, bowls, and Crawley tries to pull it away, struck on the body, they run through for a leg by. Gabriel walks forward to pick up the ball. So that you're talking about 130 runs in about 17 overs.
Good go in that.
Yeah. So what are you looking at? What do you think?
Well, I was just thinking, 20 or 30 short of that. 290 for me. 290 on the last day, even though we've missed
290 in 85 overs?
Yeah. Oh no, but could they get that?
Well, they did it Headingley, didn't they?
Oh, I don't know.
That's why
Yeah, it's going to be another tester for Joe Root and the brains trust in the dressing room.
Or is it too greedy to have 2 new balls?
Well, no, because as we saw in that innings there, when that new ball came in, it just happened, didn't it?
So 5 overs with a second new ball. It could just be the team was 7 down, say.
Yeah, could just be the thing. Oh, I don't know.
Stokes on 1. Gabriel ran the wicket to bowl to him. Stokes plays firmly into the onside. Long on his back, so it's 1 for Stokes. They're looking for 2. It's not there. Roach is onto it.
Well, how about this then? If it was 290 and 85, would West Indies, what would their mindset be?
Well, that's the other thing, is it frees them up a bit, doesn't it? So you'd hope they might think about it, and therefore you're more likely to take wickets. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. But it is nice going into the last day, putting pressure on. I mean, yes, obviously there would be that ticklish period that if, they get away to a good start, and they might think, we can go for it and everything, but it only usually takes 2 or 3 wickets just for it just to go woo and all slow down, and then you've got them, sort of like defending and worrying about the score.
Gabriel bowls to Crawley. It's short, it's down the leg side. The dies on Dowrich, the wicketkeeper. A ballooning bouncer that dipped on the wicketkeeper, took it low down.
Also, of course, all the West Indies do need is a draw to retain. So you may as well have a punt and go for the win. Give yourself the best chance.
And if you win the game, that's
corker.
Glory, isn't it?
Absolutely. For the sake of 20 minutes or 20 runs.
There was that remarkable test match at the Wanderers where India played South Africa, and Remember, South Africa nearly broke the world record and they pulled out inexplicably, it seemed to me. Here is Gabriel bowling on. That nips back and goes over the top of leg stump. Crawley looked to force through the offside and through to Dowrich. Very different circumstances, but teams get cautious and when the prospect of defeat looms. But I mean, they had a chance of absolute glory there, South Africa, chasing the world record. I think they were only about 10 short, something like that. Andy can look it up. Incredible game of cricket not so long ago. 4-for-1 England. Their lead is 186. And this is Gabriel going into bowl to Zach Crawley. That's a good delivery. Wow. Goes past the outside edge. The new ball is definitely having an effect on this pitch.
It is.
There's bounce and there's low bounce as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing is, if the players are out there, they assess this pitch. You just cannot, you couldn't possibly chase 290 anyway in any circumstance. They say, well, that's fair enough. Have a go at that. And we think we'll back ourselves to bowl you out.
Yeah, I'm going to go with from sitting up here, I'm going to go with be positive and perhaps a 290, 300. 300 on the fourth day at Trippish. I mean, it's going to be good going for the West Indies to get that.
Gabriel bowls the last ball. The over shot is pulled away out to deep square leg. They've gone through for one, and they have to settle for one as well. As the throw comes in, there are a few scouts out. It's a defensive field from West Indies. They know what England are looking to do. What they can do is delay them by taking wickets. 5-for-1. Stokes has 2. Crawley has 3. The lights are on. The last thing England want to do would be to come off for bad light, but light's okay at the moment. Of course, light might be an issue tomorrow as well, Tubbers. We can play 98 overs and we play right through. But, if you're playing the 98th over at 25 past 7 on a slightly overcast evening, then
it'll be off.
It might well be off, Yeah,
so that's also just something in the...
So England want a sunny day tomorrow.
And what is it going to be?
Grey. A dry day, and I think there's going to be some sunshine around. That was the last forecast I saw. Let's have a quick look. Suggestion of some clouds, some sunshine tomorrow. So 5-for-1. Here's Roach bowling to Crawley. Crawley clips that nicely through mid-wicket, probably for 2. They'll come back for the second. They'll look at 3 there. Crawley would be running to the danger end. The throw's on its way to Roach. He would have been run out if he'd come back for the second. Roston Chase was after it.
And I know it's easy to have hindsight, and we have mentioned this before earlier on, but then just perhaps England batting on for those extra 20 or 30 gimme runs.
They could have been forced to follow on. Well, we did say at the time.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Well.
Crawley 5, 7-for-1. Roach bowl to Crawley. Crawley forces but straight to extra cover.
Easy in hindsight, isn't it?
That's what makes it a good game, because there's lots of opinions and lots of scenarios that are open to a captain, and you have to back your hunch, really, back what you think is the right way to go, and you can win despite taking a completely different opinion from someone else in the dressing room. In the same way that England can win without enforcing the follow-on. Roach to Crawley. Crawley drives into his boot, runs away down towards the slip cordon. They thought it was pinching a single. It definitely wasn't there.
That game between South Africa and India at the Wanderers, new Wanderers Stadium in Johannesburg, December 2013. South Africa were chasing 458 to win, ended 450 for 7. Faf du Plessis was run out for 134 with about 4 overs to go, and then South Africa basically shut up shop.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Roach bowls, Crawley plays into the offside, drops it short of the field, and they go through for a single. 8-for-1.
Yeah.
I think Dale Steyn hit the last ball of the match for 6, though, didn't he?
He did. But in fact, du Plessis was run out with 19 balls remaining, at which point South Africa needed 16 to win, 3 wickets left.
And who was in the tail there? They had to come?
Steyn came in, Philander was already at the crease, and they had Morkel and Imran Tahir still to come. And Morkel's a pretty decent defender.
Tahir's a bit of a rabbit, isn't he?
Who's he play for?
Roach around the wicket. Stokes comes down the pitch and smashes him up to long on. Gabriel misfields. Stokes thinks about a second and then decides against it as the throw comes in.
I think you're right, though. You know, if you're on the edge of, you know,
glory,
exactly. Why not
immortality?
Instead of just going, let's just have the draw, which everyone will forget, and nobody will really worry about. You know what I mean?
But they'll be talking about it forever and ever if you get 460 in the last innings.
They'll be dancing in the streets of Joburg.
Yeah, I remember watching it, just seeing, go on, have a go.
Yeah.
Roach bowls to Crawley. Crawley tries to force into the offside, ball just angling back a bit from Roach. It's the end of the over. 9 for 1 England, so the lead is 191 with how many overs left in the day's play?
It's 8 overs remaining, so it'll be time rather than...
Right, it will be, yeah. Earlier it said 6 were left, but it seems to have gone up, but perhaps I was looking at the wrong part of the scoreboard. Yeah, so we are going to lose a few today, so how many more overs? Probably 5 or 6 more overs today.
Oh, we lost a whole day yesterday. I mean, I reckon this might have been done today if we'd have had that whole day. England will be...
Yeah, West Indies had something to aim at, didn't they, with the day off?
Yeah, that's right.
And a goal, and they've still got that goal tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they know that sometime tomorrow, as long as the weather plays ball, and we think it will do, they know tomorrow they will be in a battle to save this test match. So 9 for 1, with 22 minutes left. Stokes on 3, Crawley on 6, Stokes on strike. Slip at a gully and a far-flung field. Gabriel goes in, bowls to Stokes, who launches into the leg side. Just short of deep square leg. Do you know, I'd lost the fly to the ball as well. It did look like a catch out to deep backward square, but it must have landed in front of the fielder. 10 for 1. Let's have a look at this replay to see how high it was. No, it was a flat one in there. It was helped on its way by Stokes.
Top's been cross-court.
Yeah. England looking for the boundaries, but not easy with the field back. But I mean, that does mean you can score it.
1 or 2 a ball. Yeah,
5, 6 and over. That.
I prefer that than the big shot, because it's difficult with a new ball.
10 for 1. Crawley on 6. Gabriel goes into bowl to him. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Crawley, and Crawley is edging for 4. Along the ground, down to the third man boundary. Well, that's a little bonus. Raced away down towards the point, to the left of the old pavilion as we look at it. 14 for 1. You can just imagine, actually, if there were a crowd in today, I thought a couple of times there, they'd be cheering every run, and they sort of egging England on here.
Can you imagine seeing Stokes and Buttler walk down the place would have gone. Would have been a riot.
Instead of that, for that edge for 4, I can just imagine a huge roar going out there in total silence.
And the same when Stuart Broad was in that spell as well.
Definitely, they're right behind him. Right, the third man is in now. There's a slip and a mid-wicket and an extra cover. That's about it up inside the notional circle. That's short, swung away by Crawley towards deep square leg. And through for 1.
Gaps are starting to appear in the field now. This is what England want. As you say, you don't have to play the big shot now. Just pick up 1s and 2s and save your wicket for tomorrow.
Yeah, you sort of feel you can score without too much problem. It's 6, 8 and over, really. Something like that.
Yeah.
15 for 1 is the score. We've had 3.3 overs. So Crawley's moved nicely onto 11. Nice for him to play a few shots actually and free up.
Yeah, you can
first ball duck in the first innings.
He could obviously play the pull shot. He's played a couple of great pull shots there.
There's Stokes on straight. Sent Stokes looking for the boundaries. Where are they on offer? Cow corner, I suppose. Gabriel bowls and Stokes hits this high in the air out towards long off, and it bounces. 2 bounces towards the fielder.
Yeah, I don't like this from Stokes. Just I want to see him there tomorrow. You know, just keep knocking it around tonight. As you say, pick up 6, 7, 8 runs and over, and then do this tomorrow. Very difficult with a brand new ball. On a pitch that he's playing a few tricks. Gets the bounce, gets it high on the bat.
There's a miscued, lofted drive. 16 for 1. Crawley back on strike. England's lead is approaching 200 now. 198. Gabriel moves in. Bowls to Crawley. Crawley gets one on the pads there. It goes off the pad, the thigh pad, into the onside. Dowrich from behind the stumps picks up, and a leg by is signalled by umpire Goff. He's now changed ends after 2 innings of the match. And England's lead is 199. West Indies all out today for 287. They were 242 for 4. Stuart Broad with 3 for 66. Chris Woakes with 3 for 42. Sam Cohen 2 for 70.
Deep square legs gone back, Simon. Yeah. Acres of space. You say just nick the 2 now. Don't just slog it straight down his throat.
Yeah, you can drop it for 2 in one-day fashion. Just nudge it to the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
And the man at Cow Corner's gone back. Gabriel bowls. Stokes gives himself some room and ends up chasing a very wide delivery, looking to slap it through the offside. Well, it's entertaining stuff. The game has really come to life in the last 2 or 3 hours. West Indies going well in the first half of the day, England in the second half. And still 17-18 minutes to go to take to the close. Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, I'd still like to see Ben Stokes there tomorrow. I don't see the point of just, when all the men are on the boundary, just slogging one up in the air. You can do that tomorrow when the charge is really on. John, evening.
Well, I'm enjoying this. Yeah. I mean, you got to say, for at least they're going for it. I'm not sure if I sent both Stokes and Buttler out, if I'm honest, but I might have opened with these 2 actually, Crawley and Stokes. But anyhow, I mean, they're
showed good
giving it a go. Yeah. But there is more to it than simply swiping. They could just push and run and get that scoreboard going over. 17 for 1 at the moment. In comes Roach and bowls his bowled him. And Crawley's gone there having a big hoik.
Right.
And his middle stump's been knocked out.
Yeah, I don't like this now. I don't like this now. Let's just knock it around. Play sensibly. Let's call for Dom Sibley. Where's Dom? Let's get Dom in now.
He could be coming in next, I suspect. Yeah. There's 15 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Not going to send a night watchman in, are they? Well, you could have an attacking night watchman.
Yeah.
You could have Sibley as night watchman.
You could have Sibley as night watchman.
Ever opened and been night watchman in separate innings in one test.
You'd love that. I heard you with your stats earlier on about 4 different openers. You enjoyed that, didn't you?
Just on another angle, I mean, England don't want to lose perhaps another couple of wickets tonight, otherwise they're going to be under a bit of pressure, and you won't be able to then put your toe down in the morning. So I think perhaps shut up shop here now.
Who's coming out? I can't see. You can't see.
I'd say Joe Root.
There you go, Joe Root.
I saw it on the screen just behind us.
And we got some. I think that's broken the stump as well, because of a replacement being brought out by a fellow coming up from deep backward square legs, sort of groundsman or something. So we have a broken stump. That could be quite tricky, because there's probably a camera in there as well.
Oh, that might be expensive.
It might be expensive. So that's been handed to the umpire. The stumps are, I think, sanitised or not. There's all sorts of talk about that. But anyway, for now, England are 17 for 2. So they lead by 199. They've got what remains of today, which is 15 minutes. And then 98 overs tomorrow.
Yeah, there's nothing to gain in this 15
You'll lose
overs.
2 for the takeover, for changeover. So
there's nothing to gain by what you're going to get another quick 20 here or 10, you know what I mean? But you could then stuff yourself up a bit for tomorrow.
Yeah, you could pick up another 10 just by
but don't lose any more wickets.
And then resume with these 2. These 2 tomorrow.
It's jagged back, John. I mean, that new ball, it would be so handy if you could get 2 new balls tomorrow.
Kemar Roach now has 4 wickets in his last 7 overs, having gone over 70 overs before his first wicket of the series.
It's a funny old game.
Crickviz have an expected wickets metric.
Crikey. That means. In comes Roach and over the wicket and bowls and roots away straight away, just pushing it away off his pads out to deep square leg. And then going to move to 18 for 2. You better explain what that is.
You might see an expected goals on Match of the Day, where they work out based on the chances created, how many goals you would expect a team to score. Well, Crickviz do the same with their ball tracking data. So based on how every ball behaves, they work out what percentage chance of a wicket each ball had. And Kemar Roach, before he took his first wicket, his expected wickets were, I think, 6.7 for the series, which suggests he'd been very unlucky based on how well he bowled. And so he's catching up.
Roach round the wicket, bowls, Stokes down the pitch, just a short one. He fends it off his armpit and runs away into a big gap in the leg side. That was a nasty one. Why these batsmen take on these fast bowlers, I just don't know. But the lead goes to 201 and Stokes goes to 6. Is it telling us what time and how many runs England are going to win by tomorrow, by any chance?
Not specifically.
Not specifically.
They will have their WinViz predictor.
Right.
I'll just get up for it.
Yeah. I mean, England do still have a very good chance of winning this game.
Yeah, especially if they can just squeak a few out early. You know, if West Indies lose 2 or 3 quickly.
Here's Roach. Waits, waving his bat around with a lovely off drive, but straight to mid-off it goes. No run, 19 for 2. I think another 10, so that's 20 for 2. So they lead by 210.
Yeah.
And they want to declare
85.
With 11 overs, so that means there's... Oh no, because...
that's too much.
Hang on, new ball at 80. How many overs do you want with that second new ball?
5.
5, so that's... You'll declare that's 87 overs. That's 11 overs tomorrow to bat. Yeah. Here's Roach, bowling, kicking back and hitting Root up on the pad and give a not out.
11 overs.
Isn't that right?
Yeah,
that's about right.
Yeah.
The win predictor currently has England at 33% probability of winning, West Indies 1%, and the draw at 66%. But I guess what that doesn't factor in is declaration and how that might change those probabilities.
Yeah. Well, I think that's probably about right, though, isn't it?
But if England, declared it 260,
yeah, that's right.
Then the West Indies rate would.
Yeah. Well, both sides shoot up. Chances would go up.
Yeah. Roach bowls and steered away off the back foot by Root out to deep point. So England go to 20 for 2. They lead by 202. And if you are just tuning our way, it's been a terrific. The first half of the day belonged to West Indies. They looked like shored things up. But then they lost 6 for 45. With Stuart Broad taking 3 for 1 in 14 balls with a second new ball. Woakes finishes 3 for 42. Skittle them out. Roston chases 51, saw West Indies just beyond the follow-on, but not too far beyond. So they're 287 all out, a lead of 182 for England, who then sent out Ben Stokes and Josh Buttler to open. And Buttler played on, dragged on a very wide ball for naught. Crawley, you've just seen bowled for 11. So it's all setting up for, well, I must say a final day that we certainly didn't predict at about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
There could be a fantastic stat coming, which will be...
Which one?
Dom Sibley opens up the batting and scores 100 in the first innings and then actually goes in 11 in the second innings.
There'd be a clatter of wickets in our 11 overs if that's the case, wouldn't there?
Well, we never know. You'd probably send in Stuart in front of Dom, wouldn't you?
That's what you might do now. Gabriel's on his way, bowls to Root down the leg side. He tries to pull it. It's a no ball. That'll have to be bowled again, and one more goes to England's score. So
I won't ask you, but when was the last time an opening batsman and ended up batting 11? It's too late. It's Sunday. Don't worry, Andy. Don't worry. Go on. Stand down.
It must have happened.
Stand down.
Big no ball there from Gabriel, looking at the replay. Who do you send in next? Now, if it falls tonight.
Tonight, I would send in Burns.
Right.
Yeah, just say, right, no more wickets, because this is now getting a bit silly. We're stuffing up our chances for tomorrow.
21 for 2. England lead by 203. Gabriel's charging in bowls, and Root does get this pull away this time. Down to deep backward square leg. He run the first one quickly, so his eye on the second. The throw's on the way. They don't take the second run. And the lead goes to 204. And the reason, of course, this is also intense is that only a draw would be enough for West Indies to retain the Wisden Trophy, which is, of course, the trophy that these two countries play for every time they meet. But an England victory will take us through to the deciding test match, 1-1 with 1 to play. That starts here on Friday on that green looking pitch at the moment, just to the left of this straw coloured one. Stokes on 6. We've got 9 minutes to go until the close of play on the 4th day. Holders at slip, otherwise everyone else really is out in the long grass. There's a man fairly deep at short cover. Just knock it and run, don't you? In goes Gabriel, runs in bowls to Stokes, who knocks it and runs. And he's trying to steer it so they might get 2 out of this. And the field is converging. It's perfectly placed.
Beautiful.
Perfectly placed. There were 3 fielders chasing for that. And they managed to get 2 out of it. 24 for 2. A rather disconsolate looking Buttler, I can see, outside the England dressing room, who, well, he fell on his sword there.
For the cause.
He did. Not very satisfying as it doesn't come off, but it's one of those who shrug his shoulders, and he went up there and tried his best. But
Jack Leach batted 11 and opened in the second innings against Ireland at Lord's last year.
He did. 24 for 2. Gabriel from round the wicket now bowls to Stokes, drives outside the off stump, a wafty sort of a drive, and makes no contact with that. 24 for 2. The lead 206. Heading towards the close of the 4th day. And a full day tomorrow. The forecast is good. You're looking forward to it. Gabriel walks very slowly back to his mark, applying sweat from his brow to one side of the ball, then a polish on the left-hand side of his trousers.
England would be cursing that rain day, wouldn't they? Because they would have been right in the box seat.
Yeah. 24 for 2. Gabriel's with shadow to his right now. The sun's with us again. Round the wicket he goes, bowls to Stokes, drives. Now it's definitely 1 here. Root will have his eye on 2 as the fielder comes up. It's Roach. He won't run this time. That throw came in on the bounce. 25 for 2. The lead 207. With 1 or 2 overs left tonight. Hard to tell really. And then 98 tomorrow. But working things out in an ideal world where you have that second new ball.
Weather and light's going to come into it, isn't it, perhaps at the end?
I don't know about the weather, so no. Little look, we've brought it up.
I think it's going to be all right.
2 balls left in the over. Root's waiting as Gabriel bowls him short and pulled away down towards long leg. Long way down there, but the fielder will keep them down to 1 run. Manchester.
Yes.
Monday.
Correct.
Lovely day. Predominantly sunshine.
Yeah. Nothing clouding it later
18 degrees, 10 hours of sun.
Oh, well, there you go. Might be all right then. We'll get the full bifter.
Yeah. At least that's on one of the forecasts. 26 for 2. Last ball of the over. We're ticking around to 5 minutes to go in the day's play.
Don't get out now.
Stokes waits. Gabriel goes charging up, bowls wide outside the off stump. There's a useful bottom edge of the bat, toe end maybe. They've taken one beautiful pick up the throw. That's beautiful fielding down there. Although he slipped, he picked that up one-handed and immediately threw the ball.
Got it there,
Stokes changed his mind and sent Root back, but he thought of a second. 27 for 2. We might get 2. It's one of those really tight ones. Of course, the West Indies won't bother at all about bowling 2 overs. Today at the Test, the highlights show will be on at 7 o'clock on BBC 2. You can watch it when you want on iPlayer.
Yeah, look at old Kemar Roach walking the ball. He's not looking to rush through.
No, this might not get 1 over in looking at that.
Yeah, might not. He's come all the way from deep mid-off.
Yeah, that is not a man in a hurry. He's heading off to the far end. He's actually speeding up a little bit now.
No, what? I don't know. 5 minutes, is it?
27 for 2. Holders moving his field, and the men all over the place. Long off, deep cover, deep point. He himself was at slip, and there's a long on, deep square leg, fine leg, and the man saving a single at mid-wicket. Is down the pitch now, Stokes, hammering it into the offside. Root again gets his head down, is very quick. But they won't get the second there. 28 for 2.
Must hit that too well.
Stokes to 11. The lead 210. There's always that thought, of course, that if we're talking about carrot danglers early, weren't we?
Yes, we were.
Whether or not did you dangle one to the West Indies?
I don't know. I mean, the draw's no good for England.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
Graham Smith opened at the SCG in 2009, had to retire hurt, but came in at 11 in the second innings.
You can always tell there's a note of. You can always hear the triumph, can't you? Roach bowls outside the off-stump, and Root lets that go through this time to the wicketkeeper. Just thinking maybe about making sure that he's around tomorrow.
Yeah.
28 for 2.
Yeah, they're going to need more than 11 overs, I think. Yeah.
Roach wheels round. There's 3 minutes to go. Up he comes and bowls to Root on the back foot, forcing it away for a single. Gap in the offside. 29 for 2 with 3 balls to go. I don't think we'll get another one in.
No.
The field goes out.
Well, there's no lead for the West Indies too.
No. Lead 211. They're just trying to restrict England as long as they can, and hope maybe they do get a carrot dangler.
Yeah.
And that Root says, well, look, we've got to win.
Yeah.
And they get something that actually could profit the West Indies. Comes Roach bowls outside the off stump. Stokes again is looking for that second, pushing it very gently into the offside. No, they shout. Lovely cricket. And also very well done, the fielder coming in, because he sprinted in. Stokes, you could see what was going through his mind. He got himself in position. He almost set off running before he played the shot.
Whichever way, John, it's going to be a great day.
It is.
Tomorrow. Really good, exciting, tense day, because I must admit, I was thinking it could be a bit of a slow day tomorrow.
Yep. You're going to have an early night.
Yes, I am. Always do.
You'll have supper.
Yes.
And then retire.
Will you join me?
Yes.
Well,
30 for 2.
Choice.
Here's Roach. Bowls and, it's an inside edge for Root. Well, runs away fine. They'll definitely get 2 here. Well, there's very nice socially separated tables for 1.
Yeah. I know.
32 for 2 with 1 ball to go in this over. Is it going to be the last of the day? That's the question. It's very tight.
Yeah. Yeah, which is good. I'm glad. I mean, we had a great test match down in Southampton, didn't we? First one back, balled up into a beauty, and so I think this one will be as well. So fair play to both sides.
214 is the lead. It's 32 for 2 as Roach in early evening sunshine bowls. A ball that's a slower ball there, beautifully bowled. Went straight through. Root looking at the umpire. No, he took one look there at the bails, and then he's walked off. So he might get 1 more in.
Well, by my clock in front of me, we've got 1 minute.
Yes, this is one of these radio-controlled ones for Daventry or something.
Yeah.
So I know that's accurate, because of when the programme starts. So we're 45 seconds, and we are going to have another over.
Yep.
32 for 2, the lead 214. And now Roach has to walk all the way down to this end once more.
I might be tempted to put the spinner on with everyone back. Like, go on then, Stokesy, if you want to get it for 6. Well, I might get you out.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Gabriel's going to bowl it. The lead 214. Stokes 12 not out. He's over his bat. And Gabriel's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump. It's cracked away down towards square third man. They should get 2 here, I think. Stokes thinks about it. Yes, he says. The throw comes up to Root's end. Gabriel's in no position there behind the stumps at all. Was wandering round, but he managed to stop the ball anyway. And Stokes takes 14, and the lead 216.
Yeah, that slower ball from Roach turned and bounced.
Just gripped, didn't it?
Yeah. There's enough in this pitch. It's got drier and drier and drier. Yeah. Bounce might be a factor if one keeps low.
Blackwood got that ball from
abroad. Good luck.
Shot on the ground, really.
P-roller.
34 for 2. 5 balls remain in the day.
Daisy cutter.
That's the one. Gabriel round the wicket, bowls to Stokes, thumps it back at him. Powerful straight drive. The fielder should cut it off below us. In fact, he's done so well there, he's kept them just down to 1 run. It's a beautifully timed straight drive. 35 for 2. The fielder had a long way to go, but you see how hard Stokes hit that by the fact he's only got 1 run out of it. Looking at the replay I'm seeing on my screen, that ball I think has ruffled the surface of the pitch as well.
Oh, it's teed up beautifully. It really is.
Four balls remain. The field coming in now.
Yeah, don't do anything silly now.
Root's on 7. Tapping away there at the ground with his bat. Gabriel on his way, he bowls to him. Oh, he's forward, playing and missing. So he can guide the ball into the gap there in the offside. 3 balls remaining, 35 for 2.
Well, we thought about 35-40, wouldn't we, in that little session? So they
haven't done badly.
No, they've done pretty well. Yeah. I mean, no great big falls been hit, have they, or anything? But they've just.
There's not been fireworks, but the last
ticked it over.
While has been just quite busy.
Yeah.
Root on 7. Gabriel, lung full of air, and sets off once again past the little white disc there. Is there, he bowls, and Roach will get 1, guiding the ball to third man to go to 8. 36 for 2, the lead 218. And changing the batting order around, bowled West Indies out for 287.
Well, how many overs did that take England to bowl them out first, John?
99.
99 overs.
You'd probably expect to do it quicker second innings, wouldn't you?
Especially get just a couple of early ones and really get a bit of panic on.
Exactly.
Gabriel round the wicket, bowls to Stokes. A massive heave.
Wow.
And he misses that completely. It's collected by Dowrich. That would have gone straight over our heads, I think.
It's like a golf swing. That was like a one-wood, like a driver off the first tee. That
36 for 2. Last ball, and again a little ruffle there of the surface. It seemed, looking at the replay.
Spotted.
And it moved away too. So here's the last ball, and then we'll have our review of the day, and then we'll look forward to tomorrow. We'll be on air at our highlights start at 10:15 in the morning, but we'll be in our proper preview from 11:15 in the morning. 36 for 2. Gabriel goes thundering in, bowls to Stokes, who works into the leg side. Now he might get 2 here again. It's been beautifully played. No, they shout. No, they shout. And so the close of play is 37 for 2, so a lead of 219 with Stokes 16, Root on 8. There's 98 overs to go tomorrow. Got to take 2 out of those out for the change of innings, and so the England captain will have a few things to think about overnight while he works out what they're going to do. Quick thought from you, Tuffers, and then we'll start our review.
Yeah, set up beautifully. Great spell from Stuart Broad and Chris Woakes just to drag England back into the game. And tomorrow I'll be here. It's going to be fireworks.
You've got nowhere to go.
Well, no, I know, but
you won't be allowed to go anywhere.
Well, all right. Well, I'll be looking intently because I can feel something's afoot. I think it's going to be a great day.
Excellent.
Could go either way.
Thank you, Tuffers. You'll catch Tuffers on the highlights on BBC 2. And now we can begin our review of it's the 4th day of the second test. It's between England and the West Indies at Emirates Old Trafford in this Raise the Bat Test series, which West Indies, of course, lead by 1-0. There's 1 to play after this, and there's a terrific final day. It's been set up here with England leading by 219 runs, a 37 for 2 at the close. There are 98 overs remaining in the match, but there will be 2 of those lost because of the change of innings. Stokes is on 16, Root is on 8. England turned the batting order around. They opened with Buttler to try and inject some real speed into that the half hour or so they had tonight. Well, he got out for 0 and Crawley for 11, but it's not a bad little addition. There's 37 runs that were scored, the lead therefore 219. But the real action happened this afternoon because West Indies seemed to be moving on very comfortably to their total of 270 they needed to avoid the follow-on. And then suddenly England took the second new ball. Stuart Broad took 3 for 1 in 14 balls. West Indies lost 6 for 45, and only Roston chases 51 helped them over the line of the follow-on. Shamarh Brooks made a very good 68. Kraigg Brathwaite 75. Broad finished with 3 for 66. Woakes 3 for 72. Curran 2 for 70. So 287 all out, a lead of 182. As I mentioned, England at the close then 37 for 2. They lead by 219. Michael Vaughan is there against a setting sun. I can see him in the corner of the commentary box.